Your ex-girlfriend told me you were having a bad time. Your ex-girlfriend told me you were having a bad time. Day-to-day life shouldn't be what it's all about. Day-to-day life is something we all know too much about. I guess you got no one to take care of you. I guess you got no one to take care of you. Your ex-girlfriend told me you spent all yesterday crying. Hey, I didn't know things were going so bad for you. Maybe you're just trying to get it to come back to you, or work your way out of the cynical attitudes that protect you. Bad habits make our decisions for us. You should try to remember, all you're holding is a handful of dust. But it's not even closing time, and already the stars are falling out of the sky. You're all lit up, you gotta do something, I'll help you try. Your ex-girlfriend told me you spent all yesterday crying. Now do you believe the story? Spend your whole life not buying. I guess you got no one. 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 Oh, to take care of you.
I've tasted metals of my own blood and learned to like it. I've gone under the knife of love, dissected every vein and vessel. I know how to fight, how to fight, how to fight, how to fight, how to die, how to resurrect my pride. I know that my stride has been followed. It's a warrior's war. Watch the die break. Set my heart up to be broken. I've cast myself into the flames and risen once again. I'm gonna do like the morning. Wet as a newborn, little eyes, little
car drifts some. Your uncomfortable pose and your profile, the postures of long drives, that endless cycling of your numbing your sleeping parts. And you lean much harder than you need when the road curves. Swerve through traffic and the cracks in the ground. Every gesture you require of a drive like this night. When you fight now, you just head out of town. I let the wheel go over center lines, inside a place without time. I'll look through history, are you in periphery? Now thrown in the passenger seat. It's a mystery, the ways you can sleep. I wanna leave here for where nobody goes. I wanna breathe in the air of all those sprawling ancient spaces on Earth. You said we're so scared of alone, and I knew what you meant. You wanna go where it glows, all those places where your watch doesn't work. You were riding those nights on the highway, always hiding out inside a songwriter's dream. There, like the scene from the song, born to runner, maybe running on empty. Ones where they would leave. Certain nights when you fight, you couldn't stick around, so you'd head out of town, just hit the highway and drive. Certain nights when you thought it was fine, but it shook you and the baby would cry. Why did you always turn around in the end? To hear the shattering of glass on the door again. So loud the baby couldn't sleep anymore. What did you find that you were looking for? Your mother called the hardware, set you up for an interview, an answer to an ad. The bus's daughter still remembers dinner where her father said he wouldn't stick his neck out for trouble again. But they did then. In those days you wake up and just decide you wouldn't show. He'd show up at your door, nights you'd skipped out, he'd follow you out. Pretty soon you started falling for their daughter, and she fell for you. Drive, roll up your window down, let the desert enter heavy and primitive in. Drift to rumble strip sound, time moves so slow, but I know that you meant what you said. You wanna go where it's frozen, all those places where the highways don't reach. You wanna go where it glows, somewhere that time is irrelevant. You wanna go where it glows, somewhere the spaces are infinite. You wanna go where it glows, somewhere you don't feel the hours pass by. You identify the flowers on the road. I rolled the windows down and shut off the radio. Did you ever think you'd end up here? All those late nights you were driving alone. You were riding to hide, or you were looking for a brand new life. Did you ever think you'd find one back home? Did you even think you'd get out alive? Could you imagine that the love you now know? I think history's a system of roads, and there's nowhere it doesn't go. I pulled over to the side and felt no time. Off the highway with the landscape aglow. Still not sure what we were trying to find. I only know we went home.
We on? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? I'll just be like 1 sec. I'll just be like 1 sec. Bear with me, like this, etc. How are you doing today? That's just gonna look like that. That's fine. All right, just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. We'll get going in a moment. Hey. Hey, look, it's me. I'm here. Wow. Wow. How are we doing? How are we doing? Hello. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on in the trans corner of YouTube. It's actually good. It helps. It really helps. You got Pokemon Leaf Green. Oh, on the Switch. I would have got that, but it's like 20 quid or something. And I've played those games like God knows how many times. What were the first two songs I played? Uh, I can open up Spotify, I can tell you. I think the first one was Ex-Girlfriend by American Music Club. I don't know what played after that, I wasn't in the room. hang on. We'll get started just shortly. Infighting is good, yeah. I mean, I don't know if we have any infighting to discuss. I wish there was more infighting to discuss. That'd be great. Not super fussed when it's like whether it's like TRA or like infighting. Any of it's good. Any of it's good. The fuck am I doing? Oh, I don't know what the other song was. The first one was American Music. I like American Music Club. I mean, I like all the music I play. That's kind of the whole point. I think it was just on shuffle. Right. Just one sec. Shiny hunting Omastar. What, as in like getting a fossil, seeing if it's shiny, and then like restarting the whole game if not? That must be like the most tedious stuff. If that's what you mean anyway. I don't know, I played those games loads because I had a GBA emulator and I stopped playing Pokemon for ages. And when I got back into it, that's what I was doing, was like emulating. Excuse 10 seconds ago. Oh, it didn't play anyway. Pantera American. Aren't they the ones that like the Confederate flags and stuff? That Phil Anselmo, hasn't he been seen like doing like Nazi salutes? I can't remember. I'm not judging. I mean, a little bit, but I have a feeling. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it looks bad, I'll fix it. Let me just put this on pinned. Oh, you can breed it. Can you breed Pokemon in Leaf Green? I didn't know that. That's fair enough. Or maybe I did know that and I forgot. It's been a minute. The last Pokemon game I played was Legend ZA, which was not very good. And I can say that because Charlie is not listening. She will actually kill me if I dare say anything bad about Pokemon ZA. Let's do 5. The super chat goal thing is always like optimistic as fuck anyway. It doesn't really matter. All right. We have a dono goal. We have the link pinned at the bottom of chat. I think it's at the bottom now. It used to go at the top. If you would like to super chat, you can join the channel if you would like to do that. On YouTube, you can give a super stick, you can gift memberships. I don't know if anyone even watches me on fucking Twitch, but I guess you can join me there. Everything, every bit of support is much appreciated. And that's about it. We should probably find something to do, I guess. Probably do that. That would be a good idea. yeah, so I guess I wanted to look a little bit at the IOC thing, mostly because I saw a video come up that is suggesting that people boycott the Olympics, which I think if trans people's history, the amount of the assholes going extreme is unbelievable. Yep, it's annoying, but what can you do? The thing is, for me, if I was grifting, I would be just affirming all the rightoid shit and continuing on my turf arc, but that was always more of an overcorrection than anything else. Having said that, I'm also going to be talking about this, and I probably do have a fairly turfy stance on trans women in women's sports, so I don't know. But yeah, so we have a BBC Sport article which says Olympic women's sport limited to biological females. I think this is a good thing personally. I don't think it's really been shown that male people can compete fairly and safely with female people. I think that's what really matters. And more than anything else, it's a really stupid hill for trans people to be dying on. Like, what matters far more is things like, you know, safeguarding healthcare and, you know, actual rights kind of stuff. I would say safeguarding like the GRC as well. I think people should be able to get gender recognition certificates, sure. But we insist on kind of dying on these like insane hills where there just isn't good evidence that trans women can always compete fairly. I mean, we're talking about the Olympics. We're talking about like elite sport. There is practically no research that pertains to elite sport when it comes to research about how trans women compare with like women in terms of strength and like aerobics and stuff like that. And the research that does exist, that is for far more normal people, is still not very good or comprehensive, in my opinion. The kind of stuff I read, it's like, okay, you've shown little, quite honestly. Sorry about my chair. So yeah, women's category of Olympic sports will be limited to biological females from 2028. IOC says eligibility will be determined by a once-in-a-lifetime sex test, which will prevent transgender women and those with DSDs who have gone through male puberty from competing. I think this is fair enough, to be honest. I mean, maybe it won't be 100% like successful. Maybe the odd person will still slip through. That's always a possibility with anything. And if, I don't know, we watched a really stupid video by someone who suggested that because there's like no 100% foolproof way of telling someone's sex, that means we shouldn't bother. It was kind of suggesting that, which is a really silly position to have. They already, I don't know what sex testing is already done, but I'm pretty sure they don't usually just let people show up. Like maybe maybe the IOC goes by like passports or whatever, but then most sports already have like their governing bodies. So the other thing is this won't actually affect almost anything, because the IOC deferred all this shit to the sports authorities, from what I remember. And the reason why there were potentially male people in the boxing category was because there wasn't a sporting body that was recognized, because they didn't work with the IBA. Like, they have links to Russia and stuff, and the Olympics don't want to know when it comes to Russia. So the IOC standard was passports or whatever it was, birth certificates, something like that. Whatever it says on their papers. And where there was no specific sporting body, that's what the rule was. So that's what happened with people like Imam Khalif. And I still don't know what the full truth is with those people. So I try not to make strong statements. I don't know if that person is literally male, has gone through male puberty. I don't actually know any of that. I think this is a good thing, personally. I'm fine with this. Yeah, so it'll take effect from the Los Angeles Olympics. So this is 2028. Policy was the result of a review led by medical experts. At the Olympic Games, even the smallest margins can be the difference between victory and defeat. So it's absolutely clear that it would not be fair for biological males to compete in the female category. In addition, in some sports, it would simply not be safe. I guess I more or less agree. IOC said eligibility for the female category would be determined by a screening to detect the SRY gene, which is part of the Y chromosome and causes male characteristics to develop. Yeah, I don't know how 100% foolproof this will be. Again, I still think the rule is fair enough. How they're going about it, you know, it's perfectly valid. It's perfectly fine to like scrutinize, I guess. But isn't it? It's the SRY gene. That's what triggers like the male development to occur, as far as I remember. I need to brush up on some of this shit. And it's something that males would have that females wouldn't. You might get the odd female that has it. Maybe a few people with specific conditions might end up being hard done by. I think that's always been the case throughout all of sport, that you've got the odd person that they're not juicing, but they have some kind of innate advantage that these kind of sporting bodies don't want to entertain. Unfortunately, I think that's just always been the case. So IOC considers SRY gene screening via saliva, cheek swab, or blood sample is unintrusive compared to other possible methods. Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, do they not do like some kind of test? Do they not get like medicals and stuff like this anyway? I imagine surely like elite athletes are probably quite used to like medical exams and things like that, I would have thought. IOC said athletes who fail the test would continue to be included in all other classifications for which they qualify. So whenever anyone says trans women are being excluded from the Olympics, that is not strictly true. You can say maybe it's true because trans women are disadvantaged compared to men, and so won't be competitive. But that's not really the same thing. So yeah, anyone saying it literally is just a blanket ban on trans people is not reading this correctly, I would say. Until this announcement, the IOC left sex eligibility regulations to the governing bodies of individual sports rather than applying a universal approach. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So is the Olympics going to be taking more control then? I mean, I guess I get it. It seemed like that method worked fine as long as there was a sporting body they were prepared to work with for every sport. And the fact that there wasn't one for boxing, and it's not like the IOC is going to be able to like impose a new, like, we're going to put in the people that we want to be the boxing like sporting authority. That kind of thing is not going to happen. Like they wouldn't have that kind of power. So maybe I get why they'd want to take control. You know what I mean? Because that is a possibility. You know what I mean? They have to be drug tested. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I feel like this wouldn't be more invasive. I think there is a question of like, well, what happens if they find something? Do they have to do further tests? What would those be? But I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, it's elite sport. I don't know. Such is life, I guess. The amount of shit you have to do. While athletics, swimming and cycling and rowing have brought in bans, many others allowed trans women to compete in female competition if they lowered their testosterone levels. Laurel Hubbard became the first openly trans woman to compete in Olympics after being selected for the women's weightlifting team in 2020. But by the Paris 2024 Games, there were not known to be any transgender women competing in female events. So people will say this, being like, oh, you're not even stopping anyone, so what's the point? Well, it's like, if it's not stopping anyone anyway, then why does it matter? You know, that goes both ways. So you've got the Iman Khalif thing. We know all about that. Says she'll take a sex test. I guess we'll see what the result of that is. I've never seen any proof that this person is one thing or another. There's an awful lot of strong opinions that float around regarding that person. I try not to contribute to that noise. And will also apply almost all athletes with the DSD. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Well, it's a bit odd. So, DSD, it is a rare condition in which a person's hormones, genes, and/or reproductive organs, or maybe a mix of male and female characteristics. A very odd way of putting it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why sex segregation came in. It might well not have been like scientific or whatever. But we do know that men are stronger than women in almost all aspects, and that women aren't competitive with men in most sports. Like if you put a bunch of women in the Premier League, you put a women's team in the Premier League, it'd get fucking destroyed. For example. So CAIS, I think, would still enable you to compete with women. It's the Sharon Davies model, I guess. The Sharon Davies thing was male puberty is the cutoff. If you've been through male puberty, that's the cutoff. So I guess they're going with that kind of thing. I think that's fine, to be honest. I guess the extremely rare case of a childhood transitioner who is an elite athlete that will be safe or something. I don't know. So, a hugely significant decision by the IOC following years of controversy over the participation of transgender and DSD athletes in female competition. Intense debate of how sports should balance fairness and safety with inclusion. IOC has traditionally left it to international sports to decide, as we know. All federations will now be expected to follow suit. Okay, so they're clamping down. They're like taking control. Fair enough. Blanket ban on transgender athletes, DSD athletes, will be welcomed by many. It's not even a blanket ban, not quite, like close to, but welcomed by many who long felt that such a move is essential if fairness and safety in the female category is to be preserved. But supporters say this approach has recently been successfully employed in athletics and boxing. Reliable, confidential, and proportionate approach that has the backing of sports scientists along with the majority of athletes. This is the thing. This is the thing. The BBC did a survey in 2024, I think. And it was a survey of like female elite athletes, like, you know, the top of the top. And I think it was something like 2/3 of them didn't think it would be a good idea to like introduce male people into their sport. So it doesn't seem like elite athletes are really down with this whole thing in general. There's some that will be. You've got your like Megan Rapinoes and stuff like that, but I think those are the minority. And I don't know. I think female sports being female is fine. Oh, thank you so much, Just D.
Sorry, that's just anti-trans.
Like the stream, y'all. Show Mary some love.
Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Where were we? Method is more humane than requiring transgender or DSD athletes to suppress their natural testosterone levels. Will avoid the intense media scrutiny some athletes have been subjected to. That's another interesting point, actually. Like, one thing I wonder about the people that support like trans women in women's sports overwhelmingly, like whenever a trans woman athlete wins, especially when they win something by like a large margin, or even if they're not trans and they're someone like Iman Khalif, like, are they aware of the kind of shit that person will be subjected to, like by the media? Are they aware of the backlash that will inevitably happen, and that it will probably result in more people kind of turning away from like the trans rights cause? This is why I say that this issue is like, it's politically very imprudent, I guess, to support at this point. It polls like fucking terribly from what I've seen. It's just not a popular thing. Most people just don't see this as a good thing. Whenever someone wins, like you get people like Leah Thomas, who was first in a category. I don't know if she won anything specific. But either way, it was like a media shitstorm. And that was always going to happen. We were always just waiting for that shit to happen. You see these like videos of like a year or two ago where some trans girl is winning against a bunch of other girls that are all like 16 years old in high school and shit. And there's all these people like booing because their daughter lost. And it's kind of not a great place to allow a trans person to be put in. And I guess you wonder how it is they got to the idea that they should be competing with women, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a fool's errand right now, supporting this kind of thing. Opponents remain concerned, however, the approach is unnecessary, invasive, costly, risk of accidental contamination, and potential false positive. But it depends how well they do it. The hope is that they will do things properly. I mean, it's the Olympics, you know. You'd think the Olympics has plenty of money to work with. Group of academics called sex testing a backward step and a harmful anachronism. Violates the human rights of athletes, could create stigma and psychological distress. I guess we don't worry about the stigma applied to any trans athlete that ever competes with females. There's going to be stigma either way, unfortunately. Simplistic way of reducing a characteristic to a single gene, which does not reflect the complex nature of sex. I don't know how to apply this really. Like, I don't know. I need to see the full thing, and I can't be bothered. They're not going to change their mind because a bunch of academics complained about it. So they used this in the 80s. After a number of false positives, they were abolished in the 1990s. I mean, the hope is they have learned from that and are doing it in a better way. I don't know. It's like a tiny issue that affects nobody until it negatively affects trans people, and suddenly it's life or death, and we've got people on YouTube telling us we need to start boycotting. Which, I don't know. Trans boycotts, just yeah. We saw what happened with Hogwarts Legacy, never again. Fuck that shit. So yeah, they've worked with... Oh, so they did an online athlete survey as well. Be interested to see the results of this. But I don't know if they'd have published it. And yeah, again, the hope is, if it's the Olympics, they'll have been working with people that know what the fuck they're talking about. So even if it didn't work very well in the 80s, obviously things have changed an awful lot since then. The hope is that they are doing things better this time. And if it's not working out, and if there's problems, I guess they'll soon find out. And it'll be yet another controversial entry into the Olympics. Wow. So feedback from the athlete consultation revealed that although nuances exist across sex and gender, region, and athlete status, there was a strong consensus that fairness and safety in the female category required clear, science-based eligibility rules, and that protecting the female category is a common priority. Hogwarts Legacy was fun. I wouldn't know, I didn't play it. I considered buying it just to spite the fucking TRA types because it was pissing me off. And I definitely pissed off some of my friends over my views of the Hogwarts Legacy boycott. But that's a whole nother thing. And we'll watch that video in a sec. And yeah, the thing is, if the consensus among female athletes is that they want it to be female sports, is it really fair to say, well, we think these males should go in with you anyway? Is it really fair to do that? If a lot of women are not really consenting to competing against people they feel will have an advantage, where it's quite clear that they are actually just male and could just be competing with men. I know, man. I know. I don't see what that outrage is meant to be here. We got Fiona McKenna. I know what that person thinks. Seen in sports. Yep, definitely. President Coventry had done what evidence-based policy demands as Castor Semenya. This policy would not exist. Okay, so a person that has a DSD that was negatively affected thinks that this is bad. I'm super surprised by that. Stonewall. Wait, hang on. Who is Alan Williams? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I don't know what that means. We can do that through other means. What's a meme? What's a meme that we can use to regulate the participation of transgender athletes? I can't see a suggestion. Stokes further division. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. Because the inclusion of trans women in women's sports has not stoked division. So it's like we've already stoked a shit ton of division by allowing that, and it just looking ridiculous to a lot of people. And shit like Leah Thomas becoming like fucking national news, like international news. That stoked enough division, so we better just keep it at that level of division and never change it in a way that might stoke a different kind of division. That doesn't make sense to say. That doesn't make at all sense to say, but it's Stonewall, you know. You know what they're going to say. There undoubtedly be an unintended ripple effect across community and grassroots sports. What, from the Olympics? Where does the IOC have jurisdiction over community and grassroots sports? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. So just quickly, it's just the end of it here. So we had FIFA following the UK Supreme Court ruling. I mean, the idea of like males playing in female professional football is fucking nuts to me. All you need to do is watch a bunch of videos of national teams of countries like USA and Switzerland getting absolutely fucking creamed by 15-year-old boys, like over and over. In the game, not in a weird way. You just need to see some of those videos to realize that it's not a great idea. And yeah, we've got Iman Khalif, Lin Yuting, Laurel Hubbard. I mean, Laurel Hubbard was like old as fuck, right? In 2020, this person was already like old as fuck by then. Like the men's like weightlifting record compared to the women's is like, it's a huge fucking difference. Meow indeed. Hope you're good. All three medalists in the women's 800 meters, including Winner Semenya, with DSD athletes, intensifying calls for tighter rules. The DSD thing is always going to be difficult. But I mean, if someone is like genetically male, then, you know, it's difficult. But yeah, I don't know, that's about it for that whole thing. Let's see what this video was. We've got national boycott of the Olympics. I mean, this person is like no one, so this isn't like super serious. I just want to get a feel for how trans people are reacting to this. I'm going to guess that this person would heavily disagree with me on this subject, and that's fine. They're allowed to. I think that a boycott of the Olympics is fucking stupid. What ends up happening, we call for these boycotts. It starts getting essentialized to things like, oh, well, if you support the Olympics, if you're going to watch the Olympics, you're a transphobe. Unfriend me on Facebook now if you're going to watch the next Olympics because you're a transphobe and you hate trans people. The same kind of shit that we saw with like the Hogwarts Legacy shit. The same attitudes we saw to anyone that supports anything that fucking J.K. Rowling does. Which is just not realistic. I don't know, man. There's going to be people who still like Harry Potter who are not in fact transphobes. That's just how it is. Oh, you're saying that the fact that Hubbard qualified at all is crazy for their age. Yeah, I'd probably buy that. I don't know too much about their case. But yeah, let's see what this video is.
I am calling for a boycott of the Olympics. The IOC has just banned trans women from the Olympics.
Okay, straight away. This is what I said. These people lie so much, it's unreal. They're not banned from the Olympics. In the article I read, it literally said as much. It's like the whole Supreme Court ruling banning trans people from bathrooms and public life when there's been no guidance since it, and that was like almost a year ago now. It doesn't look like they're going to put any like bans in place for trans women in women's spaces. It's just that women have the right to expect single-sex spaces, but that's always been the case. So yeah, Like once you like get a handle on like the lies that a lot of these DRE types tell, it's very hard to unhear. And it's the same with like gender criticals. It's the same with right wingers, left wingers, whatever. There's so many essentialisms. There's so many things that just get subtly taken out to change the meaning of what's being said. And it's very important that people pick up on this shit, you know?
Completely.
Yeah, this is a lie. You're lying.
Just banned trans women from the Olympics completely.
That's a lie. That's not true. That's just not true.
In order to please the fat toad in the White House. So
I'll take evidence on that anytime that it's got anything to do with Donald Trump. I mean, I guess maybe there's a case to be made there because the next Olympics is in the US. I don't know what would happen if they're doing stuff that goes against what the president is saying. You know, ultimately he is the one running the place. What we probably shouldn't have been doing is like refusing to vote Dem over things like Palestine and making sure that Donald Trump didn't get a second term, but it's far too late for that. So I don't know.
So the important takeaway from this is that CEOs of businesses like the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, are denying reality.
Massive crass generalization based on one person. Wow.
And clear evidence and research on transgender people.
Also not true, especially where it pertains to elite athletics. We just had that new meta study from Brazil that was supposed to completely fucking blow out of the water any notion that trans women aren't women and can fairly compete with women. That didn't do any of that. And absolutely nothing that meta study went over had anything to do with something on the level of the Olympics. It just straight up cannot be applied to it. I'm not really aware. This is the thing. This person must know they're lying because they also know that there are almost no athletes in general, almost no elite athletes, in general, that are trans. Like, there's just almost none of them. Like, the last Olympics, there weren't even any trans athletes at all. There might well not have been any this time, regardless of what happened, you know? So they know that there's almost no elite trans athletes. So how the fuck do we study, like, how trans athletes at an elite level compared to elite female athletes? How do we compare those and study those when there's almost none of the trans category? So we must know that this is not true. This is really just propaganda at this point.
They're actively
What's this new Brazil study? There was a meta study that, according to them.us and other propaganda outlets, Pink News, etc., this blew the single sex sport shit out of the water. So it's talked about here. We've got this ridiculous fucking them.us article. I think it's this one here, this body composition, physical fitness. Plenty of the studies that they covered, because it's a meta study, they didn't do their own research. It was going over a whole bunch of other studies. A lot of these studies that they covered didn't actually test fitness in any way, didn't actually test strength. Some of the ones that did, they studied like sedentary people. Others, it was just like normal people. There were a lot of issues. I went over it a while back on my stream because everyone was hyping it up. It's just not. It's not good. It does show some things in terms of like average strength and like aerobic capacity or whatever the word is. But at the same time, it didn't pertain to any specific sport. So you might find that the strength difference is not great between women and trans women on average. But trans women still might end up outperforming women at different sports because of other things that hormones can't really mitigate, or that aren't really going to be seen from doing like a basic like strength like lifting test or something. Maybe it's just using different parts of the body. So it just really is not what it's cracked up to be. This study, unfortunately.
denying clear evidence and research on transgender people. They're actively denying reality in order to please a fat, unhealthy child predator with dementia.
Listen, I really don't like Trump, but like, come on, bro. Calm down a bit.
Who's probably gonna die.
It's like in case it's not clear what this person's bias is, here's Donald Trump with eel written over him. I mean, I agree. He's fucking disgusting. I don't know how the fuck you people let him have a second term. But yeah, you know.
Soon. So there were 0 female trans athletes in the most recent Winter Olympics.
Okay, what's the harm then?
Trans athletes at the collegiate level are less than 0.002% of.
Okay, so what's the harm in banning them then? You're fucking over a small handful of people. Can they go in the men's? How will they do in the men's? If they won't do well in the men's and they're not eligible for the females, then is sport for them? Is that stuff you should consider as a young person who wants to be an athlete? Should you consider that you're going to fuck over your chances if you transition? I know, man.
Of all professional athletes in the country.
And like, we're talking about collegiate level and shit like that. Well, this doesn't pertain to the Olympics either. This isn't about elite athletes anymore then.
We were almost non-existent, and now we're just banned.
We're not just banned. Trans women are banned from female events. That's what's happened. That is not just banned. That is banned from a specific category. It's like, it's crazy. I can't remember the last time. And I do want to find people that are much more like progressive than me. That are also like, I don't know if honest is the right word, because this person might just be parroting shit that they've heard. They might not even realize. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. But like, it would be good to find people with more progressive like outlooks, who are how do I put this? Who at least will put things in a way that makes sense. Who at least won't just exaggerate it and essentialize it to ban from all sports or something. There must be people out there like this. But I can't remember the last time I came across a left-leaner on trans issues that was honest and didn't do stuff like this. It's always this weird, like, essentialism. It's always this weird, like, you know, warping of the facts to suit a narrative. And, like, no one's paying you to do this propaganda. You got like 29 views on this. You can just tell the truth. If you're this small, you might as well just tell the fucking truth. You're not going to get big lying to people. People are already big lying to people. If people want to watch trans people misrepresenting shit to make things sound worse than they are, they've already got loads of people to choose from. You being yet another person doing the same thing as that is really not gonna do much.
Just denied the freedom to play a sport.
Not true.
As a profession, because rich CEOs would rather cover up the truth and please the fat toad than just be honest.
How are we looping this much already? It's been like less than 90 seconds.
About trans people. There is literally no evidence, science or research to back their claims that trans women who have undergone hormone therapy are stronger than cisgender.
What? What are you fucking talking? How do these people hear themselves speak? Did you check first? Did you look at any fucking research? What is that study? Fuck. This Joanna Harper person. Yeah, is this one. So this is quite a good study because they looked at trans people over 3 years, which is a long time for these kind of studies. Like getting long-term studies like this, well, getting longer-term studies like this is like almost impossible. Very rarely seems to happen. What this found was trans women lose some of their strength through taking HRT, which is very true. But their strength tends to stay above that of cis women even after like 36 months. Like that's what they found in this study. And this Joanna Harper person, you can't write off as like a TERF or something. This person is trans. I know who this person is. I saw her. There was this really good panel in Australia about transport. And they had one scientist who was a female. I can't remember what her name was. And she said some quite sensible stuff. like really appealing to the fact there isn't actually that much data out there. There isn't actually that much evidence either way when it pertains to like strength advantage in sports. Like there just is very little evidence because there's so few trans athletes. This one is a trans woman. She was also on there. She seemed reasonable enough. Like she kind of found little difference in trans women from women in like long distance running, but conceded that, you know, endurance sports and stuff, it's not quite the same as the kind of sport where it's about like explosive power and strength and stuff like that. So yeah, look at like any study about strength regarding like HRT use by trans women. What they always find is the strength reduces but stays above typical levels for women. This is an extremely common thing that these find. That's just like known. So to say something like this, I don't know if this person, because usually these people are obsessed with studies. Usually these people treat studies like gospel. And that's a dangerous thing to do. It's dangerous to completely like forego any kind of scientific study and just write it all off as bullshit. It's also dangerous to read too much into these studies. And far too often, what was I saying? I can't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me, fuck it.
Gender females. The most recent meta-analysis of many...
This is the Brazil one. This is the Brazil, like, dude, we already know. You might get it past your, like, the kind of people that would watch you, unironically. Because they're just going to believe anything you say. I keep telling people, I don't know why this is mind-blowing. If you're like a YouTuber and you have any kind of audience, they are just going to believe almost everything you say. So if what you're saying is not true, you are going to be telling people a bunch of untruths and they are going to believe you uncritically. And the larger your audience is, the more people that will do that. And it doesn't really matter what you're talking about. Like, I could just lie out my ass and there are people watching me that would probably like believe anything I say. I'm not saying it's anyone that's watching now. I'm not saying that's an indictment on any particular people. It's just that tends to be what happens. This seems to be like mind-blowing to some people, but it really is not. And like, hang on, what was
Gender females.
Yeah, this Brazil study just sucks. If you actually know anything about this, you already hear what this person's saying, and you're like, just no. Recent meta study, yeah, it wasn't very good. Or it wasn't very good for the purposes of what you're trying to use it to argue for. Maybe it was a perfectly good study in its own right. But it's not good for the application that is being made here.
The most recent meta-analysis of many research studies on...
And we flash up them, we flash up Advocate, another fucking shit rag. Like, I'll tell you something. I am way more grossed out by media that's like aimed at LGBT people, that lies to all fuck to try and comfort LGBT people. I'm far more grossed out by that than I am by like conservative media that like shits on LGBT people. I think that things like them and things like Pink News and things like Advocate, they're actually like fucking pernicious. They're actually like insidious. They're making like LGBT people dumber and worse informed. Because instead of being like, they're informing people, but they're informing people of things that are not correct. That's only going to make things worse, should I say. That's only going to be detrimental to LGBT people versus telling the truth. And it confirms my suspicion that plenty of people, especially if they're from a marginalized group, and especially if they've had a lot of bad experiences with people, which many trans people have, you might find that you fall into the trap of just wanting to be pandered to and just wanting to be appealed to. Well, that makes you very easy to manipulate. That makes it very easy for someone to put their fucking agenda or worldview onto you and for you to accept it uncritically because it's something nice you're hearing for once, instead of the kind of shit that plenty of trans people do hear all the fucking time. So I don't know, I have a real fucking issue with like them, with Advocate, with Pink News, fuck all those people. And it sucks that these people will use this as a source. Like, you probably just read these articles and took everything as gospel. I read the study, and it just does not say, like, shows trans women have no physical advantage over cis athletes. That is just not true. I've read the study. It does not say that. And it's not often the study's fault. I think one of the authors was like going around doing a propaganda tour. So I think this was possibly an activist run study. But then if they're activists, they already know how trans people and like left-leaners will treat these studies. They already know they don't actually have to say much of anything or find much of anything. As long as there's things that they can find that can be used to support the position that we're going for. That's all that needs to happen. Have I seen the outrage with Pink News because they got rid of most journalists because they want to move away from journalist-led news? Can't say that I have. Did they yeet that Amelia Hansford person? That person is like Delulu. So who's being yeeted? Who's being yeeted? Let's see. You cited these articles as evidence in an academic setting, you'll rightly be laughed at. Yeah. You cite the study. It's about the study, not about what some fuckwit thinks of it. Sophie Perry. Have I seen this person? I bet. They're probably trans. A lot of trans Sophies. Alright, let's transvestigate. What do we think? I mean, somewhat passing, if so. Doesn't mention that they're trans, but they say she, her. I suppose you get woke women that say she, her. This Jamie Wareham guy is pretty fucking cringe from what I remember. Queer AF, oh, that's his outlet. Queer journalists should be writing our news. Yeah, the problem is, what happened there is that you all started writing our news, which, by the way, lots of us aren't queer, so you're actually kind of colonizing. You're actually kind of taking over shit that is not entirely yours. And what we get is fucking propaganda outlets. We don't need propaganda outlets. We need the truth. We need outlets that tell the truth to LGBT people instead of trying to radicalize them into nonsense positions. That's what we need. This is like a fucking psyop. Yeah, I know. I'm sure this person has written plenty of utterly cooked, ridiculous fucking things. Who else is being yeeted? Oh, it doesn't say who else. That's a shame. Hopefully it includes that Amelia Hansford. That person is a fucking rank liar.
On trans athletes showed that trans women are not only physically the same as cisgender women, but they can actually are not only physically the same as cisgender women.
There is no fucking shot that this study anywhere says that trans women are the same physically as cis women. What are you saying?
Showed that many research studies on trans athletes showed that trans women are not only physically the same as cisgender women.
Like, what you need to do here when you're making a claim like this is flash it up on the screen. Otherwise, to anyone with half a brain, this sounds insanely too good to be true.
But they can actually have physical disadvantages to transgender women. But instead of listening,
I think she meant cisgender women, but I don't know.
To experts and acknowledging facts and reality, they are creating their own reality.
How do you know that these authors of this study, these researchers, are even experts? How do you know they're even experts? What are their backgrounds?
Around Donald Trump's delusions. Trump says,
hey guys, hey, did you know? Hang on. Did you know the Orange Man bad? Orange Man bad, guys, everyone. Orange Man bad, okay? Orange Man bad. We got that? Orange Man bad? We're going to hear that about 20 more times in this rather short video, I'm sure.
Little boys are going to school and coming back home as little girls. That's a complete lie. He says,
I'd be willing to bet that this is like trumped up as fuck on the right side or on Trump's side or whatever. Probably is. You do hear about like, you know, schools taking it a bit too far when a kid might have a gender identity or something and parents being left out of the loop. And that's not okay. Like, the parent ultimately is the one responsible for the kid. Unless there's like a very provable risk of like abuse or something. Typically it's not fair to let the parent out. To leave the parent out, should I say.
everyone is having trans surgeries. That's another complete lie. He also said there are only two genders. That is another complete lie.
What's a third gender? I mean, I don't think genders are a thing that exists. I don't think there are genders. I think there's gender, but it really still is like the masculine, the feminine, and the both, or neither, you know. You talk about clothes, you've got masculine, you've got feminine, you've got unisex. Like, what else is there?
Republicans have been accusing trans people of being predators when Republicans are actively covering up the world's most dangerous predators. This is a projection, and it is not new. Republicans have created these conspiracies since 60s and 70s. They're recycling garbage conspiracy theories in hopes America will keep falling for the same lies. America is glorifying Trump's delusions, playing into them and entertaining him by playing along with his denial of reality. And it goes beyond trans rights. He's denying reality about wars, about genocide, even about basic things in America like prices.
Oh, this person definitely thinks there's a trans genocide, by the way.
We go to get gas or groceries and we physically see everything is more expensive, and yet the Trump regime completely denies it and further publicly lies.
Apparently eggs are cheap these days. Isn't that literally why people voted him? Because of the price of eggs?
That prices are actually going down when the evidence is right in front of us. A recent Fox News poll showed that even Fox News viewers agree with the Democratic stances on trans rights.
I bet this doesn't extend to trans sports. I bet you trans women in women's sport, and I bet trans kids aren't the kind of things that they're talking about. They probably think that trans people should still be treated as dignified and respected members of communities and shit. Probably the average person thinks if a trans person wants to get their fucking dick inverted, then knock themselves out, because it's all about like freedom and stuff there, you know what I mean? I bet it's got nothing to do with the Olympics or sport in general.
So this is literally against the will of the American people.
Not necessarily. Like, does this, how do we hear ourselves say stuff like this, man? I can never tell if these people are just kind of dumb and just believing everything they read on Pink News and Queer AF and fucking Erin in the Morning and stuff. And how much they know that it's not true, but they say it because they think it'll help their cause or something. I can never tell. Like, you can't just say because people tend to be pro transgender issues, that means that extends to trans women in women's sports.
Rights. So this is literally against the will.
Like, what this will be, before I look at it, my guess is that they see that the Republicans, seem like OTT on trans stuff. They're like focusing too much on it, and that we don't need to like literally like put these people in the ground in all ways we can. You know, that's probably more what people are seeing. So do we get more specific, or is it just general? So who would do a better job on transgender issues? So far, extremely broad. This is breakdown of demographics, but still on the same broad metric. There is nothing that specifies which transgender issues in this article. There's nothing. It's just the broad. Who do you prefer generally to deal with trans issues? That doesn't mean that any of these people responding think that trans women should compete in women's sports. It means that they think the Democrats would overall do a better job of overall trans issues than the Republicans. So there's a heck of a leap of logic being made to make this point make sense. And it just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know, what's the polling like at the moment? I'm sure I looked this up recently in the UK and it was not favorable. I put like opinion poll. Why is it not coming up with like opinion poll? These, hey man, I don't know. Google sucks. Gallup News. As of 2025. What is this? How many people agree? Yeah, 69%. So more than 2/3. And this was like last year. And on this, it says only 24%. So like, where only 41% of Democrats are saying trans women should play in teams that are male, that doesn't mean that everyone else said yes. That doesn't mean that everyone else said no. They should be allowed on women's teams. There's probably plenty of people that either answered, I don't know, or I don't care, or I have no opinion, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a great source for this, but my understanding is these issues still poll terribly. We really shouldn't be focusing on this shit right now. We should be focusing on shit that matters. And then people, whenever you talk about this kind of shit, you get people being like, oh, well, if you allow them to stop trans women in women's sports, then they'll come for this, that, or the other next. They don't need to do that. They don't need to do things in a specific order. If they want to get rid of like trans healthcare altogether, then they might just do that. They don't need trans women to be in women's sports to defend against that. And it doesn't make sense to say. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, they'll come for gay people now if we allow this. They can come for gay people anyway if they want, you know? The whole point of the government is that they're the ones in charge. Anyway.
Of the American people. It's just another example of this regime violating human rights, violating the Constitution of our own nation, violating American voters and their wishes, and violating our
None of this makes any sense to say based on your source.
Intelligence by claiming we should ignore facts, experts, and research. I am someone who values the truth. America is fucking sick of all of these lies, and we are not stupid.
Alright, I'm bored. This was like 2 minutes about sport, if that. Maybe a little over. And now it's just Trump bad. I mean, I agree. I don't like Trump. What do you want me to say? Yeah, wow. I guess we got the average TRA opinion. At least you look good, at least you pass, at least your voice isn't like the worst thing ever. Congratulations for that. I really think if you're able to actually resemble a woman and be referred to as a woman, just get on with your fucking life. Don't do this. Don't stoop to this level. of lying on the internet to try and justify something that people just don't want and doesn't seem to be fair. And if you're going to read Pink News, at least look up the sources, at least see where they're getting things from. Ideally, don't read Pink News or them.us or Advocate. Ideally, just find the actual studies. Just find where all this data is. Go to the source and make your own mind up from that. You shouldn't need someone to editorialize. But anyway, that's about it for that. Wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. How are we doing? Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget, you can super chat via YouTube or Streamlabs. There is a link at the bottom of chat. I passed more. Oh, thank you. I don't know how. I think they look fine. I think she looks fine. If I looked like that, I'd be okay with it. I think the lying on the internet and being dishonest is making them look worse, to be honest. But yeah, whatever. Make sure you like the stream, etc. You can super chat, YouTube, Streamlabs, the links at the bottom. Yeah, the neck tattoo is a bit shit, to be honest. I can't talk, I have a neck tattoo, it's on the back of my neck. I really hate the ones that are like here. I think that just looks fucking gash, to be honest. I have one on the back of my neck, but I'm not showing it. Yeah, you can join the channel. You can gift memberships throughout chat randomly. If you would like to support me further, you can give a super sticker, which I'll describe to you. Super chat, you can TTS. You can have your message read out to all of chat. You can be important or something. Check the links in my description. I have Discord. I have music that I made. I have a Patreon with a bonus video that has been nuked off the fucking internet for the time being. Which I guess kind of brings me quite nicely to the next subject. So, hang on. What is this doing?
On the 24th of March.
Okay. Right, okay. So, the other day, we watched this video here. It wasn't called Alexis Blake Doesn't Want You Seeing This. It was called like the British Blair White or something. I'll be honest, I didn't think this was a very good video. There were plenty of points where I think that this person, whose name is Matriarchetype, that's a long name. I might have to shorten that. This person here, they didn't seem, or she didn't seem like she was always understanding what Alexis's points were with things. They were often very like, kind of caveated, like, bets hedging kind of statements from Alexis that were taken as like the worst version of themselves. Sometimes we kind of went off on one based on I'm not sure what. We were trying to paint Alexis as a bit more than she really was, to be honest. It was very much a case of stop trying to make Alexis Blake seem cooler than she is. And so for the most part, like I watched about 45 minutes of this video. I didn't really enjoy any of it. It wasn't for me. I don't think this person was being very charitable or particularly fair. However, I think that this person entirely has the right to criticize Alexis Blake if she wants to. I think that's absolutely fine. It should go without saying that whether I agree with someone or not, their free speech still matters. And this person's free speech matters. So the reason that this is called this now, I assumed it was just posturing. Like, people change names on videos all the time. I'll undo this. It makes me look biased. Ignore that. The reason it's called this now is because apparently Alexis Blake copyright struck this video. So there's a setting you can use. It can either be taken down straight away, or it can be taken down in 7 days. And presumably Alexis Blake chose the 7 days option. So this video is going to be gone in probably, I don't know, about 5-6 days. It'll be off YouTube. Unless Alexis changes her mind. When this happens, all you can do is take down the video, which I can't remember if that avoids the strike or not, because the ones I'm dealing with currently are done differently. All you can do is either take it down or directly reach out to the person. So this person will now have an email address for Alexis. And that you can contact them personally and see if you can sway them. You know what I mean? That's all you can really do. Once it has been taken down, you have a strike on your channel. And if you get 3 strikes, then your channel is going to be taken down. That almost happened to me with the shit that I'm dealing with, but I'll get onto that. So yeah, once the strike is applied, at that point this person will be able to contest it and give reasons as to why what is being done is wrong. Most likely, the worst that will happen is this person will have to give out her address or an address to be contacted at. Because if you appeal a copyright strike, the person who made the strike then has to take you to court. Like, they have to initiate legal proceedings. I'm not going to jump to too many conclusions on the nature of it because it really depends. We're going to see what this video is. I feel like 20 minutes is very long for what this would be. However, we'll go through this and see what the actual situation is, see what Alexis's kind of terms are and what the strike consisted of, like what she specifically claimed. And I guess we'll be able to go from there. And like, this kind of thing really annoys me, no matter which direction it's at. Because I got 3 strikes recently for criticizing a bunch of far-right YouTubers. I got 4 different copyright strikes from 4 different creators who are all far-right, who are all, you know, oh, we aren't allowed to say this, that, and the other. Our free speech gets fucking oppressed, but then they'll happily do that to others. I don't think that's fair to do. All of it is bullshit. Like, my stuff is going to be coming back up any day now because none of them have initiated legal proceedings. Because they're all fucking idiots and they just want to silence someone who criticized them. My video clearly showed that my breaks don't work and that it's only Hugo assaulting people, aggressing on people, being like extremely physically aggressive. And they don't like that. They don't like someone pointing at it and saying, actually, I think this is what happens, not what they're saying happened. They don't like that, so they fucking silence me. And my stuff will be back up. I will do my own like video about that. I will talk about that in probably it won't be too long because my videos are due to come back up anytime soon. We'll see what this video is. So Alexis Blake's copyright strike against me. Let's see what the details are here. Like the stream. Fuck me, dude. Like the stream, like and subscribe, etc. Love you all. Let's see.
On the 24th of March, I released a deep dive video about Alexis Blake's content and how I believe it to be dangerous. Now, at this point, I may have changed the title and the thumbnail to reflect
this.
this.
See what I mean? Like, we think Alexis Blake's content is dangerous. Like, you know, it's really quite cooked. But you should be allowed to say that.
But this is what it looked like at the point of uploading. Her original centrist takes actually are just right-wing talking points.
Oh, and by the way, so at least one person in my Discord was saying that this is all fair to do because this person is like slandering Alexis or whatever. You could say that something like this is slanderous. If that's the case, it's not a copyright issue. The copyright system is for copyright issues. So if she is using the copyright system for anything other than copyright, i.e. she sincerely believes that this video somehow is theft of her content, which it just blatantly isn't. This is fair use. This person is spending much more time talking than Alexis is. The clips were obviously used to respond to and to criticize, you know, in a, I guess, journalistic, quasi-journalistic sense. This is fair dealing in the UK. It's fair use in America. Like, unquestionably. I have no idea what legitimate copyright claim Alexis would have. But yeah, if you see this as like slander or whatever, that's fine. This is not how you deal with like slander, like at all.
Point of uploading. Her original centrist takes actually are just right-wing talking points if you scratch a little bit beneath the surface.
Yeah, this is nonsense, to be clear. We did not show this, not in what I saw anyway.
Well, within 24 hours of releasing that video, she did the unthinkable thing in the YouTube ecosystem. She hit my video and channel with a...
You know what's sad? This isn't unthinkable anymore. This is getting like predictable now. Not just with one side of the aisle, but both of them. I've had it worse from the right, personally. And I never want to hear again from anyone on the right suggesting that the left are uniquely bad for, like, free speech. I've experienced the exact opposite. Not that the left are particularly good, but apparently just no one is. Alexis and my communication has been nothing but a sweetheart. I'm not up to date on this scandal. That's fair enough. Listen, people are going to be nice to your face. It very much sounds like she is abusing the copyright system against this person. And I say that as someone that vehemently disagrees with what I saw of this person's video.
Did the unthinkable thing in the YouTube ecosystem. She
Okay. Okay, all we can tell from this is that that Alexis chose the 7-day option, and it came from Alexis's own channel. I don't know if it's coming from her or her boyfriend specifically, but that's her channel, not her boyfriend's. I mean, it has to be because it's your content. You can't claim content from another channel. That wouldn't make any sense to do.
hit my video and channel with a copyright strike. Not just a
Yeah, like he if he's behind it, it's more that he's convinced her to. And he did leave comments on this video. Oh, that's Alexis Blake herself. Where is it? Did you delete his comments? Where's Liam? Where's Liam? I want Liam. Where's Liam Blake? Can't see him. Can't see him. It'll be somewhere else. And the worst thing is, this is like Streisand effect. Oh, here we go. This is like Streisand effect shit. Like, what you might just do is like draw attention to this video by striking it, because people just don't like this shit. This is just terrible etiquette. And all you're going to do is piss people off. Yeah, so Liam left a video. Stumbled upon in that episode of our podcast. I can't remember if she even claimed that. She might have just shown something on screen whilst saying stumbled upon. Handling editing, channel comments. He is behind the claim. He might be. He might be. I don't know enough to say, but it is obviously possible. And if he's doing that, it ultimately doesn't matter. It's still her channel. So unless he is like very... Oh no, they're not deleted, they're right here. They just weren't showing up in top comments. But no, this person doesn't seem to have deleted anything. Yeah, so he might have convinced her to... It's still her channel. It's still ultimately her that is going to look bad. People aren't going to see it as, well, maybe there's more to the story. It's just, well, it's Alexis Blake's channel. She did it, you know. So he's not doing her any favors if that's what he did. I don't know. But I mean, it's not like this is a particularly crazy encounter. I think this person talks a fair amount of nonsense. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't really tell me anything. Anyway.
the copyright claim, not just asking for monetization of those certain sections that used her content. She gave the entire video.
Okay. Removal in 6 days. Ending strike on channel due to a scheduled removal. Still not seeing much.
A strike. Now 3 strikes on a channel and your whole entire channel is removed. The video itself.
Well, I don't know if it is straight away removed. In my case, I got 3 strikes recently because of all the issues around the the Hannah Spencer thing that I did a video on. I have a gorgeous day. Oh, I mean, I don't know. They're those kind of people. I don't know. Yeah, like my copyright strikes, when I got 3 in a row, it gave me 7 days. And so my recourse was, well, I'm just going to contest all of them. And these idiots that I'm dealing with are not going to take legal action on me, so it's not going to go anywhere. So that was fine. I don't know if you just get your channel immediately nuked. If you get 3 strikes, you probably would get a chance to do something about it.
Itself is also going to be removed in 7 days, and there's nothing I can do to stop it because YouTube has a kind of semi-AI based system. So
there's nothing you can do to stop it, but you can get it put back up if you contest it and if she doesn't take legal action. That is something you can do. So it's annoying, and you have to give your address and contact details and stuff, and it's perfectly fair if this person wouldn't want to give that kind of information up and just eat the strike instead and just deal with it. It's not a good situation to put someone in either way, for sure.
The only thing I can do is ask her to retract the copyright strike, which I have done so, and I've been ignored. But more on that later. I received no DM asking me to take any action. I received no email in advance.
Yeah, this is a thing. If someone says stuff about you that you don't like, why wouldn't you just, like, try and talk to them or something? If you're bothered by someone's comments about you, then, like, reach out to them. Why go straight for, like, copyright? I mean, I guess strictly she got these comments from Liam, so maybe what she's saying isn't entirely true. But at the same time, it's not like any of this mentions any kind of, like, copyright issue. It's very clear. If Liam has anything to do with this strike, it's not copyright that he is concerned with. He's concerned with, like, the portrayal and stuff. He feels that Alexis was misrepresented. So I don't know if he did this whole thing, didn't get a response after this, and decided, well, this person, I'm not getting through to this person, I'll take things to another level. But I mean, honestly, this is, like, terrible in terms of, like, evidence against Liam and Alexis. Like, that's like, that's terrible fucking optics, because it's very clear they don't care about the copyright thing, or Liam doesn't, you know. I mean, she left a comment here as well. I'm gonna guess. Ooh. I don't know. I can't see half the comments. Got Soul Bunny here. Soul Bunny is fucking insane, by the way.
The copyright strike without any prior notice. There was no attempt to communicate with me directly. The only thing we did see was a few comments from her.
Okay, fair enough. So we are being honest, fair enough. And the comments were nothing to do with copyright.
In my comment section, but we'll get to that later in this video. To request a retraction, I asked Alexis Blake, with the email provided from the copyright strike, personally, if she would retract the copyright strike, because the clips I use of her content very much fall within fair use, or in the UK, we...
True, correct, absolutely, unequivocally. I really want to see, I don't know if we'll see more details, but what some of these people that abuse the copyright system do is they claim the whole video. That's what, like, I think two of the people that copyright struck me recently, and I think Heather Herbert did the same thing back when I dealt with some copyright bullshit from her. They just claim the whole video. And there's a very easy counter to when they do that, which is, well, let's say that Alexis claimed this entire video. Like, the whole thing is infringing on my copyright. How is this right here Alexis's copyright?
There's a creator who has popped up on my feed from time to time, and I've noticed a couple of odd takes.
This is this person's original content. It's just unconscionable. It makes no fucking sense. And I do believe this person entirely that they received a copyright strike, because everything they are, I mean, they showed the fucking screenshots for one thing, but I've dealt with this same shit. This is what she's saying matches up, you know?
We call it fair dealings. And I quote, "Fair dealings, criticism or review. Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988, Section 30, Paragraph 1 states that fair dealing exception is valid if the material is being copied for criticism or review." Trust me, I had a lot to criticize. Bear in mind, at the point of filming now, the video is nowhere near 3,000 views. That's the level of video that she deems worthy of
Yeah, unforced error. You think that's bad? Do you know how many views the two different versions of my Hannah Spencer video got each? Like 300. These fucking far-right lunatics that struck me down were so desperate to not be criticized on the internet that they fucking struck down twice a fucking 300 view video. And now it's only available on Patreon. By the way, if you want to see the video, it's on my Patreon, and it's free for anyone to watch. This isn't paywalled. You can just watch this. You can just go on my Patreon and watch this video right now. Here's this ugly fuck named Jermaine who copyright struck the first version of my video. So I did another one where I completely edited him out, other than a few audio clips and like all kinds of things all over the screen so that his content isn't really being used. Someone else just struck it down straight away. And it's going to happen again probably once it goes back up, because these people are disgusting. The hope is that YouTube at some point will notice that I'm actually just being like fucking attacked by these people. But that remains to be seen. And I'm going to end up making a video about this experience and how fucking hypocritical some of these fucking people are. Because you guarantee all of these people that I made this video about, all of these YouTubers, they all fucking bleat about their fucking free speech, but they won't afford free speech to others. And so I have a real fucking bee in my bonnet. I didn't like this person's video. I thought this video sucked. But they have the right to make this video. Sorry about it.
Striking from the internet. So there's nothing I can do. Even in YouTube's take action section, the only option available to me is to remove the video earlier than the 7 days it's given me. There's no even space for me to dispute this. She has...
No, there will be. So this must be this person's first rodeo when it comes to copyright strikes. Once it's taken down, then you can dispute it. That's how it works, unfortunately. And I'm sure there's some like legal reason behind that. YouTube actually does not get directly involved in like copyright disputes. They facilitate someone who wants to claim something, and they facilitate someone's ability to dispute that claim. And then if all of those steps are followed by each side, the next step is the person making the claim has to get legal. So if this person wants to chance Alexis Blake taking her to court for this video, which, I mean, you know, any sane person would find this person to fall under fair dealing. You know, they can do it that way. But until it's taken down, that's the only option you have, unfortunately.
Has just done the most powerful nuclear option that is available to her. So this is the so-called centralist that is happy to hear all sides of the argument that...
Oh, and this person thinks centrism is centralism. Yeah. Just get used to that one, I guess.
Thinks that disagreeing is okay and we should have a conversation and people can learn from their mistakes and grow. This is what she's really like. Silencing other trans people in the community, preventing any criticism of hers to be on the internet, and not even opening a discussion with me about further action that could be taken.
I mean, it's a strong take, but it's like, how are you supposed to disagree with that on the face of it, you know?
She's just silencing other trans women.
It's funny because in the Cosmo Fluff piece, they'll cry about freedom, bodily anatomy, autonomy, etc. Yeah, Jesus.
And even though it's still up, the fact that it has a copyright strike against it has meant that it's completely tanked in the algorithm, so she has already won. If you can...
Well, it's tanked in the algorithm, but like I said, people don't take too kindly. Certainly, I'm happy to signal boost shit like that, even if I don't know if this person would ever come to bat for me for the same reason, but to me, it's about like what is right and true. And this is not either of those things. So I don't know. I mean, you probably don't want me directing people towards this video because it's going to be people that disagree with you. But at the same time, I think people should understand, the context of this original video. So this person did like a overly long, not very well scripted, not very well conceived hit piece on Alexis Blake, saying that she's like actually pushing like far right talking points and saying that she's like the British Blair White and stuff. What I watched of this video, which was like 40-ish minutes, I watched some of this massive section here. I skipped forward because it was getting boring. I did not finish the whole thing. I thought the criticisms were weak. Sometimes I wondered if this person really understood what was truly being said. However, none of this... Yeah, this person might well make a hit piece on me with the same thing, absolutely. But I care about what's real and true, so... If they want to make a hit piece on me saying that I'm dishonest and I don't give a fuck about the truth, then they cannot do so. So, whatever. South Al, because now more people watch it because it's controversial. Yeah. Exactly. I think I was saying that in about 1 million words instead of like 10. But yeah, it was a hit piece. It was a criticism, but this is fair use.
And I implore you to go and still watch it. If it's still available at the point that you're watching this video, go and watch it for free. If not, it will still be available on my Patreon, where I don't think she can strike me there, at least. So for a small fee, you can watch the whole video there.
Problem is, the arguments are just lacking in their place of name calling. Yeah. The whole right-wing talking points thing was really stupid. I don't get the idea that we should criticize something by just slapping a label on it, you know? Yeah, it makes it look like it might be true because it hit a nerve. That is very true. And I get that Alexis probably has quite a lot of like wokeoid like queers that call her far right and call her Blair. It's probably fucking annoying. I can fucking understand that for sure. But we're still ultimately talking about a copyright thing. And she is risking like the Streisand effect taking root, you know what I mean?
Honestly, this makes it more apparent that she doesn't want people to see what I said about her, and she has no way of...
That's the crazy thing. Anyone that supports Alexis Blake is going to watch this and think it's fucking cooked and think this person is like a moron or something. Like, there are people on YouTube who have like sexually assaulted people or been outed as like consuming like forms of child porn who still have audiences. Does Alexis seriously think that the existence of this person's video that got a few thousand views is going to challenge her internet fucking career? What's more likely to challenge your internet career is you doing shit like this, quite frankly.
Physically reacting accordingly, so I implore you to go and watch it. More than I would have before. Now, I really can't overstate the hypocrisy in all of this. Even in the video essay itself, I've specifically used clips where she says, I'm happy to have a discussion, things are, you know, more nuanced than anything. She's very capable of sitting in dialogue and discussing further action. So why wasn't she capable of having a discussion with me about some of the points at least? Or even asking me to change certain things or reword certain things, which...
I agree with that. Or just have a fucking conversation. Just have a fucking conversation. It's not hard. You see someone saying stuff you don't like, and you reach out like, hey man, you said some stuff that is kind of weird. Like, do you want to talk? Like, it's not hard. It's not difficult. You never copyright strike people for this shit, man. It's just not the dumb thing. And how long has Alexis been a fucking YouTuber for? I feel like I shouldn't be the one that like knows this. I've been on YouTube in this form for like less than 2 years. When did Alexis start? Okay, not that much longer than me. A decent amount longer than me, actually. It's quite a lot 2 years ago. A good year longer than me. This person should know better, okay? This person should know better. Sorry about it.
We'll get to, because that also did happen. No, she...
Is it filmed in Japan or a 1950s refurbished brothel? No, it's filmed in a trans person's house. Which means that it probably looks like both of those combined. That's just what we do, I think.
She's just decided to strike the entire thing, and the level of hypocrisy to the...
Yeah, I do wonder, did she actually strike the entire thing? That's like the ultimate morons copyright strike, is to just strike the whole thing. When like a good 2/3 of it very clearly belongs to this person.
Persona she puts out there to the action she's doing behind the scenes is wild, in my opinion. Now, I also want to talk about the double standard, because I'm not the first person to react to Alexis Blake, obviously. Let's talk about Marcus Dibb and Blair White. They both used...
I was like actually very nervous for a second there. No, this is true. This is true. If it's copyright you're worried about, why do you only care about reactions when it's negative? I ask the same thing to fucking idiots like MKR and My Breaks Don't Work, who I have reacted to previously and been a bit more favorable to, because of the kind of specific thing that I saw and not really knowing much about them at the time. They never had a problem with it, and they knew that I'd reacted because they watched some of my fucking streams and commented on the odd thing. So they knew I was doing it and it wasn't a problem then. It became a problem when I started criticizing them. It is hypocrisy. Ultimately, if it's copyright, then you don't want people using your content. That's just how it is. Like, actually, no, it's even worse than that, because Marcus Dibb was like really scathing towards fucking Alexis. I covered all this. I watched all these. I remember this.
Her content and did a reaction about her. They're obviously way more right-leaning, so they are on the other side of things. I'm critiquing from the left. They are on the right. And as I added in my video essay, she very much reacted to their reactions. And I want to know personally, did she do the same copyright strike for their use of her content? Or...
Nope. Didn't do that to me either. I'm not going to be surprised if she ends up doing it to me, because I even asked her in her comments if she copyright struck someone. Like she posted this like around the same time she did the copyright strike about like fucking Lily Tino. I don't know, man. This is karma. This is what happens whenever I dare to compliment someone and say, you know what, I don't think this person's content is too bad, even if I'm not really a fan of it. Even if she says a bunch of stuff, because bear in mind, the clips in this, the clips of Alexis, there's plenty of shit that Alexis says that I also disagree with. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up getting in trouble too.
Or is it just me? And if so, I wonder why that could be. Not to mention the fact that Alexis Blake is predominantly at this stage a reaction channel. Almost every video on her...
Yep, also true. If you're a reactor, how are you going to complain about other people reacting to you?
channel is her reacting.
Guess if she had reported Marcus's videos, fans would have gone after her. Yeah, very true. I mean, the other thing is, Alexis and Marcus are going to have, like, overlap. They're going to have, like, fans in common and stuff, or viewers in common. I hate the word fans. Someone like this, I don't think anyone watching this person is watching Alexis, you know?
Via her phone or some form of other device to content that she uses in her videos. So for her to copyright strike me for using her videos is a level of caucasity, audacity, hypocrisy that I just...
Mate, you're white too, okay? Calm down. I know you wish you were black, you're not, sorry.
actually can't digest. Like, I'm gobsmacked at this.
Yeah, it's quite possible because this person's smaller. It's easier to crush, like, small channels. And when you complain about it, a lot of the time nothing happens. Nothing has really come. Like, I haven't had any kind of real outpouring of support or anything. I think I got a few more donos, which I really appreciate. But I never really got much of, like, an extension of, like, support. Because I was fucked with in this way. And what I experienced was actually way worse. But it just is what it is. When you're a small channel, it's like, just no one cares. And that sucks, you know?
Amount of creators that she has reacted to without, say, in my opinion, very lukewarm, not really much to add takes, they could easily all send her the same strike, and 3 of those would mean her channel is gone. So for her...
It would mean her channel is gone in 7 days, and if she appeals those strikes, then that won't happen anymore. Hence why I'm still allowed to stream, despite having, like, 4 fucking copyright strikes right now. Hey.
To strike me is such an admission of her lack of ability to actually meet any of my critiques in a discussion. And
God, that's the worst part. Most of this person's critiques fucking sucked. How are you going to strike something down when this person's, like, wrong most of the time? It's just wild. This could be the most unforced fucking error that I've ever seen. Sam Collins, yeah. Yeah, it's probably not like a right-left thing. It's probably not a partisan thing. It's probably... Alexis was offended at some shit that this person said. This person is small enough that you might be able to just fucking crush them. Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
Instead is doing the only thing she can to silence me. The double standard is so real, I cannot even begin to explain. Not only... Wait, there's more. Not only that, when she sent the copyright strike, it had a small amount of time that YouTube had probably found, like, a clip of hers. Obviously, they're throughout, but they're all in fair use and fair dealings, and YouTube does it automatically. Copyright strike, it had a small... Not only that, when she sent the copyright strike, it had a small amount of time.
Oh, so Alexis didn't claim the whole video. This is actually the best way of doing it, as far as I know. If someone claims your entire video, you can just come back straight away saying, they've claimed the entire video. Most of it is my own content. If you watch it, you can see they're claiming stuff that doesn't belong to them. So this is actually the preferable way of doing it. And when they do it this way, they probably just find one random instance. For example, when Jarmaine struck this original video, I think the clip was around here-ish. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was this clip, because I play him for a bit of a more extended length of time, talking utter shit.
Actually, what we saw here, it was basically journalists who post content on YouTube.
This person makes me sick, disgusting, fucking fascist loser. Yeah, I said it, fuck you. Anyway.
That YouTube had probably found, like, a clip of hers. Obviously, they're throughout, but they're all in fair use and fair dealings, and
like the YouTube clip it found, it might be something to do with, like, how Content ID works. Because there's a section on YouTube Studio where it matches other people's content to yours. As in, like, hey, this person has used your content, you know, if you want to strike them wherever you can. If you think that they're, like, stealing your shit, which, you know, clearly not the case here.
YouTube does it automatically. I can't even, oh my God. The actual timestamps that the copyright strike claims are her content were 2 minutes 32 to 3 minutes 29. Now, if you still can, I implore you to go and watch it or watch the Patreon version. That exact timestamp is when she is sitting silently watching a Blair White clip. And
Fuck me, dude.
if you still can, I implore you 2 minutes 30 Patreon version to 3 minutes 29.
2:32. I know why I'm checking. I do believe everything this person's saying so far because I have a lot of experience here.
Trans activist who made a TikTok about
Oh my god, Alexis, what the fuck are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What is fucking happening here? Oh, it's painful. This is what I get for fucking vaguely complimenting someone. This is what I get for saying that someone is like not the worst fucking thing in the world. They just go and do something like this straight away. Oh my god, bro. This is like fucking insane.
Now, if you still can, I implore you to go and watch it. Sitting silently watching a Blair White clip. And Blair White is reacting to Rosa Montoya, another trans creator. Alexis,
who was accused of essaying trans men, just so we know. You probably should have mentioned that in your video, but hey, it's fine.
Blake doesn't say a word in that timestamp, which just shows you how good...
That is fucking insane, though. Like, that is literally what she's, like, claiming this person for.
Good YouTube is at actually working out who's using what clip.
Well, listen. This isn't quite fair to how YouTube does it, because they're matching it to this content. So it's fair for YouTube to see this being used, even though it's someone else talking, and say, hey, this looks like your content. There's at least a few videos that I reacted to where it's telling me, hey, we think this person used your content. And I'm like, no, it's the other way around, actually. But even so, like, it is preposterous, you know?
So for her to have the cognitive dissonance of reacting to a clip that is reacting to another clip and think it's okay for her when I use that clip to strike my channel.
Listen, when you make a hit piece with someone, or of someone, you are kind of trying to start shit. That's fair enough to say. This person probably uploaded this wanting people to see the video and talk about it, and potentially even want fucking Alexis to see it and talk about it and get some exposure off of it. It's YouTube. That's just the game, you know? That's just the game. I can't say that I'm any different.
Channel with a copyright strike is a level of audacity and hypocrisy. I just can't. Give me some more words for this. Like, make it make sense.
The kind of words that I would use for this, you wouldn't want to use on your channel because it would drive all your viewers away.
Alexis, for her to
listen,
think
this is the thing. This is another thing. All this like giggling and stuff. It was really annoying in this video. Because it was like this like sense of unearned smugness. But it's like, well, I mean, this person's right. They kind of earned this one, you know? They kind of have a right to kind of act like this on this occasion.
it's acceptable to do a copyright strike, 3 of which would remove my entire channel, when she's reacting to someone reacting to someone. In the clip itself that was stamped is like, wow, okay. This is interesting. This is interesting. We'll call it that. Interesting. Also, we also just have to talk about the sizes of our channels. My channel subscriber count is not even at 10,000 and hers is just under 100,000.
Right, I'm just checking something. Oh, there's a fucking gap at the bottom. It's been there the whole time. Okay, it's fine. It looks better now. There we go. There was a gap at the bottom the whole time. The court ruling fiasco. Oh yeah. I mean, I kind of understood how she felt. But the thing is, like, what people present on the internet can always be a front, and it's hard to tell. But then when they do like blatantly dishonest shit like this, it just kind of like, yeah, maybe they are kind of acting it up a bit. I don't know.
There are 10 times more subscribers to her channel and she gets frequently more views than I do, of course. For her to punch down in this way and not be able to handle a video with 3,000 views that has some criticism of her, and yet still have an entire channel based off reacting to other people's content is so hypocritical that, again, I can't even make it make sense. Someone please. Now, let's talk about the comments section, because as much as I say she didn't say anything to me, she did leave one of the most passive-aggressive comments I've ever seen in my life. Both her and her husband, within 24 hours of the video, sent a single heart emoji into my comments. It was just kind of like a little tap. I was like, hey, we're here, we see you, boo. I was like, okay, well, I was actually honestly expecting a heart and then a kind of some form of a response after she'd clearly watched it, bringing some critiques in, and then maybe we'll have a discussion from there. Maybe that would be it. Maybe she'd react to it on her channel, and that was it. Like, I thought she was adult enough to actually listen to some critiques about her. Apparently not. Now, someone that did take the time to form a somewhat adult response was her husband, Liam, which I will put on here. Should I read it out, actually? Let's read it out. That's a good point. It will be removed by the end of the month, so... Okay, we're going to read through. So, Liam Blake originally said, "To begin with, your claim that you stumbled upon that episode of our podcast is implausible, given that the video in question was delisted over a year ago. Equally interesting in your decision to omit the subsequent videos in which we directly addressed the issue and revised our position on JK. Furthermore, you neglected to include multiple instances in which Alexis also explicitly acknowledges her mistakes and affirms her belief that JK Rowling's views are in fact transphobic. Alexis has never presented herself as infallible or perfect. She has consistently taken accountability for errors, tone deafness, or generally any..."
This is accountability, is it? This is accountability. Like, come on, man. That's the worst thing as well. If it is him that's more behind it than her, he's still using her as a shield, you know?
"Any content that did not land well. You come across very intelligent, and I actually find your content quite engaging. Thanks, Liam. That being said, rather than engaging with her in..."
He's actually being a lot nicer than I was. That's the crazy part. Like, I was not anywhere near this kind. But then I'm not trying to, like, appeal to anything. Like, he maybe thinks that if he kind of butters this person up, they might take what he's saying a bit more seriously. I don't know. I don't really feel that need to do that kind of thing.
"Good faith. Rather..."
Like, do I really want to go to someone and be like, you seem like an intelligent person, why are you mean to me? Like, no. Especially not now.
Than engaging with her in good faith, maybe a conversation or interview to explore these matters more thoroughly, you instead chose to characterize my wife as dangerous, a description that is, at the very least, is disingenuous or at worst extremely defamatory. I mean,
well, she said it was the content. It's still disingenuous. It's a really stupid thing to say, but hey, I don't know, man. People say stupid shit about you, then copyright striking them is like the dumbest thing you can do.
An opinion can't be defamatory, but we'll come back to that. It's a shame because that open conversation between you both would have made a great watch. Have a gorgeous day." Okay, so an actual adult response. Well done, Liam, for at least doing that.
Yeah, is a conversation not still possible? That open conversation with you both would have made a great watch. Why not suggest that then? Why wouldn't Alexis, like, suggest this happen? Like, typically, if you're like a content creator criticizing another content creator, you typically just make the criticism as a video. You don't typically reach out to someone and have a conversation with them first. That's an extremely rare thing to do. Like, why not just have the conversation on the back of this? Now you got something to talk about. Okay, you said this about me. I don't think this is true. That kind of shit, you know? Didn't watch a video of the panic button criticizing her before. To be fair, is that because the panic button is unwatchable? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Gorgeous day. Okay, so an actual adult response. Well done, Liam, for at least doing that. It's a shame your wife wasn't capable of the same. So I responded accordingly. Thanks for your comment. For the JK podcast episode, it's unlisted, but still accessible to anyone that clicks on the podcast. It even plays automatically next in the podcast queue. Otherwise, how else would I have been able to find it? Maybe just removing it from the list in the podcast will remove it for good, or turning it to private instead of unlisting. Let me get the evidence for that. Now, let me bring the receipt. So, just to back up my claim, as you can see from the screenshot I took, the episode...
I don't care. This is pedantry. Don't give a shit about this. Is there actually anything worth listening to here? Both explained your views are changed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. The content I'm claiming is dangerous. Wow. Blah, 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 blah. Anyone can take some of her views and assume they're in the norm, but they actually aren't. I mean, the problem is these people dominate, like, trans conversations and claim that their shit is the norm. There kind of isn't much of a norm because trans is really just not a monolith in this way. I think trying to push any kind of viewpoint as the norm. Really what should happen, and this person is guilty of this shit as well, really what should happen is we should allow for any fucking diversity of opinion and diversity of views in trans spaces. And we just do not allow that. And that's always going to cause a lot of problems. And I think this person is guilty of kind of steamrolling with their version of things because other people think the same thing. And it gets taken as this is the norm, this is the acceptable thing. Because if this person watched me, they'd probably think I'm a fucking far-righter as well. And they're welcome to that opinion if that's what they think. Me personally, like, especially when it's like some fence sitter, like centralist, whatever we're calling them. Like, I think in general, this person, like Alexis's views that they espouse are fine. I don't know. If we could all like just coexist and not hate each other for just having different opinions, I think that would be the optimal thing. So yeah, I hope it's clear. I think this person is wrong about a shit ton of things. Non-binary people exist, are part of the trans community, disagree, intersex people exist, yeah, biological sex is not just male and female, These are points that Alexis still continues to push. Well, I mean, on the back of this, saying that this content is dangerous is just fucking nuts. Like, it's an absolutely insane thing to say, that Alexis Blake's content is dangerous. But it's got nothing to do with copyright. And to be fair, this person is saying we can have a conversation, you know? So, you know, a lot of disagreements, but to be fair, this person isn't entirely handling this like badly or anything, you know?
We actually may have changed her opinion on trans women and are a part of the trans community. Biological sex is not just continues to push. I do respect this good to adult. She's welcome to reach out to me, or all three of us can have a chat too. Thanks. It's two adults talking about things. To which he continued, in your description you state unequivocally that she is dangerous. I would ask that you...
I think when I watched it, it said her content is dangerous, and that was before the strike. And that is not the same as saying that someone is dangerous.
amend this to more accurately reflect your previous comment. This statement itself is...
Unless it has been amended, I could be wrong. And if she has amended it per this person's wishes, it makes even less sense that the copyright strike was issued anyway.
A defamatory comment, a very powerful one with no room for interpretation. I'm pretty sure that, like, that's a very standard statement, and if you can't...
Isn't it hypocritical, though, to first call your names and ask for a discussion? I guess. But I mean... I don't know, I'm very used to that from, like, wokey types. I'm very used to them just shitting me all over, and then when I respond and push back in any way, suddenly they start trying to be more reasonable, and, like, to me, that's like, okay, I just don't fucking care about you. Like, you're not a serious person if you act like that. And I mean, I don't know, it would be hypocritical for me to, like, judge this person too much for that, because they say all kinds of things about people, ultimately. And to me, it is very much, I'm responding to what someone is saying, and really it ought to be about, like, you know, why I think what this person is saying is incorrect or unfair or something like that. But probably I do, like, insult people sometimes. But then that's the thing, like, anyone is welcome to contact me about anything that I said, so I don't know.
Can't say that without it being defamatory, then what can you say on the internet? Anyway, so I didn't respond to this because it was too long. And
yeah, the defamatory thing, what I would say is, it is, like, good to be careful about misrepresenting people. It's not a moral thing to do to say extremely false things about people to an audience that will listen to you and accept it. And that, you know, as much as that's a phenomenon that confuses people, it just exists. It's just how it is. The same is true of people that watch me to an extent, of anyone, you know. But I mean, it's also gonna happen, and it's also gonna, you know, it doesn't warrant the response. I don't know. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say?
And it was late at night, to be perfectly honest. And it didn't look like he
Hello, just next door girly. I hope you're good.
had much to say other than what we had originally just said.
Wait, that was the full thing? Oh, no.
And if you can't say that without it being defamatory, then what can you say on the internet? Anyway, so I didn't respond to this because it was too long.
This isn't a very long comment, but I know my wife to be a fundamentally good person, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you know, what do you say to this kind of thing? Especially now. Occasions we recognize our messaging may not have fully landed as intended. We'll be reviewing our content again with a fresh perspective, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know. Makes no sense as to why you'd say this and then copyright strike someone. Is he offended that this person didn't respond any further and took that as some kind of sign of something? It's possible. It's hard to predict how anyone reacts to anything, even the absence of doing something, you know.
And it was late at night, to be perfectly honest. And it didn't look like he had much to say other than what we had originally just said. But I did change the description of the video.
Oh, okay. So it did used to say, oh, so, I mean, well, then she recognized that she made a mistake and changed, like, and that wasn't good enough. Like, fucking hell, man.
Which I have receipts here for you. It's time for a deep dive. Alexis Blake is a trans content creator from the UK, and she appears as a centrist at first. This aged so well, considering she struck my channel. I'm taking you on a ride through all the reasons as to why her
I don't know what centrism has to do with striking a channel, but sure.
content is dangerous. So I updated the description, which I also added, by the way, in as a point in the request for her to retract the copyright strike. I added a paragraph saying, your husband also requested quite fairly an amendment to the description, which I adhered to, and I have no qualms in doing so. I hope that the mutual respect and understanding will be maintained when I ask you to retract the copyright strike against the whole video. Speaking of husbands, whilst it's lovely that Alexis has a husband that is willing to fight her battles for her.
Yeah, actually, can I just say, if my girlfriend started, like, stepping in on, like, fights that I had on the internet, it would actually fucking kill me. It's like if you have your mom on Facebook and someone's mean to you in a comment and the next thing your mom's responding to them, giving them shit. It's, like, embarrassing. Like, Jesus Christ.
In the comments section, I do wonder what the point was of him asking me to change the description in the video, only for her to do the copyright strike to have the video.
I mean, if they're not on the same page entirely, that could be it. It's hard to tell. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Removed in its entirety. Regardless, I listened to what he had to say and I updated my description accordingly. Because his critique was fair, and I'm willing to admit that. There's a difference between saying Alexis Blake is dangerous and Alexis Blake's content is dangerous. And
yeah, I mean, both are incorrect. Again, please, 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 stop making people like Alexis Blake seem cooler than they are, you know? If Alexis Blake's content was that dangerous, then we'd have known about it by now.
my opinion is the latter. That's all, of course, my opinion. Problem solved. Or at least I thought. A few hours after this, I had the copyright strike. But it's not like Alexis Blake was nowhere to be found in the video. She left the passive-aggressive heart like Liam did earlier, like I mentioned, but she was also found replying to random people in my comments
Oh, I didn't know this. Hang on, this is new. This is new.
section about different points that they had raised. Some weren't even points I made myself in the video. One being her recent coverage of the trans shooter, I think in Canada, and how she originally had the wrong person in her thumbnail and she updated it. Now bear in mind, none of this was in my original video, but she found the time to reply several times to the person.
Yeah, okay, this person's like a loser, by the way. They respond, I left a comment and they responded like 3 fucking times. Like, this person looks like an utter fucking loser. Let me just be completely clear. This long live rock and roll person. I hate people like this. These people are exactly the problem that I have with like people that can't allow diversity of opinion in trans communities. I don't know if this person is as guilty. The video itself certainly suggested that there was some of that. Because if you're even just kind of a milquetoast centrist, like Alexis Blake, and people are saying this kind of shit about you, that does suggest that you expect people to be on the same page as you, and trans people just aren't monolithic that way. And the sooner we all understand that and start accepting minorities within minorities and different schools of thought and different belief systems, and that you're not automatically dangerous if you don't think the same way as other people, the sooner we can all do that, the better. But hey, listen.
None of this was in my original video, but she found...
Oh, not even doing basic research, including the wrong person. I mean, listen, if you're going to complain about basic research, you have a lot of TRA types you also need to be shitting on, quite frankly. And you want to talk about basic research. When this person talked about sport, they just talked about acting again. Dylan Mulvaney, you know? Alexis did the same to people in your chat that time you discussed. Do you think so? I only really remember people being mean to her, so she was probably on the defensive. And it kind of annoyed me at the time that people were being mean to her, because, I don't know. People, just because someone's a content creator that I've talked about, if they appear in my chat, they're not some kind of like curiosity to like poke and prod at, you know? They're still just another person like anyone else. It doesn't matter who it is, you know? So I addressed this mistake, blah, 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 blah. I think that's fair enough to say. I don't know why you're giving this shitter the energy, to be honest. I got 3 notifications of this shitter responding to me. Do you know what I did? I ignored the fuck out of it because the little bits that I saw were fucking retarded, and I don't care. This person sucks. I don't care. I don't care.
Found the time to reply several times.
I mean, saying, oh, you should never listen to this person, like, you're like, come on, bro, like, calm down. Calm down. It's Alexis Blake. It's not that deep.
To the...
That you posted it all showcases you're not a serious person. Like, this person's an asshole. Why are you replying to them? Jesus Christ. I've never seen... I've never seen such fucking rapid fucking aura loss over the course of, like, one day than with Alexis Blake. It's not that I thought that Alexis Blake was particularly great to begin with. I thought she was okay sometimes. I find her a lot more relatable to most people, including this person that we're watching. Because she has more normie takes. And I think that kind of thing does need an outlet on YouTube. And I think that it's important that trans people are able to express opinions that aren't, like, lockstep with someone like this fucking loser. The person on the person in the comment, not the OC. I don't particularly have a problem with this person. I think saying that someone is obligated to have a certain opinion because they're trans is kind of transphobic. Yeah, I agree. These people don't typically say this kind of thing. Alexis is a goddess. Well, apparently not, because she censors people.
The person in question that raised this very...
Being a coward. I mean, yeah, this person is being, like, mean and, like, rude. And I don't know why you're here. I don't know why we're replying. I do wish that this person would look at some of these shitty comments and be like, you know what, this is, like, a bit insane. This is, like, nuts, you know?
Valid point. The reason the last screenshot of this...
You come across very shouty. Wow. Blah, 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 blah.
This is a different, like, background is because they were arguing for so long. I had left what I was doing and gone to bed. The funniest part is that one of the last comments she left was, I quote, "You come across very shouty and seemingly uninterested in engaging in a civil or constructive exchange, so I'll leave this here."
Yeah, this is aged poorly. Again, I don't want to defend some utter shitter in someone's comments, which that person very much clearly is. Like, you can't say that and then copyright strike someone. That's just fucking obvious, man.
Now, I have 2 points, Alexis. How can someone come across shouty in messages on YouTube?
Oh no, that person comes across like a cunt. Like, be honest. Be honest. You read those messages, and a part of you was like, shit, this is what we're like, isn't it? This is what people see us as. Like, this is kind of gross, man. A part of you looks at that shit and you're a bit embarrassed by it. Come on, come on.
And second of all, you seem uninterested in engaging in civilized and constructive exchange. Thanks for the copyright strike. Without
like how do you argue with that, man?
Without any notice or reaching out to me by message or email, It's a shame you can't hold yourself to your own accountability. And finally, something that I don't quite have the ability to prove anything, so I'm just going to throw this in here after the comment section of this video. But in this same time period, on the same day, I had a new patron join. Now, bear in mind, I haven't had a new patron in a while. I've taken a break from YouTube, and not many people are joining patron these days. By now, if you want to, please do. But for the first time in a while, I had someone join. I jumped for joy at my lowest tier being bought, and I found someone called Anon had joined my lowest tier of patron, only to then cancel 2 minutes later. Now, I'm not gonna surmise who I think that might be. I will leave that to the audience's discretion. I will say that the email address was different to the one from the copyright strike, but it's 2026. Who doesn't have 2 emails? That's as far as I'll take it. That's all I will say. But to whoever you are, thank you, Anon.
Wait, so hang on, sorry, I missed that.
2 emails. That's as far as the one from the aggression. I will say that the email address was different.
Oh, it doesn't match. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not them. I don't know. This isn't much of a point, but I guess this person kind of said as such, so whatever.
To the one from the copyright.
Again, this person does have this kind of thing of including an awful lot of stuff that doesn't need to, judging by this video, which is like extremely overlong. Like, it did not need to be this long. Honestly, this video probably could have been good if it was about 20 minutes long. We just had like the strongest things about Alexis, and we were more just kind of making suggestions rather than talking about this content being dangerous and right-wing talking points and transphobia and stuff. Like, there's plenty of things Alexis says that are pretty easy to counter and say that really isn't very true. And it's fair to sort of take those kind of things and suggest, well, you know, is this person's worldview sound, you know, that kind of thing, and leave it more as a question and an open-ended thing. I think a video like that about Alexis could have been good rather than 80 plus minutes of everything Alexis ever said and the worst reads possible, you know. But that's my opinion, listen.
Right, strike, but it's 2020.
I just didn't Alexis. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Don't come for me. That's just my opinion. Is it homophobic to do the hand thing? Is it homophobic to do the hand thing when I make fun of Alexis? Is that homophobic because she's HSTS and I'm AGP? Anyway.
26 who doesn't have 2 emails. That's as far as I'll take it. That's all I will say. But to whoever you are, thank you, Anon, for purchasing my patron for 2 to 3 minutes. I hope
Did she get to keep the £3-ish? Hopefully.
you got everything you needed, and I have a feeling that you did. All this to say, I think it's very clear that my opinion is Alexis Blake in this situation was very hypocritical. In many of her videos that I reacted to in the essay, she frequently talks about...
The problem is this person had no ammo making this video, and what ammo she did have, she kind of wasted. Now she's got ammo. Now she's got fucking ammo. Alexis, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Moron.
How she wants to have a conversation. She can understand both sides. She thinks that people are okay to disagree, and they should.
She can talk to me. If she didn't want to talk to this person's like that evil and scary and shit. You can talk to me instead. I'll discuss your censorious nature. I don't mind.
Hash out in the comment section, but she wasn't able to.
I may hate a lot of what this person pushes out there, and be like very allergic to a lot of this kind of worldview. But this person isn't a censorer, and I think that's worse. I think being censorious is worse than being wrong and pushing a pretty outdated view of trans by this point. Something that does need updating quite rapidly.
Stay to that level of accountability when someone was bringing the criticism to her. Now, I'm not going to float my own trumpet or blow my own boat, but I will say that potentially the format in which I had brought critique to Alexis Blake's content was the form in which she wasn't able to so easily react, give a quick response and move on. It was systematically breaking down what's the problem with her content. She is unable to respond.
Another way of saying my video was so fucking long that she's not going to have the energy to do it.
Or react accordingly. So she did the worst thing she could think of doing and gave me the copyright strike.
I don't think it's this deep. I don't think it's like, oh shit, I can't respond to this meaningfully. I think she's probably just offended. I think it's that simple. Maybe she's also had similarly bad experiences that I have with people that kind of come across similarly to this person and push a lot of the same ideas, you know? And maybe that influenced the decision. Because I feel that very much. I've had a lot of bad experiences with like TRA types. I used to have a lot of friends that I don't have anymore. And again, it was over this like, you know, differences of opinion, this like inability to handle like diversity of thought, which I always tried to handle as best I can. I used to see an awful lot of shit that I thought was really fucking dumb, that was supposedly in service of trans rights, that I'm like, this isn't helping anyone and this is really stupid. But I let things slide. I let things slide like with my TRA friends, and they still just fucking turned on me the first moment they could anyway. Maybe she has experienced the same. But again, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I come across to try. It doesn't matter what I come up with, to try and understand where Alexis is coming from. You just don't do this. You just don't do this. I'm sorry. Doesn't matter. This person could be a fucking Nazi. This person could be the worst fucking, most embarrassing fucking TRA known to man. And you don't like that. That's fine. But there's like standards, you know.
To silence me. Silencing other...
I wonder if she does the "it's only my opinion" so much because she doesn't like criticism. Yeah, maybe. That always did my head in. That was the other thing. It's like, well, we kind of refuse to make the obvious criticism, which is that this person like comes off like people pleasing and fence sitting, and is kind of annoying. Is the kind of centrism that, well, there's kind of two really obnoxious versions of centrism, I think. As someone who used to call himself a centrist, and I go with liberal now because I am like left leaning, and I do think it needs to be kind of highlighted. But like, you've got the ones that are literally just right wingers that pretend to be centrists and call themselves centrists, and then they're like that fucking dipshit from the Panic Button that makes a video where, oh, there's all these problems with Kamala, so I voted Trump because I just couldn't think of any like stuff wrong with Trump. You know, I couldn't think of a single thing that was like actually bad about him. So that kind of centrist is annoying because it's like, well, you always had like right leanings, or they the other thing about those types is they'll say they're a centrist and shit, and they're just waiting for something to happen, usually something like Charlie Kirk or some shit, to like radicalize them into being like right wing. But actually they're just being radicalized into now being honest about their fucking positions. So I hate those kind of centrists. I don't like the kind of centrists who think that centrism is just sitting on the fence all the time. I think if you're going to be a centrist, the number one most important thing is to know when to get off the fence. Whether it's to vehemently agree with the right on something or vehemently agree with the left on something, you know? So I could be a centrist but still think that like what's going on in Palestine or what has been going on is like not okay. Or that I think that what ICE have been doing is not okay, even if I'm broadly a centrist. You have to know when to come off the fence, in my opinion. And Alexis seems like the latter kind. It's possible she's a rightoid, I don't know. I don't think that she pushes right-wing talking points, and I think it's a bullshit criticism to make either way. I definitely get like a lot of flavor of like, you know, everything has two sides and nothing should ever, you know, it's always the middle is always best. Like the middle quite often is best. I'll be honest. I say that all the time. But it's about knowing when to come off the fence, because sometimes one side is just right about something. I'm sorry. And because I'm kind of like that, but when I tend to get off the fence, it tends to be towards the left in all areas except like trans stuff. And even then, I don't really agree with the right that much on trans issues. That's kind of why I prefer like liberal to centrist these days. She thinks Trump is the lesser of two evils. We're probably thinking of the same video. From what I remember, she couldn't think of like any criticisms of Trump, and it's like, okay, Jan 6 never happened, I guess. I don't know. Let's see where you're at in 4 years.
The trans women in the community. That's a real goal for 2026, Alexis Blake. Congratulations. Speaking of goals for 2026, she also won Influencer of the Year via Gadio, which is like a LGBTQI plus radio station. I would love to know Gadio's response to hearing that Alexis Blake is copyright striking and silencing anyone that critiques her, predominantly on the left, and if award of Influencer of the Year should really go to someone of that caliber. The same could be said for Cosmopolitan UK.
Oh, I bet every Influencer of the Year that these people push are like fucking garbage, to be honest. Who else would it have been? Fucking Katie Montgomery? Like, I don't fucking know. Probably not. She fucking gave up on her shit. It's gonna be someone else fucking garbage, let's be real. I'm sorry, man.
They were recently in an article and they're all over the Cosmopolitan Instagram feed. Specific.
What, Wilsey got arrested again? What for? Oh, this is all old shit. No one knows who this guy is anymore. He was like well known a few years ago. Where did you find that out? Because I might cover the Montgomery Tom's like debate panel again, or I say again, his new one, because he's done one about trans. Was this in London? Where was this? I don't know. Yeah, where did you find out about that?
Specifically spotlighting trans voices after the UK Supreme Court did what it did. I wonder if they would be proud to know that they're spotlighting someone that is actively silencing trans women in the community, actively having their videos removed that criticises them. Now, all that's left to say is please go and watch it if you still can. As far as
I go and attack Alexis. Well, the thing is, this person made a hit piece on Alexis. It was a pretty shit hit piece, but they're in their right to do so. The problem is Alexis Blake has copyright struck this person for criticising her. So it's like, what am I supposed to think? Unfortunately, this person is right. Sometimes the people you don't want to be right are right. Sometimes the people that are emblematic of all the kind of TRA types that you have grown very, very, very sick of are actually right about something. And it's important to not like pretend that's not the case. It's important to care about the truth first and foremost. Wait, they were violently attacked. That's the that's the Amin Hadi thing, isn't it? The thing in London, that was the 28th. Holy shit. Because I know that fucking E Speaks Freely fucking dipshit was streaming it. I wonder if they got it. Shit, I might have to do a bit of investigating. I have quite a lot of time today because Charlie's working till like 8. Hang on. Bear with. Also, they muted me in their chat because I said justice for Amin. Yeah, so it was this. So was Wilsey like... Did she get Wilsey getting ganked? Again? Wasn't that this year as well? Has he been arrested twice this year? Anyone mentioning Wilsey here? Not sure. Yeah, the same article as fucking Jen Ives in there. Oh, disgusting. I do not like that person. I'm sorry. Not a fan.
far as I'm aware, the removal is going to happen around the end of the month, depending on what time zone you're in. So you have, if from the point of release, you might still have a few days. If not, you can find the video in full on my Patreon. Equally, if you have a platform yourself, you're a creator on YouTube, or you're in direct communication with any of the other creators in this community, please feel free to spread the word, because this doesn't just set a bad precedent for me and my channel. It sets a precedent that, like, reacting to...
Listen, I've been very clear. We agree on little when it comes to trans issues. What we do agree on is that this is bullshit, trust me. As someone who knows very well what it's like to have people censoring you for criticizing them. Only instead of Alexis Blake, it's like the worst fucking people you could ever think of that would exist. And watch my video if you don't believe me on how fucking dreadful these fucking people are. It doesn't matter which side what person is on. It doesn't matter if this person espouses a bunch of shit that I've grown to like wholly reject and encourage others to, or at least encourage others to think maybe this is what I think, but it's actually okay. It's actually acceptable for a trans person like me or Alexis Blake, if they weren't fucking censoring people, to exist. And it's okay for different opinions to exist. You know, none of that matters. You start copyright striking people, all of that shit goes out the window. And whatever criticisms I have of this person, I've already met them, you know. I've already given them. And like, this is the worst thing you can do. Just never do this. Just never do this. It's nuts.
anyone on YouTube could have a strike on your channel. And if everyone lived by that really hypocritical ideology, no one would be able to react to anything. And it brings the same questions in that we've seen with even huger, larger channels.
I agree. I mean, you know, we saw all the Ethan Klein kind of stuff. I don't know how clear I was on that. I fucking do not like Ethan Klein. Certainly did not like what he was doing. Certainly did not like what he was doing with all the fucking denims, etc. kind of stuff. It's just, yeah, it sucks.
That have fought and won in the court about how fair use and fair dealings should stand. It does link to freedom of speech, but it also just links to the whole ecosystem of YouTube. Someone that reacts to the extent that Alexis Blake does, I'm surprised she doesn't seem to be aware of this, because imagine if just 3 creators that she reacted to all did the same copyright strike to her channel would cease to exist straight away.
This isn't true. It would be a 7-day thing. I can forgive this person not knowing. The first time that I got a copyright strike, I freaked out. I thought I was going to get 2, and it just turned out to be 1. It turns out that most of these people don't know how any of this fucking shit works, and just...
Sorry, that's just anti-trans.
Thank you so much, Just Next Door Girly, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you. I can't remember what I was saying now.
She knows exactly what she's done. She knows how hypocritical it is. And yet she's willing to do that to me to silence my critique against her, instead of facing it head on. I even said in the reply to Liam's comment, I'm happy to have a discussion on or off camera. I'm happy to talk about these things.
Yeah, no, sorry. I can understand this person being ignorant of this. It sounds like it's the first time this person has dealt with this. But yeah, like, you wouldn't... I think YouTube does, like, defend against that kind of thing by giving you a certain grace period. Because anyone could just maliciously get together with other people. Exactly what I fucking experienced. Get together with a bunch of their friends and all copyright strike you en masse. And I got 3 strikes that way very quickly. YouTube's not just going to take someone straight down for getting 3 strikes, because there's always that chance that people are being malicious. And there's reasons why they just take things down straight away, because they don't get very involved in copyright disputes. But yeah, no, I can understand why someone's ignorant. I was ignorant the first time as well, you know?
But she didn't want to do that. Instead, she just wants the whole entire video to go away. All 3,000 views of it. I am tempted to release a version without any of her content in. Now it's an...
Nah, don't bother. Don't bother. Appeal it once it gets taken down. Once Alexis realizes that she's not fucking taking you to court, because that would be incredibly retarded, it'll just go back up. And the Streisand effect might take hold. It might not. You might get nothing from this. Realistically, most of the time when someone fucks with you in copyright, it's a incredibly immoral thing to do. And you'll get some support, but probably nothing will come of it. But, I don't know. The good news is, like, this kind of stuff is very easy to deal with. It's very survivable. It's just really fucking annoying. And it shows how... It does show, like, how hypocritical, sorry. It does show how hypocritical someone like Alexis is to do this kind of thing. It only really serves whenever someone does this. Like, someone like me, I think I had some respect for Alexis. Like I said, she's a bit more relatable to me than a lot of these people. Which isn't saying much, because, I don't know. Almost no one is relatable to me, you have to understand. But, like, oh, I did popular. No, I didn't. Never mind. I'm being stupid. Yeah, yeah, all it's done for me is, like, cause me to lose respect for this person. This is incredibly dumb. And this person's going to be fine, honestly.
An hour and 20 minutes, that's going to be quite hard to do. Let me know in the comments if you would like to see me do a bit of a Jessie Gender and act out some of the scenes she's in. I could have some fun with it, make it very tasteful. But I am that level of petty, and I will go to that. I will go to those lengths.
It's not really worth the time and effort, but it's up to you. I don't know. It'll come back up before long if you wait it out.
To get this video out there, I don't want it to just not be available on YouTube. I worked a lot on it, and I think the criticisms I have are also very valid. So if you would like to see...
Okay, there I disagree. The criticisms were pretty uniformly dog shit, to be honest. But you have the right to make them. Absolutely.
That, let me know in the comments. I think we could have some fun there, but we'll see. Whilst it is lovely that Alexis has a husband who is willing to fight her battles for her in the comments section...
Oh, is this bloopers? Where's it going? Are they gonna start fucking...
You're incredible.
I do wonder.
Wow. Thanks to Soul Bunny. Yeah, this person knocks around with like fucking freak. I do not like Soul Bunny, fucking hell. Yeah, there we go. It's like, what are you supposed to say? What are you supposed to say? Absolutely cooked. Don't copyright strike people. Copyright striking is for copyright issues. Clearly there was not a copyright issue with this. So what the fuck is going on? I don't know. I do believe everything this person's saying. It matches up completely with my own experiences. Just insane. Oh, thank you, Youngblood. Hope you're doing good. Is there a Famios video? Well, I posted an edit of the whole thing with her in the trough. Anyway. Yeah, this person's gonna be fine. I mean, all that will happen. The other thing is, I don't know what it takes. What I would like to know, honestly, considering I have had to deal with this shit so many times now, what I would really like to know is what it takes for YouTube to start having a problem with people who apply these copyright strikes just to censor people and then time it out and just wait for it to go back up and not take people to court. Surely they would not be happy with people making other people's lives difficult who are making money on YouTube and making money for YouTube, presumably. Surely they would not be okay with people abusing the copyright system that way. But I don't know what befalls someone that abuses it that way. I don't know if there's any actual consequences. The other thing is, I don't know if excuse me, I'm so sorry. The other thing is, I don't know if Alexis Blake has ever copyright struck someone before. I'd be surprised. I've never heard of anything, but the thing is, if it's only ever like the small people that she does this to, then maybe that's why I've never heard of it happening. So I don't know if she's got like previous for this or not. My hope is that people that do this like repetitively end up seeing like consequences for it, because surely YouTube does not want that. I'm sure I mentioned it. I'm sure I said something on Twitter the first time when it was like Heather Herbert or whichever fucking TRA dipshit fucking copyright struck like 2 of my videos for the censorship needs, you know. I'm sure I asked on Twitter and got some response about how they don't look kindly on that kind of thing. But at the same time, I've never seen it affect anyone. Like, Trans in the Mouth is still up. I think Heather Herbert's fucking channel is still up. I don't know. I haven't looked at this shit in ages. Jesus Christ. Blast from the past. Hang on. The poly... Oh. That A channel is called the Polycule now. Oh, nasty, nasty. But yeah, I don't know what has befallen this person for abusing the copyright strike, the copyright system, which they have. These people are copyright abusers. Fucking trans in the mouth are copyright abusers. All of these fucking right-wing freaks that I showcased in this video here are copyright abusers. It is annoying that at the least these people get like a freebie where they can just fuck with someone's shit for free and probably nothing will happen. And maybe if they repetitively do it, it'll become a problem, but probably not. I'm not sure. Yeah, she posted this video. I don't know, I could have a look at it, I guess. Is Polycule left or right wing? Oh, they're like far left. They're like Green Party supporters. They include that Sophie Molly person who ran for office with the Scottish Greens and then got deselected because they were slagging JK Rowling off on Twitter. Apparently I don't know what standards the Greens really have, but they have more standards than that, you know what I mean? Max wasn't in favour of Taran's actions. Well, it doesn't matter. It was done through that channel. You know? So I wonder if this was made at the same time as we were like angry about this video. But I don't think anyone else is really mentioning. I saw one other comment. And I'm pretty sure you're in my chat. Yeah, that's you. That's you. I saw like one other comment asking about the copyright thing, which she didn't respond to. They lost the complaint against Sarah Phillimore. I don't know about that. Maybe Sophie argued with Heather about it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, ultimately. So the Good Law Project went after this person? I fucking hate the Good Law Project, bear in mind. Do you know who the Good Law Project have been working with? Patsy Stevenson. Patsy Stevenson was that fucking grifter that got a photo taken at the Sarah Everard vigil, where right before she got arrested, she was like elbow to elbow with these fucking anti-lockdown fucking freaks, riling the crowd up, getting things going, turning it from a fucking vigil for a murdered woman into a protest where people got arrested. Like, literally engineering her own arrest to take place so that now she can be famous and now she's a massive fucking TRA. Fuck that person. I do need to look into Patsy Stevenson at some point. Very, very interested, you know. I can react to Alexis's thing now. The only other thing I really was interested in covering today, I need to look at that Karen Davis person someone asked me to, but I'll probably do that next week. I want to look at this, but this is like 52 minutes and I've still got a good 3 hours at the moment. What was I doing? Yeah, I didn't know about this. Like, listen, I'm off Twitter. Literally, I have a burner account that I scroll on it with. Like, I think Joe Morm is a fucking loser. I think he's probably a grifter in his own right. So it makes sense that he works with grifters. It makes sense that he works with a fucking moron like Sophie Molly. Oh, they're not going to investigate. Okay. Oh, so they didn't even consider this. So this, whatever their complaint was, it's not even touching the. It's not even touching. I don't know. Whatever. So Sophie Molly complained that this person called them a man. Okay, wow, amazing. You're a trans woman and you got called a man. That's never happened to a trans woman before. Wow. I've never been called a man in my life. Only, I don't know, at least once a month when I used to leave the fucking house. I know, man. What do you want? Someone, if you're a male person, it's reasonable someone might call you a man. You might disagree, but who fucking cares? Patsy was interviewed by Good Morning Britain as a domestic violence specialist. Yeah, I bet she was. She kickstarted a career as an activist. Hanging out with fucking Hey Cuckoo and Will Coleshill. Like, okay, bro, you're a feminist. You're an activist. Yeah, fuck off. Toby J. I haven't. Someone posted, and that might have been you as well, to be honest. Someone posted them in my Discord, so I might have a look at some point. And if, like, what does it say about the Good Law Project if they're gonna back someone's, like, legal complaint or whatever that they called someone a man? Like, why would you even go along with that? What does that say about them? I do not like the Good Law Project. I think they need to shut the fuck up about trans people. This fucking loser needs to shut the fuck up about trans people. Just leave us alone. Just leave us alone, jolly on. Just leave us alone. It's not hard. It's not hard to not make things worse for people. You can just shut the fuck up. And she's now suing Jolly on Morm. There was a crowdfunder. I don't really like the idea of like crowdfunding these kind of petty fucking things, but whatever. I'm not really on anyone's side here. I don't care that much. Barrister led a campaign of harassment towards a trans woman so wicked she sought to take her own life. Like, how the fuck would you begin proving this kind of thing? How would you show this? How would you show that you bullied someone into wanting to take their own life? How could you prove that someone wanted to take their own life? It's that whole suicidality and suicide being very different things. And yeah, listen, you have a big following, you say things about someone, people are just going to believe it. Again, I'm going to have to hammer this into people. When you have an audience and you say things about people, people are going to assume it's true because they hang on every word. That just is something that happens. And you should consider whether you think it's moral to say things about someone that other people are going to listen to and instantly agree with and instantly take on board. Especially if you're not like caveating and saying that it is your opinion and being clear that this is just what you think or whatever, and you're just stating your shit as facts, which this appears to be doing. Like, people need to think about that more that don't. And maybe this is just something I'll be going on about the rest of my life and no one will ever listen to me on, but I am right about this. So asked him to delete the post, blah, blah, blah. Repeated the allegation, said he wouldn't apologize. I don't know. I wouldn't care that much if all these people killed each other, to be quite honest. Fuck it. Did they take donations for this? Did they take donations for... Imagine they took donations for this and then it got fucking thrown out immediately. I mean, Jesus Christ. Is there anything else here? So, barrister noted if... Excuse me, disgusting. As what Buck did to Sam. I'm not sure what that means, I'm sorry. Oh, Buck Angel did to Samantha Lux. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Another person who needs to understand that their impressionable audience will believe anything they say. If you go around saying, oh look, this is fake porn, this is real porn that I found of this person that's totally done porn. Here it is, I'm censoring it so you don't see it, but trust me, this is real porn. His fucking followers are gonna, like... I'm surprised he didn't get in more trouble for that, to be honest. That was actually very disgusting. I don't like Buck Angel, to be clear. I watched something of his the other day and it was the dumbest fucking thing. Him and his like co-host like freaked the fuck out over someone saying passing is subjective, as if that is not very, very obviously true. Yeah, I don't know. It is funny that this is the kind of shit that you are wasting your money on if you give your money to Good Law Project. If you donate to these fucking idiots, then you need to look into what they're doing. You need to keep an eye on these fucking people. And also learn more about the people they work with, like Patsy Stevenson. Fuck that. Yeah, I don't know. This is all really stupid. Fuck Jolly on Warm. Fuck Sophie Molly. They're all fucking idiots. Oh, and this is their side of it, I guess. Accused her of harassment and transphobia. I'm pretty sure transphobia isn't a crime, but okay. I don't know if it's a specific charge. Maybe it is, I could be wrong. Of a young trans woman. So this is Sophie Molly. Yeah, the other thing is, oh my god, man. The other thing is, Sophie Molly is a fucking crybully, okay? Sophie Molly is the kind of person, I don't know what they do now because I don't give a fuck, truly. So maybe it's not true anymore, but it certainly was true when I was seeing what this person was getting up to. Sophie Molly is the kind of person that will continuously like go on and like at people like J.K. Rowling constantly, saying all kinds of insane shit about them, like all these like insults and shit. And then as soon as that person responds, like once every few months or whatever, bearing in mind this person is talking about them fucking daily, as soon as someone like J.K. Rowling or whoever responds, then they cry foul about how much harassment they're getting from these people's followers, as if it's inconceivable that any of this person's followers could be harassing J.K. Rowling, and they literally are harassing J.K. Rowling. Like, this kind of person complaining about, like, harassment is just laughable to me. Like, this person is just a fucking idiot. Like, go ahead and sue me. Sick the fucking Good Law Project on me, Sophie Molly, you retard. You're a fucking idiot. You have no right fucking trying to go after anyone for defamation or harassment. Like, this is just how people fucking act on fucking Twitter. That's just how it is. Everyone sucks on Twitter. The response if you don't like this kind of shit, just get off Twitter. It sucks. What are you doing on there anyway? What are you doing on fucking Elon Musk's fucking platform? Fuck Elon Musk. He's a fucking loser. Anyway, enough about these grifting fucks. Don't care. You do not help trans rights. You make things worse, quite frankly. Fuck you. Anyway. Yeah, we'll watch the Alexis Blake video quickly. Apparently this needed posting around the same time that we were censoring some trans person for having dumb opinions. Wow. We'll have a quick look at this. Lily Tino and fake news. Do you know what's annoying? I probably quite recently have said, this person is one of the few people that makes semi-reasonable Lily Tino videos. Like, I don't wanna say nice things about this person anymore. Fuck that. But, you know, whatever. Let's watch her censor her and see if we also get copyright struck.
Lily's gone, came back a few months later, and she continued to make very similar content. In my opinion, it's not as bad. I take that back. I take that straight back. It's the same rage bait content. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. If you are new here, hi, my name's Alexis Blake. I share a lot of stuff on social media. I'm trying to change my intro. Like, we're going to go into the video in a minute. We're going to talk about Lily Tino. But I need your help first and foremost. I normally say I'll do it now for you, and then you can maybe help me.
Do we have any ideas for Alexis's new intro? Just let me know in chat. Bonus points for words like censor. Just anything along those lines. If you can work it in, maybe some kind of rhyme or something. I'll think of stuff too, don't worry. I'll think of stuff too. I'm not relying on you lot, but ideas can go in chat.
I normally say, hi everyone, welcome to the channel. My name is Alexis Blake. I'm a trans woman and I share my life stories and opinions on social media. That has been my phrase that I've said at the start of my video for 2 to 3 years now. And I feel like I need to change it up. I've seen a few comments being like, you don't need to introduce yourself as trans, which is really sweet, thank you. And maybe
Are you sure they didn't mean you don't need to mention, we can tell? I'm sorry. That was way too mean. That was way too fucking mean.
Everyone's right. So let me
Please don't copyright strike. I know I made a joke about you. I know I made fun of you a little bit. Please don't copyright strike me. I beg you. Please. I get enough of that shit as it is. I've got the fucking far right on my fucking case. Please don't copyright strike me.
know if you have some suggestions below. What can I say? I need like a little thing to like get the video going. It sort of like jump starts me into going into the content. So if you have an idea of what I could say after being like, hi, my name is Alexis Blake, what could then come next? Oh, I'm banging the furniture, excuse me. Sorry, diversion there. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe.
I'm Alexis Blake and my tits are fake. I'm joking. This is a joke. That was another joke, okay? Don't copyright strike me, please.
A notification bell. I post a few videos every week. So where do I start? Lily Tino. We're going to be talking about Lily Tino again. Another one of videos came up and I want to talk about it. I've not even told you who Lily Tino is. I mean, I think a lot of people might have seen her by now. Lily Tino is a trans TikToker who doesn't always land the best with what they say and do, and I have a lot to say in response to that. Grab a cup of tea, coffee, glass of wine, whatever floats your boat, and let's dive into this TikTok Lily Tino video.
I like a cup of nice cold censorship. Anyway.
For anyone who doesn't know, Lily does things that are quite, in my personal opinion, rage bait content. So putting a baby bump in and talking about being pregnant, going into the female toilets and filming herself, going to Disneyland and talking about gender reassignment surgery. Some sort of questionable things. Lily did take a break. We thought, oh, Lily's gone, came back a few months later, and she continued to make very similar content. In my opinion, it's not as bad. I take that back.
Was she closing her eyes? Like, I don't know. I've never noticed this. Jesus Christ. I've never noticed that before. It's a bit like Young Bob. We were looking at Young Bob yesterday. He does that as well. I'm gonna have to. I've never seen that before. I bet I'm gonna watch like older stuff in my own time. And then like, I'm never gonna unnotice that now.
We thought, oh, Lily's gone, came back a few months later, and she continued to make very similar content. In my opinion, it's not as bad.
Maybe it's stress related, I don't know. Maybe it's the pain of either considering or already having done something very immoral and censorious, I don't know. It could be a stress stick.
I take that back. I take that straight back. It's the same rage bait content. It gets millions and millions of views, which is personally why I believe Lily continues to make it, because it's paying the bills. Let's watch this new video from...
I could say that Lily continues to make it. Ha, I'm funny.
Lily Tino.
Y'all, it's Sunday afternoon. I'm too tired for this. I am under no illusion that I, with my body parts, can get pregnant. I know. Trust me. This post.
Oh, Lily Tino said something about wanting an abortion or something. It's going to be more like edgelord kind of shit, you know? It's going to be just wanting attention, getting attention, pissing people off. Like, there's a small part of me, there's a version of Lily Tino that is compatible with everything they've done on the internet that's actually kind of based and kind of funny. Especially if it's meant to be like pissing off like both sides, you know? There's a version of this person that I'm actually down with.
Is making it seem like I'm walking around like a crazy person.
We're going to pause it there. First things first, this is the rage bait element. It's the way the lines are delivered. It's always a little bit, you know, underhandedly sassy in my personal opinion. But what I want to point out very clear here, I think it's coming from a fake news source that just does drama articles and whatever.
Okay, who said about the eyes thing? I'm like dying now. It's like every few seconds. It's like that Creed video where like every 5 seconds he's going like this. And once you see it, it's like you can't unnotice it. I actually hate, whoever that was, I actually hate you. I'm just going to be sat here laughing at nothing for the whole video now. I hope you're happy.
These sorts of news outlets just fake report whatever. However, I will say this. Lily doesn't help herself in...
Is it possible that Lily's nothing but a troll? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think that they are like genuinely trans. I think that it's kind of the presentation and stuff and the shit they've had done. And I believe the FFS happened and stuff. I think It's possible that it's like a huge troll. Like, all of it is just purely to piss people off and to represent like TRA ideas in the worst way possible. If it's like a full-on troll and it's trolling everyone, then there's something based in there, to be honest. Like, I still don't... Obviously, I'm not down with like talking about your dick and shit in Disneyland and stuff. Taking pictures in the toilet. I have the same criticisms all the fucking progressives do. It's just that, you know, there's no point in going on and on about it. We're not seeing accountability for the Disney shit that they did. We're not going to get her to admit that, okay, fine, maybe I shouldn't have talked about my cock in Disney. That's never going to happen, and people need to stop going on about it.
In these situations. So when you're making content that is...
Oh, yeah, many British people are on drugs. That's very true. They don't really enforce that kind of thing.
Rage bait, and you're saying outrageous things, people can stitch and patch things together and turn it into whatever they want, unfortunately. As an example,
trans women getting pregnant is not as far off.
I mean, he presents himself unironically. If it's not a joke, he does present himself as something of an advocate for sure.
As you'd think. In the past 10 years, 50 babies have been born from a uterus transplant.
Like, if you don't think, like, taking him on good faith and that this is not really a troll, it's pretty clear that this person thinks everyone should use gender-neutral language so that clocky trans women don't get offended, which is a really stupid position. But there is like an advocacy angle if that is the case. It's a possible version. There are lots of possible versions of Lily Tino, and that is one of them for sure.
How this works is a person with a damaged or missing uterus gets a new uterus.
One example of Lily talking about being pregnant, and another.
Can trans women get pregnant? No.
Yeah, this isn't Lily talking about them getting pregnant. This is them talking about womb transplants for trans people, which is never going to happen, I don't think, but, you know, whatever. Again, pushing this preposterous kind of shit. Maybe this is part of the joke.
No, sadly not, because we don't have a uterus. But in the future, it might be possible. You see, there's this new thing called a uterus transplant.
I have spoken about these videos before, and we'll go back to the original video in a moment. However, I personally, for me, a trans woman, find it incredibly frustrating that Lily makes such light-hearted content about something that is so serious to so many people.
There is nothing serious about the idea that trans women are going to give birth using other women's uteruses one day. That is not a serious thing at all. When it's people like Poppy and Xena who are pushing that kind of shit, and your apparent worst enemy who criticized you for saying that this was dumb, completely incorrectly. It is dumb. When those are the people like pushing against or like pushing for this kind of thing, it's really dumb. I'm sorry. It is just a bad joke that people keep telling. Some of them are being serious about it. Maybe Lily isn't. I don't know.
Love nothing more than to be able to carry a baby and have my own baby, but I know that's not possible. I am a trans woman born biologically male, so we're going to adopt, we're going to love our babies exactly the same. However, the reason that
I can't. Oh my god.
I'm bringing this up is because when you're making content that is poking at a very sensitive topic for so many people, not just trans women as well, it's a very sensitive topic.
Yeah, I don't think Lily's contradicted herself then. And if Lily has contradicted herself, well, if you're going around saying she's a troll and a rage baiter and shit, then why wouldn't they contradict themselves? Wouldn't that just fit with that model? So like, why are you complaining at that point? Why would you complain about Lily Tino being inconsistent? That sounds a bit ridiculous to me.
Topic. You're obviously going to hit a nerve, and then that's when the videos get lots of comments, and then they go viral, and that's how Lily gets the money. But if you're making these rage bait videos, which I personally think they are rage bait content, when you're making them, if news outlets, not that it's right, but they're going to twist that story and make it into what makes their article clickable, that's literally what they're going to do. So no, Lily hasn't said I can get pregnant as a trans woman, but talking about the very sensitive topic, it's going to raise eyebrows, it's going to raise some questions, people are going to have a lot to say, and obviously this news article's picked up on that and monetizing off it as well.
It's making it seem like I'm walking around like a crazy person saying that I'm pregnant and I need money for my baby and for formula and blah, blah, blah. And when people read it, they think, oh, wow, she's literally insane. I never said any of this stuff. Trans women know. Trans women know they can't get pregnant.
We literally, one of those pregnancy videos, the one with the uterus, that was literally like a month ago. To then flip the conversation completely saying, as trans women, we know we can't get pregnant. Yes, trans women, we know we can't get pregnant, but making that rage bait content is gonna have consequences. It literally is. That's unfortunately the real truth. You're gonna be held.
Can I be honest? What fucking consequences come from Lily Tino making dumb content on the internet? The absolute worst of the worst of people might watch it and generalize trans women based on it. Like, that is something that is going to happen regardless. I do actually agree with Lily Tino on that. Even though probably that person doesn't give the slightest fuck and is just saying whatever to bat back criticism. This person's being accused by someone else of their content being dangerous, and I think that's a really fucking retarded thing to say about this person. But then they're kind of saying the same thing about other people, you know? And it all just compounds into making it even more mystifying why they decided to abuse the copyright system to silence someone, making a criticism that she's happy to make about other people, you know?
Accountable, and to then flip the script and change the story completely, it's a little frustrating, to be completely honest. I don't know.
With how science currently is, do some trans women wish they could get pregnant? Yeah. I'm not one of them, actually.
Then why do you talk about getting pregnant so much? I don't understand. A lot of trans women wish they...
This person's a rage baiter. Why are they a male talking about getting pregnant? Let's all do the maths in our head. I can't figure it out.
Could get pregnant, and we can't. A lot of biological women wish they could get pregnant and they can't. A lot of women choose not to have children as well, which is all equally fair and valid. But it's just ironic that Lily's making this content. If there's ever been a more clear indicator that Lily's making content purely for the fact that the core of it is rage bait to get the clicks, likes and views and money, which sort of pushes the videos out, because apparently Lily doesn't even think this. She doesn't even want to get pregnant. She wouldn't want anyone.
Actually, I don't want to get pregnant even if I could. I have a child. His name is Nugget. Nugget, say hi. Look,
hey, do you remember when he accidentally said nugget wrong and it sounded like the N-word? Lily Tino is basically Hitler.
If you want to send me money, go for it. I'll spend it on something, but it won't be baby formula.
It's hard to keep up with Lily's content sometimes, and the changing of the mind, the changing of the opinion, like to make a video about trans women getting pregnant, to wear a pregnancy bump, to then flip and say, I never want to get pregnant, I don't want that. It's so like bizarre to me. It's like two different people. Like I said earlier in the video, that's why I think the content's made. It's made to push the buttons, to find a soft spot in people, to trigger a response, which it does as this I'm talking about. It we're all...
This is all entirely possible, but has this all not been said by now? Are we sure we're not just... Maybe it's a slow news day, and, well, Lily Tino used to get the views. Making shit content about Lily Tino used to be an easy fucking quids in. Like, is this not... We've run into the same problem where everyone just copies each other's homework, and everyone just calls them a rage baiter. And I guess we haven't mentioned the Disney shit here, at least. Like, it's usually what everyone goes for. I agree, that shit's bad, but at the same time, I have heard it. I have heard it, and I have heard it. And I've seen that fucking Cake Pops fucking clip about 20,000 times on other people's channels. And it's fucking tired. Like, if there's nothing else to say about Lily Tino, you can just stop talking about Lily Tino, you know? Because this is someone else. Like, so the panic button, almost all of their big videos are about Lily Tino. Like, if you go on their videos, if you go on their channel, sorry, and search by popular, it's like, you know, a good 2/3 of what you see as you scroll down is Lily Tino. And it's all, like, fucking shocking. It's, like, terrible content as well, by the way. Like, there's a bit of this here as well. Like, the 3rd and 4th top viewed videos, this one having 100k views, are about Lily Tino. So I don't know. I feel like this might just be a cash grab. What are views like lately? 2.1k, 5k, 1k, 4.8k, 4.5k, 3k, 3.5k. Then the most recent one. The two most recent ones. Hang on, no, I'm onto something here. The two most recent ones that have got 5-figure views, where she's doing like substantially better than someone like me, are about Lily Tino. Oh, we figured it out. We figured it out. There we go. There we go. Shit views. I know. Let's go back to fucking Lily Tino. Lily Tino was a good source of views once upon a time. It's diminishing returns, but it's at least better than getting fucking 1K views on something about beauty routines. It's better than getting like 2.1 3 days ago. At least Lily Tino is reliable. But then 2.2k views in 22 hours is not fantastic for someone approaching 100k subscribers. Just saying. I don't know. And I mean, the thing is, like, I think someone like this is probably going to struggle to keep a particularly loyal audience, because it's going to be a lot of people that are floating voters, and they're going to come and go. And if you're in the middle, you're going to say things that piss off this side and say things that piss off that side, and it's gonna cycle like it has for me to an extent, rather than being consistent. And that's just, you know, it's a cross you have to bear, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. I actually think this is quite cynical, to be honest. Again, we get 5-figure views. It's Lily Tino. It's Lily Tino again. At least J.K. Rowling gets the views, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I think we figured that one out quite easily. There we go. Wow.
All talking about it, people are commenting, and it gets Lily what she wants, unfortunately.
Oh no, I'd make a video being like, this person is worse than Lily Tino, but it's about this person because she copyright strikes people. Except then I would find out that maybe Lily Tino does the same thing and have to retract it, so I don't know. And also, I don't need more copyright strikes. I have fucking 4 right now, okay? Things are difficult enough.
Soft spotting people to trigger a response, which it does. As this, I'm talking about it, we're all talking about it, people are commenting.
Yeah, we're all talking about it. We don't have to. We could just not, but how else are you going to get 2,000 views, you know?
And it gets Lily what she wants, unfortunately.
Yeah, these people love the rage bait. All of these people that Lily Tino is like bread and butter content for, they all love the rage bait. Fucking Panic Button, they're like quids in. Unfortunately, it's getting stale. Everyone's bored of Lily Tino, because that's what happens. It's the same shit over and over again. I'll show you what I mean about the Panic Button. And then the recent stuff, it's not doing well. It's not the same. It's not what it used to be. So when was the last Lily Tino thing? Okay, Lily Tino wants an abortion. 5 days ago, 4.8k views. It's not very good. Lily Tino 2 weeks ago, 13k views. It's not too bad for these people. They actually get better views than fucking Alexis does. Jesus Christ. I suppose they're a bit more partisan, so maybe that makes sense. I'm not sure. I don't pretend to know how audiences work. I really shouldn't, because I barely have one. Let's be real. Okay, we kind of calmed down on the Lily tent for a bit. I'm sure this Renee Good video was probably utterly retarded. The Lily videos are actually like getting worse views than plenty of the other things. These people's oh, panic bimbos, thank you. I need to stop saying. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. I get myself in trouble constantly as it is. But yeah, this is what I mean. So like, this shit was hot. This shit was hot at one point. We've got 268k views for this dog shit video, which I have watched. I clipped loads of this like Lily Tino content because I actually really do want to make a video explaining in detail how shit I think most of this fucking content is about Lily Tino. I'd rather just watch Lily Tino's content than almost anyone's videos about Lily Tino. I'm not getting some annoying loser and then some cool person sat there like, oh yeah, this is why you're wrong, and it's like satisfying and shit. No, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. Most of the time, these people don't even understand what the fuck Lily Tino's talking about. And Lily Tino, when they're making points in their videos, it's easy to follow. It's quite simple and bare bones, and it's usually, in my opinion, wrong for this or that reason. but it's usually quite simple to follow. So when I hear Lily Tino in one dipshit like this fucking video say something like this, and then they respond and it bears no resemblance, and it just sounds like it straight up did not understand what the fuck this person said, as if it was a different language or something. That's just like concerning to me, you know? It's just concerning. It's like, well, why would I watch someone that can't understand the basics, you know? The whole point is you've got someone there providing context and like, you know, improving on things and putting things right and stuff, you know? And almost no one does. Like, progressives are actually slightly less bad. And their shit is mostly just boring as fuck. It's like, you probably shouldn't talk about your cock in front of kids at Disney. We know, okay, we know. Everyone and his mother has said the same fucking thing, we know, okay? Dean Withers did that fucking interview or debate or whatever, going on about the fucking Disney shit, except it's Dean Withers, so it took him fucking 10 times as long to ask simple questions about the fucking Disney thing. It was so fucking long ago at this point. We're not seeing fucking accountability from Lily Tino for the Disney shit. Sorry about it. Anyway, so yeah, 268k views, and we've got like 76k, 70k. All this Lily tent. So much of it. So much of it. There's a bit less here, but then we get more here. And it's all like almost a year plus. But it's drying up. People don't care anymore. People don't care anymore. I think these people, they like these kind of channels, they probably do the Lily stuff as like an easy fucking I'll knock us out the park. It's stuff my audience is familiar with. You know, we used to get views on it. They're not biting anymore. Lily Tino wants an abortion, 4.8k views 5 days ago. Oof, ouch. It's not going well. Sorry about it.
I don't agree with articles posting fake news. There's something else I want to touch on as well, because someone's stealing my content, which we'll get to in a second. I don't agree with...
okay. Someone's stealing your content? Who's stealing your content, Alexis? Who's stealing your content? Who's stolen your content, Alexis? Was it that matriarch type person? That wasn't content theft, bro. That wasn't content theft. That's the same shit that those fucking far-right fucking shitters said about me, that I'm stealing their content. Didn't that fucking Hugo do a fucking... I'm sure he did a post about it. Sorry, I'm swearing too much. I do apologize. When you steal someone's content, that means that you are taking their video and just wholesale re-uploading it. So it's like a market replacement for the original video. That's what that means. Taking little clips on OBS and then interspersing it with your commentary, criticizing the clips that you just played, that's not content theft. That doesn't count. Yeah, this fucking utter retard. Here we go. Have I shown this yet? I don't know. This is the account that keeps stealing all our content and re-uploading with their own lefty narrative while simultaneously crying that they keep getting copyrighted. Didn't steal any of your content. I use bits of it for my own ends. I'm allowed to do that. Calling us censorship rats. I called you censorious rats, you prick. I called you a censorious rat, and you are one. That don't want people to see what happened. If we didn't want people to see, you would be able to steal the footage as we wouldn't have uploaded it, you wet wipe. Yeah, the thing is, it's not that it already exists and people can make their mind up about it. It's that the people that are going to watch someone like this, they are going to believe everything that you say. They're going to believe your version of events. When you present it, even if it's very clear that you tried to fucking take someone's fucking head off, like that, which you fucking did after trying to grab him by the throat because he stood in front of you. That's you assaulting someone else, not the other way around. People are going to see that on your channel and think that you're in the right. Because audiences are parasocial. And just no one understands that about except me anymore, for some reason. But truthfully, what you don't want is someone showing the same footage but saying, actually it kind of looks like this, because then that might change someone's mind. One of your dipshit followers might watch that and think, wait, I never saw it in that light before. So they don't want that kind of thing out there. It's so fucking obvious. It's fuck all to do with censorship. Well, why censor me then? Why not just leave me to it? Why not just leave me to it? My video had like fucking 300 views, retard. And everything to do with you lazy fucks stealing our content. Yeah, so lazy that I spent an entire evening just making a fucking timeline out of all this different stuff that I spliced together. This took a good couple of days to make this video that we're talking about it. Lazy, yeah, lazy. What do? go out with a camera, point it at people, shout shit at people. I suppose maybe I wouldn't call that lazy, but anyone can do that kind of shit, so whatever. Stealing our content and trying to make money off of it. Grifting. You don't know what grifting means. Upload whatever you want, just not other people's content. It wasn't other people's content, it was my content. It just featured some of your shit. You don't have our permission, you chode. Okay, wow. Amazing. And it's me. There we go. There we go. So, I don't know who Adrian Nowhere is. English Ned, to his credit, did not copyright strike me. Hugh Anthony, to his credit, did not copyright strike me. Nor did fucking Steve. Steve did not copyright strike me. The ones that did, it was Jarmaine, it was MKR Audits, it was My Breaks Don't Work, and it was It's Only Hugo himself. Censorious fucking rats. Losers. Anyway, where were we?
In fake news, there's something else I want to touch on as well, because someone's stealing my content, which will...
So unless it's a crazy coincidence, and someone else has been just ripping and uploading this person's content, this is like nonsense. You know what I mean? This is nonsense. You're just talking bollocks.
Get to in a second. I don't agree with articles posting fake news at all whatsoever and changing people's stories and narratives, but I think when you're posting content that is somewhat questionable on social media, people will use that content to their advantage and monetize off it as well. So I'm not saying Lily deserves that, but I think Lily hasn't helped herself in this situation, to be completely honest. Going on to what I was saying, so someone, in doing research for this video, I found an account that is literally just ripping off my content. How wild is that?
What's it called, Alexis? What's the channel?
I landed on this video and I was like,
oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, so someone actually... That's like fucking insane. Wait, so... At the same time that someone on TikTok is stealing her content, someone else made a video using some of her clips, but in a way that was original, and that person got copyright claimed. So she's not actually talking about matriarchetype here. It's a bizarre coincidence that this happened at the same time. She mentioned something else later. Okay, fair enough. I'll wait for that. But yeah, that's very bizarre. Like, is she on high alert or something? Well, I mean, she saw the video. Her husband watched the video because he references things in it. It's... Sure, okay.
oh, that's me. I'm responding to Lily. Then I was like, wait, that's not the video where I was reacting.
Do you know what's crazy, though? It kind of shows how much this person talks about fucking Lily. Like, hang on. It's like all Lily Tino stuff. Did they just take the Lily Tino content? Or was that all they could find? I'm not sure. Crazy.
To Lily. They are literally screen recording my content, they're green screening my face out or cropping it down and overlaying it onto a Lily picture or video. Don't get me wrong, like, they only have 12 followers and the videos get like, some of them get like 1,000 views, 2,000 views, but they are literally just ripping my...
I'm actually jealous at that point. That's a similar viewership. They have 12 followers, yeah. 1,000 views, to be fair, 1,000 views on TikTok is not worth like 1,000 views on YouTube in general.
Content, how wild is that? This is a thing.
Imagine, listen, plot twist. I'm not saying this happened. Please don't fucking sue me for defamation or think that that means that you should copyright strike me. Imagine if she, like, made this. Imagine if she made this TikTok, like, page in order to, like, complain about people ripping her stuff off without directly talking about matriarchetype. Imagine that's the case. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I've got no evidence, but imagine that's true. Like, fuck me, man.
With social media sometimes, it like just drives me crazy. Like, what? That's not me. I mean, you can see in the picture, that's not me. Like, I don't even think that's probably the person that's making the content. That picture is probably stolen as well. Never have seen something like this. Like, I know people steal content, screen record and repost as if it's theirs, but it's all mine. What is going on here? I don't know. Wild. And they're getting the views for it anyway. To sum up, I don't think that anyone deserves...
That must sting. That must sting right now, Jesus. Listen, I feel it. I don't get the views I used to. We're in the same boat there, listen. We're not so different, you and I, etc.
having these articles written about them fake news or whatever. I'd be so upset if a fake article came out about me and it was making me into something that I'm absolutely not. I have had YouTubers do that in the past where they've made videos, they've clipped and cut my things that I've said and spun the narrative, and it's not nice. It's not a nice feeling. But
yeah, I mean, it's possible she's talking about that. I mean, to say in the past when this video is like 2 days old is odd, if that's what she means.
Absolutely not. I have had YouTubers do that in the past where they've made videos, they've clipped and cut my things that I've said and spun the narrative, and it's not nice. It's not a nice feeling.
Could also be talking about me, but she's never content struck me. She's never copyright struck me, should I say.
But I don't think that the content that Lily makes helps. Like, if she didn't make such rage-bait clickable, it infuriates me, but it's very much that. They're going to take it and use it to their advantage. So just be more careful what you post on social media. But at this point, I don't think Lily cares, really. I would imagine in Lily's eyes, all press is good press. There's no bad PR. There's no bad publicity.
Nope, that is absolutely not a copyright matter. So it raises the question why this person has copyright struck someone for making fair use content.
If you guys enjoy this kind of content, please like and subscribe.
God, please stop doing that. I swear to fucking God, man.
There's no bad PR, there's no bad publicity. If you guys enjoy this kind of content, please like and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Don't forget to comment below. What should my new opening
said in the past because she didn't want to draw attention to the new drama. Yeah, it's possible. Like, she's going about it all wrong if she doesn't want to draw attention to this kind of thing. But I don't know, man.
catchphrase line be? I'll be really interested to see what you guys put. Thank you so much for spending time with me today and being here. I know we all have busy lives, so I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely week, and I will see you guys in the next one.
Wow. There we go. Lily's Hino content as of March 2026. It's very much a dying genre. I think I do need to get on with it. I'm going to make a video about it because it's like beyond stale. And if I'm going to make the point, I need to do that like as soon as possible, really. I have the attention of the street preachers. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I've pissed off quite a few different people. It could be the street preachers. It could be Femios's fucking diaper crew and all their fucking mates. All that fucking little gaggle of viewers that bounce from stream to stream to listen to fucking fireback content for 10 hours. Listen to a man eat while saying utter nonsense. And scream about rape when none of them care about that whatsoever. There's a lot of people that don't like me right now, and that's fine. Being liked by everyone is kind of, that makes me suspicious, you know? I must be doing shit wrong if everyone likes me. I guess if she drew attention to it, her followers would also know she copyright struck someone. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But like, if you hinted it, someone's gonna hear it and be like, wait, is that? I don't know, man. The diaper crew. Someone else came up with that. I stole that. I'm not saying who because it's probably someone that is still in that kind of sphere. But I like that, so I use it. Bought it as fake. Wow. Yep, I mean, if someone actually is just ripping your shit, then sure. Yeah, Steve recommended my channel like a year ago. But then half of those lot have now been copyright striking me, so. Alec likes me? Does he? I don't know, man. I feel like he doesn't like me very much, but I could be wrong. Oh, are you using a, yeah, I mean, Edge of the Matrix has quite a loyal fan base for sure. But if you're using an extension that tells you how many dislikes there are, they're usually not very accurate. I can tell you how much it actually is. Hang on. I don't want to show the back end. Oh my god, I might hit 4.7 soon. Are there 5 people watching that haven't subscribed yet? Please subscribe and I'll hit 4.7 and then absolutely nothing will happen. I'll just be like, yay. And then it'll go back down immediately because growth has been a concept. I got 9 dislikes on the Femios video. And obviously bear in mind, it got just over 1,000 views, whereas Edge of the Matrix got almost 6.3 thousand. Yeah, Femior's got 9 dislikes. Edge of the Matrix got 96. I mean, that does make sense. I mean, Femior's viewership is like garbage, whereas Steve still gets a lot of views. And his fan base are very rabid. They feel like they're on some kind of moral crusade, so whenever they see someone like me, like they see that as immoral because I'm going against like their side or whatever. Whereas most people don't give enough of a shit about Femios to whatever. I don't think you can celebrate 0.7 legally. Have you not seen like how insanely slowly my shit is growing these days? It's like insane, man. It's a bit like, do you watch Queeman? He has been on like the cusp of like 10k for like fucking forever, and it just keeps going straight back down whenever it gets anywhere near. It's kind of a similar thing. Like my sub count is just not fucking growing. At this point, I am gonna fucking celebrate getting 4.7 because it's at that point. Steve's fans don't show up for his interview. No, they don't, no. Whenever he talks to detransitioners, he gets like 2k views. And then when he makes a twat out of himself in Piccadilly Gardens, he gets like 70k. It's crazy. I don't know. I've decided it's the same with like someone like Chud. I'm pretty sure. Isn't he below like 50,
You're
50k again?
anti-trans.
Thank you, DJG, for following. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chud was on like 50 point something k and is now like way below that. Honestly, I think if someone's subscriber count goes up and down rather than just constantly going up, it probably means that they're not a grifter. It probably means that they're doing something right, honestly, in my book at least. You know, there's too many people pleasers on YouTube. There's not enough people that fucking say what they actually think, even if it's going to piss people off. There's not enough people that see a thing going on and see the popular narrative and think for themselves about it and think, I actually think that a lot of this is fucking bullshit, and say something, even if it's going to piss people off. There's not a lot of people that do that, so I respect anyone like that. And if it means that like growth is a bit fucking stagnant, then, well, I mean, when I look at other people that are having the same issue as me, then to me it's like, okay, maybe you actually have principles then. There you go. Chad streams like 8 hours straight. Yeah. I think doesn't he like chug energy drinks and stuff like that? I don't know. It's you don't see that many people, I don't think, doing like super long streams, but I don't know. Anyway, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget. He's also mentioned intentionally staying away from Ned and others. He says he wants to remain non-partisan. He's doing a very terrible job of staying away from like Ned and that lot. Although, I think he's gonna go. Listen, actually, I think he's gonna go back on that. To be honest. I saw his recent thing in Piccadilly Gardens. He didn't have his usual crew with him. He didn't have Ned. He didn't have fucking Breaks, any of those fucking losers. None of those people. Although at least Ned doesn't copyright strike people as far as I know. Maybe he will when my video goes back up. Let's see. But he didn't have his usual crew in Piccadilly Gardens. He was getting fucking battered. It was just him and fucking Alex Jardine. Looking like fucking cultists with their stupid fucking billboards. Getting just like berated by a fucking crowd of people. He needs his fucking little crew there. He needs people there to stick up for him. He's gonna fold on that. He's gonna get all his fucking little mates back in the crew. He's gonna hang around with all his fucking fascist fucking weirdo mates again, so that he's got a bit of backup, because it turns out a lot of people actually don't agree with him. Wow. Anyway. They were in Liverpool that day. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, he's gonna keep... Ow, I bit my tongue. He's gonna keep associating with these people. He fucking buys Ned fucking breakfast in Chester. And Ned and fucking Menno have a good chinwag about me on the streets of Chester. Epic. He's never shaking that association, unfortunately. Anyway. We talked a bit about Montgomery Toms earlier. Apparently Wilsey Coleshill got arrested in London. This is in Manchester Museum. So this wasn't in London. Wilsey got arrested during the protest. This protest. E speaks freely, but E doesn't let others speak freely because I said something in their chat and got immediately hidden. Which is not. All I said was justice for Amin. What if I meant justice as in like justice for a woman beater, except he's not a woman beater. He just got in a bit of a scuffle with my brains don't work. And then he walks off and then my brains don't work fucking goes at him way more violently. You know, I wonder why they don't want to show. Where's the bit? Where's the bit? Because, like, fuck these people, man. Where's Hugh Anthony's bit? Where does it say Hugh at the top? She, like, proper goes for him. Hang on. Actively edited by breaks. The full clip does not look good and shows... Yeah, see how she, like, kicks at him and then she, like, starts fucking swinging at him? It's further... That's far worse than what he'd... Look at that, man. Jesus Christ. How are these people going to say that it's not about censorship? So fucking obvious. Oh, it wasn't about Amin? I thought it was. I thought it was... Hang on. I really thought it was about the Amin thing. It's just about the rise of the far right. Maybe what it was, because I ended up signing that petition, because why fucking not? It doesn't fucking matter either way. I ended up signing that petition about it, about him losing his job and shit. And I'm pretty sure I got emails about this. It might have just been tangentially related. Oh well, I'm wrong then. That's fair enough. I'm wrong all the time, to be honest with you. I don't know why anyone listens to me. Anyway, I'm joking. I'm a genius. Make sure you like the stream, don't forget. You can super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs in the link at the bottom of chat. You can join the channel, etc, etc. There's 500,000 people at it. What, really? Really? Were there more people at this demonstration than Unite the Kingdom? I wonder. Because Unite the Kingdom was meant to be 100,000, but people were saying it was way more than that. That was at Salford Town Hall. Okay, right. Yeah, I wonder if there was more people at this. Or more people at the, or more people at Unite the Kingdom. I wonder. People are, like, really getting, like, fed up of the far-right shit, man. It's exactly the same shit that started pissing me off. Where we used to get these fucking far-right dipshits going past my fucking house, making all this fucking noise, disrupting the fuck out of the local community. And, like, that reminds me, there was one other thing. We'll watch the Monty stuff in a sec, I promise. Ms. Chief, that thing I sent to you, that wandering onion guy, at one point, a policeman says to him something like, you know what pisses me off is that, like, actually the people that live in these areas fucking hate you people. They hate the disruption that all your shouting at a hotel causes. I'm like, I've been saying this shit for fucking months, man. I hate this shit. They stopped letting them go past my house and down the street because it's like a multicultural area. And these fucking assholes are all shouting about, like, deporting people. Okay, well, most of the people around here are going to think you're talking about them. Do we really want people taking up the entire road, screaming about that shit? You know, it's not on. People are getting, like, radicalized against this far-right shit. You know, even things like Reform winning the election is not, like, guaranteed, I don't think. Anyway, we'll move on. We have Abbott, Corbyn, Polanski, Billy Bragg. Yeah, I can imagine. Listen, I agree with them in terms of the far right is bad for sure. I don't like them very much either, but hey. Anyway. Yeah, we're going to watch this. So we've got Trans is Mental Illness, Prove Me Wrong. So we've got British Charlie Kirk, Skinwalker, Montgomery Toms. Back again. Wow, amazing. He is in Manchester, I guess. He is a terrible debater. He doesn't know fuck all about climate change yet, insists on debating it anyway. He doesn't know fuck all about trans issues yet, insists on debating it anyway. And we're going to have a listen and see how he's doing. Because it's fun. I like watching shitty debates. I like watching idiots like this and young Bob try and form a coherent sentence about trans issues that isn't just men are men and women are women. Yes, we know, bro. We know. Sex exists. We know. It's okay. But yeah, well, we'll look at this. This might be the rest of the stream. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like the stream. Let's have a look.
I reckon so. I really don't reckon so.
Why is that? Do you want to come and just stand in line with the mic? Just having friendly conversations. What's your name, sorry?
My name's Rowan. Lovely to meet you.
Oh, by the way, no, trans is not mental illness. I think that if gender dysphoria is like severe enough that it's having effects on your life, like pathological or whatever, then yeah, that person probably has a mental illness. And you could say that dysphoria is that mental illness, depending on the severity. Trans is not mental illness. Trans is not something that is capable of being mental illness. So it's a really stupid, I don't know if they do these things where it's like, they deliberately put stuff that's kind of contentious and kind of wrong, a bit like there's no such thing as a trans child. You know? I wonder if they do like particular, like they specifically use like kind of retarded talking points to draw people in to argue the same things or what. Point and laugh while walking on by. Yeah, that's perfectly fine to do.
My name's Monty, sorry.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your perspective?
My perspective, well, Sorry, 1 second.
Take your time.
Yeah.
There's Willsey, by the way. I have a video about these two people. You should watch it sometime. It's actually quite good. It didn't get the views it deserved, but the thing is, if these people are courting like notoriety, the kind of things that people like me have been saying about them. What is this fit, by the way? It looks fucking insane. The kind of videos that people like me are making about these kinds of people are just going to end up becoming relevant. I think Amin was a dumbass. If he hadn't have jumped in, Steve wouldn't have had a thing to distract from what he did. Yeah, you could say that. It's probably fair to say. I think everyone's like perspective was just, these people look like they're going after Hannah Spencer. We're probably a bit on edge because far-right people have either tried to kill or successfully killed MPs before, like Joe Cox, for example. They probably weren't taking any chances, you know? I imagine that's probably what the mentality was.
No, I really don't reckon so. I think people have the ability to, like, you can wave your hand as far as you want, but as soon as it hits my nose, that's where you get like...
Do you mean like literally, like physically, or
No, I mean like metaphorically. Okay. Like if you're...
Obviously they don't mean physically.
Or infringing on other people's freedoms by how you're speaking, then I really don't think that counts as a form of free speech.
Okay.
Like, there's like this idea of like, you know, the speech act theory?
Tell me.
I will say, I'm not sure why we're going for this angle. Like, it should fall under free speech to say trans is a mental illness. And really, it's not a very intelligent talking point. It just doesn't make any sense.
So you have certain speech acts that one can do, and if...
Yeah, I think the best way, like, if you're gonna just take the piss out of them, is like, all right, Charlie Kirk or something like that. I don't know. That'd be funny.
A certain form of speech infringes upon that and changes how other people's free speech is perceived, then I don't think that classes as free speech. I feel like, I don't know, when you're calling for people to be, say, underrepresented or not listened to, then I don't think that classes as free speech.
No, I think that's free speech. I disagree. If they're going to say calling for someone to get harmed or something, I would agree. If you're calling for someone to do some kind of illegal activity, should I say, then yeah, I'd probably agree. Something like this is too much.
Okay,
because
cool.
It infringes on other people's free speech. And I think that many forms of hate speech...
like, people tell each other not to listen to this or that person all the time. Do you know who's mostly, like, when it's the right, they just fucking censor me. When it's, like, lefties, they're usually, like, more underhanded. They might censor me, but they might just go around. Like, do you know why? I'll illustrate for you. That Raiden Digital person that made that weird hit piece on me that we watched, like, weeks ago now. The reason they made this video, like you can see here, the reason they made this video is because someone that watched me for a short while, that's like in the RVTs community or something, was going around telling people that watch this person that they're a bad person because they used to leave positive comments on my videos. That's the kind of shit I more expect from lefties. And listen, I'm not saying this to say that this person's a hypocrite. There's every chance if this person saw that kind of thing, they say, yeah, that's bad, that shouldn't fall under free speech. But I will say, I think that this Prince Stephen fucking retard running around doing this, they do have the right to do that. That does fall under free speech. I think we should only be trying to... we should only be trying to push down speech where it feels very necessary, where there's like an actionable harm that can come of it. And I probably lean towards that the UK should probably be a bit more free in speech, I would say.
Do fall under that umbrella, you know?
No, that's fair enough. So my perspective is, I'm a free speech absolutist. So I'm from the perspective you can say
it's a really retarded position, by the way.
Absolutely anything, and I
basically no one. So this guy thinks you should be allowed to shout fire in a crowded theatre. This person thinks you should be allowed to shout Allahu Akbar on a plane at 31,000 feet or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. Free speech absolutism is just stupid, I think. And I wonder what he thinks of some of his like far right fucking cohorts.
I don't think that the government or anybody...
Cohorts? I don't know. What's a word for compatriots? Comrades? What's the right version of comrades?
Like even a just general member of the public has the right to infringe on that. I feel like we're born with natural rights. So as soon as we enter this world...
We're born with natural rights. What's a natural right? Aren't rights like human constructs?
Has the right to infringe on that. I feel like we're born with natural rights. Like even a just general member of the public has the right to infringe on that. I feel like we're born with natural rights. So as soon as we enter this world...
So you a libertarian?
I wouldn't class myself as a libertarian. Interesting, I class myself as a liberal, a traditional liberal.
Oh my god, I hate these people. This is what I meant earlier. When you get these people that do everything they can to put themselves out there as like centrist or liberal or classically liberal or whatever shit, and they're always like just hiding their power level, and they all want like mass deportations of brown people and shit like that, and it's like, just stop. No, we don't claim you. Liberals do not claim this fucking loser. You're a rightoid. Just be fucking honest.
Okay. But that's very different to what people understand liberalism to be today. So I believe...
Oh no, natural rights, Mother Nature says so. Well, yeah, that's what I'd think. Like, surely if you have natural rights... Okay, so do animals have rights? Does a rabbit in the field have a right not to be eaten by a fox? Not really. It is just going to get eaten by a fox if a fox happens upon it and wants to eat it.
That, yeah, there is literally nothing that should be able to curtail your freedom of speech.
Sorry, am I on camera at the moment?
You are indeed, my friend.
Oh, no, yeah, no worries. I was just asking.
No worries.
Like I saw there was a camera here.
No worries. If you want to film me at the same time, that's not a problem either. If it makes you feel more comfortable.
I cut you off a bit, my bad.
No, so I'm of the perspective that when you start categorising things as hate speech, I feel like that's very dangerous, because what you're doing is you're personalising the law. So your version of what hate speech is versus my version could be very different things.
I mean, the government isn't personalising the law. It's all very well for one person to say, I think this should be hate speech or considered hate speech and that's illegal. And I guess that's correct to say. I'm so sorry. But like, that's just a person talking. When it's the government, it's not like trans people are the ones in the government making laws about hate speech towards trans people, because there aren't any trans people in the government. So I'm not sure about this at all.
So what we've seen is thousands of people locked up for Facebook posts, Twitter posts.
Thousands of people. I bet if you ask him for an example, he'll say Lucy Connolly. I bet he'll say Lucy Connolly.
I was arrested.
What did the Facebook posts say? Were any of them calling for violence? At which point violence occurred?
In July last year, because my perspective is, for example, that to be trans is to be mentally...
Please get a new sound effect, by the way.
Mentally ill. That's my opinion. That to be trans is to be mentally ill. That's my opinion. Now that could be classed as hate speech, right?
Yeah.
Would you class that as hate speech out of interest?
Yes.
So you would. So I wouldn't. So do you think?
Okay, I agree with Monty on this one. I don't think that should be considered hate speech. I think really, like even saying something like, oh, if you're black, you're mentally ill. Like, I think that's a retarded thing to say for a number of reasons, but I think probably someone should be allowed to say that. And if someone calls them a cunt or like fucking whatever in response, then they probably deserved it, you know?
Do you see how that's a dangerous dynamic to introduce into law?
I feel like when you're introducing into law, you should absolutely the thing that you.
I think I could. Can I steel man? Like this person's position? I guess I'd say it probably does constitute something of a like threat to public order and stuff if people are just going around calling each other the N-word and shouting the T-slur at like trans people and shit. Like maybe I could see that kind of thing, but I think it's always the balancing act, isn't it, between allowing freedom and trying to keep order, you know? I think with speech, I generally am, you know, because the other thing, like hate speech laws, unless you're like filming everywhere you go, generally when someone does hate speech against you, it's going to be some fucking random person that you don't know shouting at you from a car window, just shouting shit at you as you walk past at the back of your head, probably. That's been my experiences. It's usually people in vans. It's usually people that walk past. It's not like I'm filming. It's not like I get evidence most of the time. So most of the time when someone does a fucking hate speech, it's nothing's going to happen. So it's not super enforceable. So I don't know. With all said, like I don't know if there's a huge amount of point having those kind of laws. Like maybe they are worth having in tandem with like anti-discrimination in like employment and education and stuff. But I don't know if you'd want to. I don't know if that would be like a specific thing you'd want to draw up. I'm not sure.
You should encourage the most is education and the ability for people to talk to one another.
Okay.
But I think that when someone is broadcasting their speech on a level that is going to infringe upon other people's rights and other people's, and maybe incites violence, as a lot of hate speech does, it's like you can swing around your hand as much as you want.
I'm pretty sure incitement to violence is its own kind of separate thing from hate speech. Like, what's actually the problem? Is it hate speech or is it incitement to violence? Like, it sounds like incitement to violence is the real problem.
When it reaches my nose, that's when I have the ability, like, I'm morally able to like, say, no, that's not right, that shouldn't be done, you know?
So do you think...
You can say that at any time.
If I was to put a tweet out, let's say, that said, I don't know, I hate, this isn't my opinion, to say, but I hate all trans people, which is not the case, but if I was to say that online, on Twitter, do you think that should be arrestable?
I don't think so. I think that it comes...
Some people would say it is, and that's why I'm talking about that line. That's why I think it's very dangerous.
I think you cross the line when you incite violence. If you say instead...
Okay, there we go. Wow, knew it. So hate speech isn't really a problem. It's the incitement to violence. Okay, wow.
Not I hate all trans people.
I don't think this person's like an idiot or whatever. I think maybe they need to think this through a little more. I'm not sure. And it bears repeating every time I watch these kind of people. But Monty Toms is the one that's going to be prepared for these conversations. This person probably just happened past. So they're probably not thinking about this. They probably haven't been working out their specific position on all this kind of shit. They just happen upon someone and they're just saying what they think, you know? And maybe it's not going to come out perfectly. And maybe it's going to need a bit of like hashing out to get to what they really think and stuff like that. And that's kind of understandable, you know?
But I think that trans people should be put into a mental institution and...
oh, that's the English Ned take.
Should be forcefully converted not to believe that they are trans. That is inciting violence upon other people, and that, I think...
So your line for free speech is incitement for violence, is what you would say?
Absolutely.
And then anything before that you think...
I would agree with the person debating him on that. I don't think incitement to violence should be legal in general.
Think is free reign?
I think that it's subjective. I feel like when passed into law, the incitement of violence should be a hard line. Definitely be a hard line, because that just opens up the floodgates for all sorts of hateful ideologies to be pushed.
So like, and I don't want to get into a different discussion about the whole Palestine-Israel thing, because quite honestly, that's not why I'm here. But I use it as a key example when they say death to the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you think that's...
The IDF is a like concept. It's the Israeli army. If you're seriously gonna say this is like anti-Semitic, then we're gonna have issues. I'm sorry.
Incitement for violence or not?
I think so.
Do you think that is? Okay.
Yeah. See, I don't know if I even agree.
defend his right to say that, though I don't agree with him.
I feel like... Sorry, I'm briefly going to check the time. Cause
I don't think I agree that that's like incitement to violence. It's a lot more conceptual, especially bearing in mind what they're talking about is that was it Bob Villain? The death to the IDF thing? Is it reasonable that you think that someone saying death to the IDF at Glastonbury is going to lead to someone actually bringing about death to the IDF? Like, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. And it's an army that is at war with another country, you know? If you were to say death to the Nazi fucking army in 1940 or whatever shit, would that be incitement to violence? Or is it, I'm not sure about this.
I do have a
Take your time, mate. Whatever you need to do is no stress.
Yeah, I'll go off in like 5 minutes.
No worries.
Or less if the conversation ends.
No worries.
I think that as a standalone thing, that is an incitement of violence, but in the context of what's happening in Israel and Palestine, it makes sense for people to say that,
I think I'm more on board now.
The IDF specifically, not the Israeli population or stuff like that, are the cause for violence against a large group of people. And I feel like it's more understandable, that sort of incitement of violence, than done in
Did you see, just in this conversation, I presented a few examples, and all of which you've had a different sort of take on it. It's not a problem.
Yes, because it's different issues, and you have to bear in mind, if you're going to have like laws about like incitement to violence, it probably shouldn't include like literally anything remotely connected to like violence. It probably needs like working out in each case what is worth like pursuing and what isn't. Like if someone just overhears you being like, oh, I really want to punch that guy, and that's like all you say, and you don't do anything about it and stuff, and they record you and then you get done for that, like that would probably be a bit ridiculous. If you were to say, I'm going to hang around in London or Manchester or whatever, wherever Monty Toms is next likely to show up, and once he shows up, I'm going to fucking deck him in the face. That sounds like an actual threat to a person of violence. So at that point, it's like, you know.
But you've had a different sort of perspective and take. My point being is when you introduce into law, oh, well, there's such thing as hate speech and you can be arrested if someone feels a certain way. Well, I don't care. So if you were to right now abuse me verbally, do whatever you want, you could say anything to me right now and I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want you arrested. So my point being is when you start saying, you know, hate speech, this has been weaponized. So people in my kind of network, myself included, have been arrested for Twitter posts, been literally put in prison for turning around and just stating things.
What, Lucy Connolly? Is there anyone else who like, I don't know, man. We need more examples. I'm perfectly happy to be on board that there are people that got arrested for violent tweets or whatever, or just tweets that shouldn't have been. They always say Lucy Connolly though, and her sentence was too harsh in my opinion. But she pled guilty. She got bad legal advice. She pled guilty. It's like, what do you expect to happen? You know.
Things, but actually, a lot of people are thinking, and you use the let's take the migrant crisis, which is a very controversial topic for many people. You know, have you ever heard of Lucy Connolly, for example?
I haven't. No.
So she was put. I can't actually remember how long it was.
Every fucking time. Like, are you fucking serious? Like. You'd think there would be other examples of this. So many people. Oh yeah, did he say thousands of people? I can't remember. All these people getting arrested and like slammed in jail for like years for these like tweets. But they've only ever got one example of someone that pled guilty. Like, and she said, burn down fucking hotels for all I care. And then someone fucking tried to do that. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Oh, it's painful.
Was in fact my camera. Do you know how long it was?
Apparently Lucy Connolly got in some drama with some fucking Green Party shitter. I forgot about this. Apparently this guy like filmed fucking Lucy Connolly on a train. What was his name? Like Femi Politics or something? This guy like filmed Lucy Connolly on a train and like posted it on Twitter or something. And she like lost her mind over it. I can't remember when it was now. But apparently she like lost her shit. Someone called him a stalker. Like, yeah, this thing here.
Morning, people. Welcome back to F Politics. A criminal is trying to have me arrested. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Oh, no. What it was.
Criminal who is...
What it was, he called her a terrorist or something and put up this like cringy fucking X post. Like, that was way too long and was like him pulling faces. And like her on a train. And then like all the different news clips and stuff. And it was a really shit post. But like, apparently she like lost her mind over this. I don't know. Does it show any of the tweets? I don't particularly need to listen to this fucking guy.
has said that if I don't apologize and delete the tweet calling her a terrorist...
Okay. I'll read it out. So, because this guy filmed her on a train and called her a terrorist, which she called for violence to happen, it was not something I'd say about someone particularly for that, but I can't say that I care, because I actually quite like free speech as well, believe it or not. So Lucy Connolly says to this Femi guy, "You have until 6 p.m. tonight to issue me with a public apology on 2 grounds. Number 1, constantly referring to me as a terrorist. I have never been accused or charged of terrorism. Number 2, filming a lone woman on a train, minding their own business and then posting it all over the internet. Yeah, it was kind of creepy, it was weird, but like, why is she spurging out about this? This guy's a shitter, like, who cares? You know? Filming it and posting it on the internet, causing women to feel uncomfortable in a public space is never okay. I wonder what she feels about, like, auditors and, you know, those kind of pin-act shitters, you know, pin-act people. Regardless of how you feel about me and what I said, it does not condone your behaviour since. Had you come to me and introduced yourself, we could have had an adult conversation. If you do not issue with a public apology and promise to never do this to another woman again, I will proceed with both civil and criminal proceedings against you. I'm well aware you have no money, but sometimes it's more than money. People have been very supportive, and I will take them up on their offer of crowdfunding to assist with my legal costs." I'm sorry, man. This is just like so fucking dumb. And I'm pretty sure he like says something. "Oh, I've got no money. Like, please don't sue me. I've got no money." Like showing his belly and stuff. Like, this guy's a shitter. I'm sorry. This is so dumb. He's got a large following. So does she. This got over 300,000 views. Like, I'm sorry. This is like a massive L. Like, this guy's a Green Party shitter. You don't need to take anything this guy takes seriously. Can you actually just video record people's faces and such in public in the UK? Yes. Yes, you can. That is why people like English Ned and all of those other people are in their right to do what they do. They're allowed to do that. If you get someone's like face and their name and like where they work and like places they might frequent, at a certain point, if you're going to start broadcasting that information, you need to be a data controller. And almost none of those like kind of people ever registered themselves as data controllers. So at that point, some of those people might be breaking the law. But just filming someone, you're allowed to film people. You're allowed to upload it. That's why what they say is pin-act. That means photography is not a crime. And that goes for people as well. No GDPR, no public harassment laws. Well, we have like public harassment laws, but they don't pertain to that kind of thing. You could still like film people and harass them. But just filming someone is not against the law. And if it's okay for someone like that Femi guy to do that, then it's okay for people like English Ned and stuff to do that. So, hey. But yeah, that's Lucy Connolly. Massive L. Don't know why you'd get felted by someone like that, but she did, so there we go.
Been just after the riot thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Willsy's talking. Holy shit.
I can't actually remember how long it was. In fact, my camera, do you know how long it was?
It would have been just after the riot thing.
Yeah.
that she got grabbed.
What's he say? The riot thing? What, the riots? As in, like, the riots that happened? As in, like, the fucking riots?
It would have been just after the riot thing.
He got his hand out of his pocket just to do fucking speech marks for the word riot. Are you fucking sick? Bro. They were just riots. There's none of this needed. It's just rioting. This was just rioting. I'm sorry. Does Channel 4 like copyright people? I don't know. I don't know who I can watch anymore. It's so fucking annoying. Although I really, really would like to cut the Alexis thing and upload it and just see what she does about it. I think that'd be funny. Yeah, look at this. Watch this. Watch all of this. Watch what you're about to see here. Riots, yeah? This is rioting.
Hotels housing asylum seekers set on fire. Mosques and immigration centres targeted nationwide.
Do you know why this happened? Because a non-Muslim person murdered some people. Let's smash some mosques, because it was a fucking black guy that did it. Congratulations, you're all idiots.
Violence, racist attacks, looting. Police overwhelmed, injured. Communities terrified. A wave of unrest started after an attack at a Taylor Swift dance class in Southport.
Do you get my point? Do you get my point? What a fucking utterly dishonest fucking loser Willsey Coleshill is. Willsey Coleshill. I've got a video about him and Monty. You should watch it.
You know how long it was?
It would have been just after the riot thing.
Yeah.
That she got grabbed, and then she said you can
burn down
for all I care. So she didn't call for violence.
Yeah. So she
burn down hotels for all I care is not inciting violence. Especially when coupled with the fact that she tweeted it and then someone tried to do it. Like, actually fucking Delulu, I'm sorry. You're like actually just delusional.
She tweeted, Lucy Connolly tweeted, you can burn down migrant hotels for all I care.
And then someone did it.
She was arrested and put in prison.
Well, tried to do it.
For that. Because that, by someone else's definition, is hate speech. I don't think that's hate speech.
What is he? It's not fucking hate speech, you fucking retard. She wasn't done for fucking hate speech. And he's missing half the story out. He's missing half the fucking story out. It's like these people are so unbelievably dishonest. Like, you're actually just a liar. Oh my god, man, this actually like pisses me off.
So I think it's really dangerous.
I think what's dangerous is saying set fire to hotels for all I care and then someone doing it. I think trying to set fire to a hotel is dangerous. I think rioting is dangerous. Jesus Christ.
Your question's about hate speech as a form of free speech.
Yes.
You know, and that's what I disagree with. The practice of putting it into law, I think, is a lot more complicated. But I think if I'm answering hate speech as a form of free speech, I would say absolutely not.
Yeah, it's fair to say I'm giving my opinion versus how it would actually be like legislated for sure.
Because it infringes on other people's immutable rights. And the
that was her fault, like nobody thought of doing that before she opened her Twitter. Well, you can't tell, can you? If someone says, murder Donald Trump, and then 5 hours later someone murders Donald Trump, you don't know whether or not that was a call to violence that was answered, or if it's a coincidence. You just don't know. Like, that's the whole point.
right for someone to say whatever they want.
Hi, Kitty Cat. Hope you're good.
Isn't greater than the right for people to be free of violence.
So your take, because I know people who are very pro-free speech, really pro-free speech, but when it comes to incitement for violence, I even have a disagreement with them.
Yeah. I'm very pro-free speech. I think that people should be able to have an open conversation about a lot of things.
So I don't think it's true that that person is that free speech oriented, to be honest.
When you get offended, is that a problem? So if I was to offend you, then we
For example, I'm trans.
Okay.
And I believe that if someone were to offend me, like to call me, the wrong pronoun, people get so up in arms, or it's perceived that people get so up in arms about very small things that are very inconsequential.
Okay.
And really, the only point where I draw a line is the incitement of violence. Like, if I think that people believe, like,
you know what, based. I'm liking what I'm hearing in general. I don't agree with everything they're saying, but hey.
Yourself believe that all trans people are mentally ill.
Yeah.
I think that comes from a point of uneducation rather than a point of hatred. And I think that both things can be very intertwined at some points, but I like to have faith in people and I don't tend to get offended easily.
Well, that's great. Now, I live in London.
Yeah. I come from London, yeah.
Oh, what part of
London? I lived in Watford.
London.
Bexley.
You don't have to tell me. I know
Greenwich.
I used to live Surrey Keys, Rotherhithe area, so not too far.
Yeah.
Just up the river.
I was saying he comes from. Did he say lives in or comes from? I can't remember.
And a lot of people, when I turn around and say trans is mental illness, will be violent towards me.
Violent how? Verbally or physically?
Both. You know, I've been pushed and shoved. I've had my microphones taken. So I don't even.
Two things can be bad.
Even recognise gender. Let's be very blunt with you, and you seem very capable of having a good bit of discourse here, which is what I want. You know, not for because actually you're a rarity in the sense that. If I was to say that to other people, say I'm trans, they would throw their toys out the pram and get very aggressive towards me. So I appreciate this dialogue, I really do. But my opinion is simple. There are two sexes. I don't believe in gender. You're either a man or a woman, and I will never refer to you as anything that you're not.
Yeah.
If you want me to refer to you as a different name, I don't have to do that. But that can be, you don't force me to do that. No. But every Englishman's right to be called whatever they want.
Oh, yeah.
But the point I wanted to make is, when I say that, the level of the hate speech angle comes in.
I feel like this is just a completely separate issue. Like, people get emotional about that kind of thing. We have, to an extent, pushed this kind of culture of this is a thing now and there is no debate, and that does not work. You can't really control how people think, and people are going to express how they feel and what they see, even if it's not the accepted wisdom. So there's people that are going to get emotional and act a certain way towards him and possibly enact violence, and that's not good. But it's kind of a separate issue at that point to free speech. Like, those people aren't observing your free speech, and that's bad. And if they get fucking assault charges for that, then that's their fucking problem, quite frankly. No sympathy here. But we're talking about a different issue. We're talking about people getting emotional over opinions. And that is dealt with a very different way, I would say. The root of that is something very different to what you talk about in a free speech conversation, I think.
And people start saying I'm committing hate speech and I should be arrested because I turn around and say biology doesn't lie. Simple as that. In London, I don't know what it's like in Manchester, I don't know if it's in culture, but in London, the kind of Antifa and the people...
Biology doesn't lie. Why are there XY women?
that are in that area, and they are so violent, and it makes me think...
Antifa.
Antifa, very violent towards us, yeah.
Antifa...
Who the fuck even is Antifa? Does he not... It sounds so stupid when people say Antifa, to be honest. Who are you talking about, man?
Sorry, Antifa is in anti-fascist.
Yes, the organisation Antifa.
And they're violent. How?
You've only got to look at demonstrations between people so for example, drag queens.
Yeah, the problem is how do you know who is Antifa?
Story Hour is a great example. So I demonstrated quite thoroughly against drag queens reading stories to children.
Libertarian, by the way. Free speech, by the way. How are you a free speech absolutist if you don't think a man can wear fucking makeup and a dress and read a story to a child? What? Oh my god, man. It's preposterous. This man is nuts. This man is fucking nuts. How can you be against that shit when you're a free speech absolutist? That doesn't make any sense.
And there was a counter demonstration with Antifa, and I just walked around and they ran at me. I was thrown to the floor. Recently I was debating at university. I don't know.
Wait, when was this? I don't remember this. When was he like attacked at a demonstration? I need to see this footage purely for educational purposes, of course. It'll be on his own channel, won't it? Yeah, this guy's a free speech absolutist, meaning that no speech should be criminalized. But he wants to shut it down. He wants to shut down Drag Queen Story Hour. Okay. That's incoherent, in my opinion. No, because this guy is the biggest fucking victim of all time. How has he not posted any footage of this? He was in EU Parliament. What the fuck was this guy doing in EU Parliament? Jesus Christ. Exposing digital ID. Haven't they massively walked back the digital ID stuff? I guess he's saying otherwise. I'm not gonna see what it is. He's gonna talk about the university thing. Yeah, but it was wrong that he got attacked. I have a whole video about this. You should watch it.
And they ran at me. I was thrown to the floor. Recently, I was debating at a university. I don't know if this individual was from Antifa. I can't possibly say. But I was attacked and my table was...
So this is not an example then. Okay, wow. Yeah, some kid was offended by what was on your sign and reacted emotionally.
Flip then. The point I'm trying to make is somebody who comes at something from an angle which I don't think is hate speech at all, which is saying that trans is mental illness, from the people that are claiming it's hate speech, they're the ones committing the violence.
I think there is a claim to be made that it borders on hate speech. I think it depends on your intention, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if you say that and intend for, as a result, trans people to be institutionalized for a perceived mental illness, and for things like conversion therapy to happen to them, if you're advocating for that, and if you're advocating for the strip back of rights, including access to certain medical treatments on the NHS that puts trans people...
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to throw in, like, for example, puberty blockers.
Yes.
I'm thoroughly against puberty blockers for children. I don't think children can consent to
they
puberty
should wait
blockers.
until they're 18 to have puberty blockers?
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, it's a funny one because what is used for puberty blockers is also used for like testosterone blockers. So he might fall into a trap here. And usually I'd be like, this is dishonest, but it's kind of funny watching Monty get kind of fucked with. So I'll allow it, you know.
It's a hard one. I believe in informed consent.
Yes.
So, and I don't believe that has been given. So I think if people, like, I believe in the legalization of drugs, right? So on the basis that there is informed consent, that's really, really crucial.
And the idea is that children can't give consent for puberty blockers because they're not of the age of mental development.
Definitely. Well, at least that. Yeah. At least that. Yeah.
Do you know puberty blockers in their first case of usage were used to treat cisgender children, just children who don't perceive themselves as transgender, from having precocious puberty around the ages of like 7.
Yeah, they stop puberty by 18. The reason it's complicated though, the kind of things they use for like puberty blockers in this country, it's things like Decapeptyl. I was on Decapeptyl when I was about 27. Obviously not to stop puberty because that ship long sailed, as you can doubtless hear. But that also is used as like a T blocker. So it's actually quite complicated. You could like trap someone into saying, no, you can only start using puberty blockers once you're 18, and that sounds preposterous. But actually they might be using just the same thing to block testosterone, if that makes sense.
8, 9 before they really should.
Okay.
And it was meant.
And the thing is, if they're going to be using these drugs, like, I'm pretty sure it's quite rare from what I've heard. But, like, how do I put this? Yeah, like, if they're going to give, like, a kid that is going through puberty way too early a puberty blocker, it'll be because it's the less bad option to that kid going through puberty at, say, 5 or whatever. It's not really comparable to, like, use for trans kids. You know, it's a much more, I don't know, trans is just not the same as like most medical issues, you know. It's just, it's very hard. It's very hard to explain. Just taking estrogen alone would crush your testosterone. Not entirely, not entirely. Like, I took estrogen without testosterone blockers for like, I want to say over a year. When I finally went on a T blocker, and I was only on it for a few months because I had surgery, it had a profound effect on like several different things.
To stagger that so that they can develop normally later on, and prevent them from having difficulties later on in life.
Okay.
And the idea of usage of puberty blockers for transgender children.
And the other thing is, by the way, I would imagine the kid taking a puberty blocker for precocious puberty, they're not really like making that decision. Like, maybe you might ask them, but I don't know if there's much point. Only allow it for a few months. Yeah. Like, it's very different in how they're coming across it, because generally it's the kid that wants the puberty blocker to like transition, versus you've got the problem of precocious puberty and you're like prescribed it. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain what I mean. It makes it complicated, but it's not a good comparison, I don't think, between precocious puberty and like trans kids. You know, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. More than anything, half of the point of like precocious puberty, like using puberty blockers for that, is to try and encourage a normal development rather than an abnormal development. Whereas for trans, it's completely the other way around. And it's like body modification. And it's part of a longer process that the child probably doesn't understand super well, you know? So there are differences. It is complicated, but you can make a case for why it's different. Like, people will do this id poll thing where it's like, oh, well, you allow it for cis kids but not for trans kids. But it's like where the details are and the way it's used, you know?
Stems from an ability to have a choice to decide on whether they're going to continue with transition.
Suddenly, this person sounds really unsure of themselves. Suddenly, they were quite confident earlier. I don't know if this person quite believes what they're saying in a way. He says to decide the risk wasn't worth it. He's 18. He's fine. Ah, fair enough. I've only really heard of precocious puberty cases in girls, to be honest.
Later on in life, it's a completely irreversible thing. You come off puberty block.
It's not a completely irreversible thing. Oh my god! Oh, please stop. No wonder you're sounding like unsure. You were speaking from your own experience and your own opinions earlier. Now you're regurgitating. Now you're saying the TRA talking points. You don't know what you believe about it, but that's what's said. That's the so-called facts, and that's just what you repeat. Like, nah, not down with this.
Because you go through puberty, you know, as your body wants. And
yes, and there couldn't be any problems with going through puberty at like 17 or something, because you blocked it for like years and years and years. Not sure about that at all. And the government disagrees with you, so hey.
What about the kind of like infertility angle of how it can contribute to infertility, and that you say it's reversible?
Oh yeah.
But it's not.
It's not?
In many cases, it's not been, no.
I don't know if just puberty blockers, does that tend to lead to infertility? Usually the argument, and because it's Monty, he's fucking unable to do this. I don't know why he talks about trans issues. When you talk about infertility, I'm pretty sure it's usually because, in general, it's the process. You're going to be on puberty blockers and then on, like, cross-sex hormones. That's where the infertility comes from. You never went through, like, a natural puberty. And almost every kid that goes on puberty blockers for trans purposes goes further with it. Just saying puberty blockers causes infertility is not the argument.
So basically, the reason I say that trans is mental illness is I'm not advocating for anyone who says they're trans to be put into a mental asylum. What I am advocating for is honesty and truth. And I feel like before we get into the conversation of...
You can't claim it's to relieve mental stress, because part of the side effects of puberty blockers is mental distress. It's only useful in that it changes the growth trajectory of your sex. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I just, listen, I just need so much more to start being okay with, like, transitioning kids. I'm just not down with it. Like, listen, if that makes me a transphobe or a bad person or whatever, I'll fucking take it, because I'm just not down with that.
Puberty blockers and all of these other avenues, which are great conversations, we need to establish, well, do we recognise that it's a mental illness? In the same way, if I turn around and said, I'm anorexic, and you turn around to me and said, okay, well, don't eat.
It's
Would you do that?
No, absolutely not, because it's a different case. Why? It's totally a different case.
Why? Because I see them as complete.
It is actually very different. If you tell an anorexic to stop eating, they will die in, like, days. However long it takes. I suppose it's not days, isn't it? Like weeks. It's like a couple of weeks with only water. You can survive with no food. But it's very different. Like, you know, there's a much more immediate risk of someone not eating that has anorexia to, you know, what we're talking about here, for sure.
Completely comparable.
Well, so body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria, those two ideas, they can conflate, and they're...
Explain that to me. I'd be interested to hear the
body
differentiation.
dysmorphia,
there's like crossover, but that's not. I don't even know if that's what he means really. Monty, I'm not misgendering this person. Don't come at me.
more of a perception of self-image and just like, and it should be treated through mental health avenues. You know, it should be treated like, oh, you shouldn't feel this way about yourself. You should learn to like it probably stems from many other issues within people. Like
this, you know what's weird? Are we talking about anorexia right now? Some of this you actually can like. You could use these same arguments for like what people call conversion therapy when it comes to trying, you know, like alternative like therapies and stuff. You could use this as an argument for that.
But when it comes to gender dysphoria, it's not that you.
Bony is beautiful. Oh, is that why you watch me? I'm not complaining. I'm just curious.
You're trying to reach an unhealthy goal. It's not that you're trying to. It's not like, oh, I should become.
Yeah, it's interesting. This person was like really, like, well spoken when it came to the free speech stuff, and in general did well. I don't think they're as sure about this, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing that people are making these arguments quite unconfidently, whatever the word is. Not very self-assuredly. Maybe it'll say something to this person. Maybe it'll give them something to think about. I don't know. In general, they're doing well though. Listen, fuck Monty Toms. He's a loser.
Incredibly unhealthily skinny, which is it's a mental illness.
Yeah, people would use this as an analog for like trans and be like, well, in the same vein, I don't really want my daughter to have her tits cut off and to take testosterone and potentially cause a bunch of other health issues and stuff like that, you know.
Because it causes harm upon the person.
Yeah.
But with...
And I mean, gender affirming care, if it's done on someone and it's irreversible and then that person regrets it and wants to go back on it, then you have caused harm on that person. It's just that because it helps other people, it's difficult to know who it's going to help and who it's going to harm. So unfortunately, like, they're kind of laying out Monty's argument for him. And the most hilarious part is Monty is dumb, so I don't know if he's even going to notice. But he might.
Gender dysphoria. The treatment for that is either you change the way that your mind works. There's many studies to show that prior to any sort of medical transition, like any sort of hormones or anything like that, brain scans indicate that the structure of trans women's brain.
No. We're just gonna skip this bit. I'm not interested. I don't fucking care. I'm not interested. This is just not true. And if it was true, why doesn't WPATH tell people to get their brain scanned? Why does this only manifest in trans women? Why is it that gender identity works the same way in men and women, yet this effect is not replicated in trans women? Jesus Christ, man. I've been looking into a lot of the trans brain stuff. I have loads of stuff saved. Where is it? What's a thing worth looking at? This one. And this one's... No. Was it this one? Yes, no, it was. And this is a meta study or even a mega study. I can't remember. What they find is that in some of these people, there are certain parts of the brain that look a bit smaller. But we're just measuring like the size of things. It doesn't reflect in trans men. And I can show you this based on the actual study itself. We make it bigger. So they've got this very handy chart that literally explains how they're kind of a bit full of shit on this kind of stuff. So cis men and trans women are either side, and cis women and trans men are in the middle. So females in the middle, males either side. There are slight differences shown in some of these areas of the brain between trans women and cis men. The brains of the trans women still more look like the cis men's than the trans women's, and you don't see the opposite effect in trans men. In fact, it seems to look like the same effect is happening in trans men. Wouldn't you expect the opposite effect? Wouldn't you expect it to be from left to right? Biggest, smallest, second biggest. But actually, the trans men's just look like the women's. And when they don't look like the women's, they look slightly smaller. And we're talking about specific areas of the brain. We don't really know, I don't know if it's shown what the size of any of these parts of the brain actually has to do with its function and what it says about you. It's just even the kind of knockout evidence that these people provide. Because you know who showed me this? First Amender. He really, really believes in this stuff, okay? And he really likes studies. So I can buy that this is quite an important study for those people. I think I can intuit that based on that. It's not good enough. There are very slight differences. It's just not good enough. There's more of it, and it's the same effect that we see. And trans women just on average have smaller, still male-looking brains than the average man. And I've no idea what the confounding variables are. I've no idea what they kind of measured for that could also cause these kind of differences. Because there are certain predispositions, trans people are more likely to have things like autism. Trans people are more likely to have trauma and stuff. How do those things affect the brain? How does it affect the brain the way that you've been living your life? Where maybe you're a trans woman, and part of that is you've always lived your life hanging out with other girls, not boys. You play with girls stuff, not boys. That kind of stuff affects your brain. So yeah, it's been observed that there are very slight structural differences on average. But what would you even use this for as well? If this is true and this confirms that people are trans, then all you have to do is scan a trans person's brain that hasn't started hormones yet and find that their brain is just the stereotypical man brain, maybe the most manly brain to ever fucking brain. And when we say manly, we just mean size-wise, we just mean large. Then you could say, okay, well, you're not trans because your brain doesn't look like a trans brain. No one wants that. TRAs for sure do not want that. They don't want there to be any kind of gatekeeping. And things like trans brains would lead to gatekeeping. I don't know how this has become a talking point again. I thought we all agreed that this was bullshit and useless. I thought this was meant to be transmedicalism. I thought transmedicalism was worse than Nazism. But yeah, every time I hear this fucking talking point so fucking often, it's just really not true. There's just almost nothing to this. And there's so many things this could mean. Neurology is a very young field. And all they can really do is look at the different sizes of different parts of the brain relative. And they can observe things like firing up, neuron pathways, shit like that. They don't know what any of that means. They don't know what it means when a neuron fires in a specific part of the brain in general. They just can't observe it happening. And maybe they can link it to things that are also happening. I don't know. It's very difficult to make these kind of claims about like the brain and that it indicates that someone is trans or predisposes them to be trans. We've just observed like a correlation that could be for lots of reasons. I'm so sorry. I get very, very irritated by this brain state. It's another thing that I really want to make a thing about, to be honest. I have a list of things. I need to get on with some stuff. To be honest, I need to stop talking about making things, just make some fucking more things, you know? But yeah, trans brains. Trans brains. I have a bunch of stuff saved. I have loads of like clips of people citing it because loads of people fucking cite it. I've got that Robert Sapolsky guy who... it's not like he seems dumb. Like, I would never say that about someone far more qualified in that field than me. But he makes some crazy claims. He makes some over-the-top claims about that kind of stuff. Anyway.
Brains. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? We'll watch this and we'll see how Montgomery deals with this talking point.
Are more similar to cisgender women's brains than...
Not true.
Cisgender male brains.
I'm getting...
Not true. We just looked at a meta-study. Trans women's brains still look more like male brains than female brains. There isn't really like a male brain and a female brain. That idea is heavily disputed. There was an interesting thing I read that was called Dump the Dimorphism. That has quite a few interesting points against the idea of like sexually dimorphic brains in general. This Lise Elliott et al. This has quite a lot of interesting stuff in it that's worth having a look at. Yeah, here's an interesting thing. I found this really interesting. Hang on. Yeah, speaking of, this isn't trans brains, this is like sexually dimorphic brains. So male brains and female brains. Do these even exist? So what they found, these are a bunch of different studies measuring the different sizes of different parts of the brain. You can just about see it. The quality isn't good, I apologize. Where it's pink, they found that women's brains were larger in these particular areas. In this particular study, the studies are like horizontal. Where it's blue, it's men. And where it's yellow, there's no specific observable difference. Like, it's about the same, you know, roughly. Can you see how, like, between studies, they just find completely different things? And that there's a handful of areas where it seems like men or women have larger parts of the brain? So the findings are quite, you know, they're not super... It's hard to draw conclusions when you look at loads of different studies. And it's completely different. You know, one person finds one thing, one person finds another thing. Physical anatomy means next to nothing with brains. Still doesn't disqualify a neurobiological basis for GD. Well, what does qualify a neurobiological basis for GD? Because this is what people cite. They cite the trans brains thing. But if just the size of a part of the brain doesn't actually mean shit, then what is the actual neurobiological basis? Surely all you can say is we don't know. We can't say it definitely doesn't. I agree, we can't say there definitely isn't one. But we have no evidence to say there is one. And that's much more important at the moment. Because people are saying that this is happening. People are saying that this is a fact. The thing we just looked at was a meta-study. It was many studies tabulated. And it showed that trans women's brains just look very slightly smaller than male brains, but much larger than women's. So what this person is saying is factually untrue. And I hear this all the time. I hear this talking point so fucking often. And it's just not true. And I don't know where these people are getting this from. I would love to see the evidence. But I would guess it's probably the same fucking thing that I showed you. Anyway, sorry. I get really irritated with this fucking talking point.
Getting lost. Sorry. So...
Yeah, most of the brain is malleable, constantly changing. What time of day it is affects the size of your brain. How hydrated you are affects the size of your brain. What your profession is, what kind of hobbies you have, who you hang around with, what kind of socializing you do, how much. Your diet, presumably, whether you take drugs or drink or whatever, anything that kind of advances like brain decay, I don't know. So many different factors. So many different factors.
What is a cis? So
cisgender.
You have to explain these things to me.
Cisgender, not trans.
So just normal.
Dude, you know what fucking cisgender means? I hate these people. I hate these people. I actually hate these people. Stop asking people to explain what cis... You know what it means, bro. Just use the terminology they're using or use an analog for it and just carry on the conversation. Don't hold it up because you're offended at the word cisgender. I don't like it very much either. Occasionally it's useful to differentiate. Just get over it. It's okay.
Yeah, more, so if...
And hey, good on this person for just saying, yeah, it means the same thing. There you go. Wow.
Yeah, if someone was born in a male body, born a guy, and they said, oh, I believe I'm a woman.
Yeah.
Studies were shown that people like that, transgender women, were shown to have more similar brain structure to biological cisgender.
This wasn't true the first time you said it. It's not true now either. Sorry.
Women.
Okay.
Than they do to
hypothesize affects people in utero. Yeah, people say that all the time as well. Oh, it can be different in the brain. Who is it who said to me? Someone said to me, like, surely if, like, you have a female brain, wouldn't your face develop at roughly the same time and would also look female? I can't remember who said that to me. I'm not sure about that. That was something I haven't really looked into, but the in utero thing is it's a hypothesis. People can think that that might have happened, but no one can prove that.
I'm going to ask you, and this is not a gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
I genuinely was going to ask you this question. I know it's a cliche, but what is a woman?
What is a woman?
So when someone says...
Bro, this like, how do you not? He doesn't know anything. Oh, I hate this. Stop talking about trans people. He doesn't know anything about the trans brains thing. This talking point is everywhere. I have so many clips of so many different people in so many different videos citing this trans brains thing. And what this person said was like factually untrue according to the fucking studies. That trans women's brains more resemble women's brains. It's just not true. Like... But he doesn't know any of this. Why wouldn't you learn the talking point? And look into it yourself and like come up with counters if you think that it's untrue. Instead, he just gets off the subject because he doesn't know anything about this. And to be honest, I don't think he cares about any of this. All this fucking loser cares about is having the right to go around saying trans is mentally ill. Trans is a mental illness. That's all he knows how to do. Yeah, Mike Brigandy uses it. Mike Brigandy is a fucking loser. I watched most of that debate he did with that Raz person. It was utterly embarrassing, and people like that need to stop advocating for us. People like this need to stop advocating against us because he's just making his own movement look fucking stupid. And people like Mike Brigandy need to leave us the fuck alone. He's just making things worse.
I'm a man and I identify as a woman. What are they?
Why had you started being uncomfortable, dysphoric when a teenager? Would I have transitioned as a teen if given the opportunity? Maybe. If I was younger, it's possible it would have happened. I'm not sure. I think I started showing more of an affinity for like feminine things in my kind of mid to later teens, like kind of 15, 16-ish. So it's possible. I don't know. It's always hard to tell, isn't it? It's always hard to tell, like, what could have been and stuff.
Identifying as.
So, when you get up in the morning and you choose... What is a woman?
So when someone says, I'm a man and I identify as a woman...
Wait, hang on.
But what is a woman?
What is a woman?
So when someone says, I'm a man and I identify...
Why is he doing... Like, just let them answer the question.
As a woman, what are they identifying as?
So... When you...
An adult human female. It's metaphorical. You feel like you should be a woman rather than a man. You don't really know how to explain that to people because it's almost impossible to explain that to people because it's not a particularly rational thing. So you say things like, oh, I feel like I identify as a woman. I feel like my brain's in the wrong body. I feel like I should have been born female. None of those things are like objectively true things that are observable in people. But it's a metaphor, it's a way of explaining this kind of shit. Truthfully, trans women aren't technically women, but if you try hard enough and you resemble a woman and you prefer being referred to as a woman, use a woman's name and all that kind of shit, it might just be easier. It might just make more sense, like, socially, to refer to that person as a woman, even if it's not technically true. That's how it is. I'm not a woman, it's fine. If people want to regard me as one, then cool. That's what I'd rather, but I don't make people anymore, because I don't think it's like an objective thing that I can prove to someone that I am a woman, so I don't bother.
You get up in the morning and you choose not to shave, and you do that because you like how you look with a beard, and you dress how you dress, and all of these other social choices that we make to be perceived in a certain way. You know, you won't go out and you'll put on
the what is a woman thing is like performative at this point.
A skirt. You know, you totally could.
Yeah.
But I think that deep down it would be like, this is slightly uncomfortable because it's just not how I want to be perceived. So you have multiple facets. You got like, because it's not entirely biological.
Hey, Sapphic, hope you're good.
Logical, because we live in a society. You know, people interact, people talk with one another.
Yeah.
And eventually, over time, you get the kind of.
So what about? I don't mean to cut you.
Yeah, go on.
But what about just coming in?
I don't mean to cut you. Do you mean cut you off? Anyway.
From the angle of some basic things like, if you're a man, you have a penis.
I think I got what they were saying, by the way. I think their answer was fine so far.
If you're a woman, you have a vagina and breasts, and that's simple as that. And then you've got different chromosomes, and there's your biology.
That's right.
Or ovaries, or, you know.
That's your biology, yeah.
That's your biology.
Totally.
So that, for me, is the definition, the difference between a man and a woman.
I think that's a bit reductionist. I think
really,
it totally makes sense. It's like common sense. Yeah, duh, that makes sense. You know, because it's like, oh, it is what it is. It's like physical. It's there. You can just bog it down.
I think honestly, the truth is the word woman is like somewhat subjective in how we use it. Like, your sex is what is like generally objective, and there's a bit of like messiness around where people have DSDs and stuff. Excuse me. But then, like, you have like concepts, and then you have people's ideas of concepts, and people are going to relate what they see to like their idea of something. Potentially going to see a male person as a woman because of how they look or how they come across and all this kind of thing, you know. Their look is cute. Yeah, they look good. The hair is a bit weird sort of around here. I think that's what tipped me off they were trans, to be honest, before they mentioned. If you're going through a weird like fringe phase, you might be a teenage girl, you might be trans.
But I think that kind of, like, we're talking about trans people who are like a tiny percentage of the population.
I do appreciate that,
around
but
1%.
that is
so it's an abnormality. You know, it's an abnormality. You know.
Yeah, if you base woman on sex, then trans women are not women. Not everyone conceives of it as like sex. You know what I mean? So it's complicated. I don't know. I think I used to just say the trans woman and men stuff. I don't. It's not that I don't think that technically, but it's complicated and weird, and it relates to a mixture of you're born a certain way and your biology is what it is, but then how are you perceived by other people, you know?
Like you'll
But when we start crossing the line when they're in female sports, or vice versa, you know, men and women's sports and women in even men's sports, or when you've got grown men dressed as a woman.
Yeah, what this here is, sometimes your sex is more important, and sometimes your gender is more important. How you're treated in day-to-day life, which toilet you should use, you could argue that gender is more important, and it's more about how you perceive and what you kind of fit in as and shit like that. When it comes to sport, yeah, I'd say it's like sex that matters ultimately. Sometimes one is preferable and sometimes the other is preferable. When people talk about why does gender trump sex, well, it depends on the context, you know.
As in wearing a dress with a big beard and then going into my mother's bathroom.
Yes.
That really worries me. And I don't trust.
Mother's bathroom? What? Well, bro, if she didn't invite that person into her house and he went into her bathroom uninvited, yeah, that would probably perturb like anybody. Why do these people talk like this?
Men dressed as a woman, as in wearing a dress with a big beard and then going into my mother's bathroom.
Yes.
That really worries me. And I don't trust.
I think he meant like a woman's bathroom, but like your mother's bathroom is the bathroom she owns. My bathroom is not any public toilet that I should be in. My bathroom is the one that's like fucking over there, you know.
This sort of airy fairy, because if you ask me that, you didn't define what a woman is. You just gave me.
Yeah, it is airy. That's the point, man. It is airy fairy. It's to do with like perception and culture and like how you see each other. It is airy fairy. It is confusing. It is up to interpretation to an extent. So when it comes to whether there's like an objective definition of woman, there is, but it's like with an asterisk. It's like you will consider some people potentially to be women that aren't based on the definition. It is confusing. It is airy-fairy. It's hard to talk about this without being so. That's why I refer to things like metaphor and stuff. That's why I refer to that. It's incredibly difficult to explain to the average person how I feel and what led me to transition, you know? Because it's not going to make sense however I put it, you know?
Symptoms of femininity.
Like, do you want to? Which one do you want me to answer? Do you want me to answer the first one of what's a woman, or do you want me to answer the second one of
I just
how do you deal with trans women in sports?
I would love both.
women?
So, but I
Okay.
think for you simply, when I say what is a woman, I can simply turn around and say they've got a vagina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. 99% of the time works.
Okay.
Easy, done,
okay. So
you
what
know?
is a man who identifies as a woman? What are they identifying as?
So
a female. Like, I'm doing all this because I want to appear female. Absolutely. 100%. Would I smash? Jeez, I feel weird. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
We need to bog it down to...
Nah, you know what? This person looks like way too young for me. I'm in my 30s. This person looks like 20. It's a bit young for me. It's a bit young.
What being trans entails, and 99 out of 100 cases, you know, I personally think all of the cases, you can have gender dysphoria. So what's psychologically in your head isn't going to match with your body. It's a birth defect, you know?
Right.
I don't really feel this. Again, the mismatch again feels like it is again. It's more metaphor. Like you feel there's a mismatch. Is there technically a mismatch? It's a funny one. It's a funny one. I wouldn't say it's a birth defect. I think that would imply that there's something in you that shouldn't be there but is, and that's what makes you trans, you know? But again, like, remember, people are just showing up and just kind of hashing out their thoughts. The idea that this person is just going to give all the perfect takes and, like, say things that just blow them out the water, it's probably not going to happen. And it's understandable. And, like, the fact that this person's, like, holding their own against Monty, who is supposed to have prepared but doesn't know the slightest fucking thing about trans brains, despite it being a common talking point. It's quite embarrassing for Monty that that's the case, quite honestly.
Or how you perceive yourself, how you are mentally doesn't match what you have going on physically.
Okay.
And this links in with what you were talking about shouldn't we just treat it the same as body dysmorphia, like shit to do with anorexia? Sorry, that's oh, free speech. My bad.
Do what you want.
Shit to do about anorexia and bulimia.
Yeah, the idea about passing, it's like, well, to plenty of trans people, they're women if people think they're women. And even if they're not objectively a woman in that they were born male, the fact that everyone thinks they're a woman, that's kind of what the goal is for a lot of, like you know, passing trans people and stuff. If you don't care about passing, then, I don't know, do what you want. But then that's why, I don't know, where you're, like, transsexual and passing is important, it is about being known as the other. Like, that's a very different experience to like, non-binary transition. I do think they should be regarded separately. And that's not to hate on non-binary people or whatever. That's just to say what you experience and how you live your life is just very different to how a transsexual person does, you know?
and all other sorts of body image issues and stuff like that, it is much more easy to treat how someone's body is in this case than to treat how someone's mind is. You know, you'll have to go in there, you'll have to like go through all sorts of therapy that aren't proven to ever work, and the easier thing to do is to be like, go take these hormones, make yourself feel better. You're not making yourself unhealthier. You know any sort of risks you're doing. You know.
You can make yourself unhealthy transitioning.
And the idea of
I don't know, honestly, some people are better off changing their body to match their brain. Some people are better off, you know, metaphorically. Some people are better off changing their brain to match their body. I think saying that uniformly every single person that has gender dysphoria and wants to transition or whatever needs this or that, then that's not going to work, I don't think. It does need different things for different people.
being transgender, what is a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can afford hormones, that's true. I mean, it's different in the UK.
Trying to align more with trans people see it as aligning more with what they've got going on mentally than what they've got going on physically.
Okay.
Because one's easier to change than the other. You know, you only look in the mirror how...
Yeah, one's easier to change than the other, but which one is easier depends on the person, I would say.
How many times a day, but you're sitting in your own head all the time, you know?
So if this is personal, and you do not have to ask, but what is it you identify as?
It's not important.
So if you wanted me to refer to...
Yeah, you know what? That's very true. It actually doesn't fucking matter what you identify as. It doesn't matter.
So if this is personal, and you do not have to ask, but what is it you identify as?
It's not important.
It's not important. Like, I can see myself calling this person she, her, because they're, like, feminine enough. Like, I can see the woman, you know what I mean? Even if they're not technically a woman. I'm not looking at someone's identity. I can never see someone's identity. And if someone tells me their identity, I don't know what that really means. I don't know what it really means for me to say I identify as a woman, other than that I'm expressing that I am trans. But I don't need to say I identify as a woman. I can say I'm a trans woman, because that's what I am, you know. Yeah, that was a good answer. Honestly, some of this stuff that this person is saying is a bit whack, but in general, like, I respect what this person's doing here. I think they're doing well, or she's doing well. There you go. There you go. I'm so woke now.
So if you were...
Yeah, this person could be this. They could be a man. I don't know, man. We can't make things complicated and then deliberately appear as the other thing and still advocate for that thing and then say, actually, no, I'm a he. Like, that's unreasonable.
If you wanted me to refer to you as, what, a man or a woman?
It's really not important.
Well, it is. But...
Like, that's bait. Like, how is he the one? How is he not saying? No, that's good. I wish more people were like this. No, he's trying to make this person pick one now. Like, stop. This is worse than when, like, fucking allies get their fucking minds blown when I say that I don't care how I'm perceived or how I'm referred to, and that I don't identify as anything, and that my identity is me. What is happening here? Bro.
Because not to this conversation, I don't think.
Pardon?
I don't think it's important to the conversation.
Well, the reason I think it is, and again, I said you didn't have to tell me, and you don't, but the reason I think it's important is, it goes back to this sort of dangerous precedent you set when you start changing language, when you start saying you have to...
What has this got to do with what they were saying? Is he just this confused? That he's just, like, reverting back to, like, the talking points he's memorized. I'm not getting the through line between what the trans person talking to him is saying and what he is responding with here.
To lie, you have to go against biology because you still...
It's not lying, though. It's
You're not giving me a definition of what a woman is.
So, the definition of a woman... You have people who are female, who have female genitalia. And over time, as society's gone on, we've built up expectations about what that means for someone, you know?
Okay.
So we'll treat women in specific ways, and we'll treat men in specific ways.
Yep.
Because of the society we live in, you know, it changes from society to society, like culture to culture, as you go across the globe. But that kind of identity of what it means to be part of this social group, that is a woman. I can list off a bunch of things.
You're saying characteristics is what makes you a woman, not biology.
Biology is like a big backbone of that. It totally is. And then characteristics kind of come and follow that, and that's what socially, I suppose, it is. And then trans people are, I perceive it as, in myself, as like an abnormality that has caused me to kind of have a bit of a mismatch.
Okay.
And so the way that I see of remedying that is changing the way my body is and changing the way that I show myself in society to kind of alleviate that mental stress, you know?
So at what age, again, not something you have to answer because I know it's personal, but if you don't mind me asking, what age did you start transitioning?
18.
18. So you were 18 years old.
Yeah.
Do you feel that, what's your, because I'm genuinely curious, because, do you know, credit to you, how rare it is to be able to have this conversation. If you need to go, by the way, you can.
No
I know
worries, I think I'll probably have, like, I checked the time at 11, it's fine.
All right. But what was that process for you then? If you don't mind me asking, what was that process? So what, you were 8 when you decided you were...
You know what, like, the only thing that annoys me about this kind of stuff is, like, you can hear from as many trans people as you want, like, what their experience is. They always just kind of revert back to what they thought. It kind of sucks that he asked people to open up to him, when it feels like it's kind of for nothing. You're just, you know, it's good that he's getting people's experiences and stuff, but, like, what's he actually getting from these people's experiences? You know, beyond the actually plenty of trans people aren't dicks and will just talk to you like a normal person, and that not all of us are the fucking screaming dickheads that you get outside of fucking Connie Shaw talks, or whatever fucking shit.
Something that, in my opinion, you're not, or what was the personal? You don't. Again, it's personal, but if you want to tell me, you can.
I didn't clock it until I was like 17. You know, I thought
that's a quick transition, then, isn't it?
Not really. I think I've had time to stew on it. You know, a lot of it, once you figure it out, it's like, oh shit, I get this now. What do I do? You know. Yeah. And so what happened for me is I figured it out about myself. I was like, oh, I've got kind of an underlying discomfort. I've seen, but I've developed myself a bunch, you know, I don't have all of these issues that I used to have. It's not caused by some family problems or outside stress or anything like that. I consider myself very mentally healthy.
Okay.
There was still some discomfort that I only managed to pin down when I realised I was transgender, you know, and then after that it was a case of how am I going to alleviate this, because I can't alleviate this by just kind of like some sort of conversion therapy, like auxiliary mental treatment, because I'm perfectly mentally fine apart from that. I'm going to start going on hormones and medically transitioning.
Okay, and so again, I'm just curious, when they asked you, did you ask to go on hormone, you know, did you ask to take hormone drugs or anything like that? Or was that... What I'm just so curious. How does it work, literally, from your angle? Because I've heard so many different stories. Some people say it was pushed on them, they didn't want it, they were young.
When they were young, they got given
puberty blockers, for example.
Puberty blockers, and hormones.
I can imagine, like, I wonder, is there a difference between transsexual and transgender? Yes, there shouldn't be. To me, a transsexual is someone who is one sex but lives their life as much as they can as the other. You know, socially transitioning, you know, presenting yourself a certain way, changing your name, stuff like that. And then transgender apparently just means that you identify as a different gender to the one assigned to you at birth, or which sex it matches up to. President Sunday and Femios tried to codify this the other day. Oh, what do you mean? Do these two, like, hang out and stuff? That's gross. I don't mind President Sunday. I think he could take less time to say anything, but he's alright. His Alec Gunter conversation was quite fun. kind of off-putting if he knocks around with someone like that, though. I'm not gonna lie. Gross.
When they were young, they got given
puberty blockers, for example.
Puberty blockers.
And
hormones?
hormones.
He's in Manchester, yeah. Yeah, what was I trying to say? Fuck. If he has heard from a lot of detransitioners, they might be recontextualizing it as like, this was pushed on me. Maybe you get some of these kids who like it, you know, they just felt a certain way and that was the treatment they were told would work and they do it and that's how they perceive it. I think that's fair enough. I would imagine most people that transition, they're like actively choosing the treatment. They know what the treatment is because it's very easy to find out how this shit works now. And they very much want that going in, you know. So I don't know if he's heard from certain kinds of like trans people or ex-trans people that have quite, you know, that it's very much coloured in their brain, their experience or whatever. It's hard to explain what I mean, but I think there might be a certain amount of like bias in the kinds of people he normally talks to, if that makes sense.
Different stories. Some people say it was pushed on them.
Yeah, transvestite means you just dress up in opposite sex clothing, usually male to female, because women wear men's clothing, that's just normal. Someone said to me, transgender is to change gender, transsexual is to change sex. Both of them are to change gender, because you can't really meaningfully change your sex. You can change, like, things about you. I think, to me, I still think that sex primarily is around, it's organized around, like, reproduction. I think to change sex, you'd have to be able to take on, like, the other reproductive role, rather than just nullify your own. So it is all about gender. When people say, well, sex is different to gender, They don't, it's a cliche, but they do mean something. It's like, you can't change your sex, but you can change gendered traits that will lead people to think you're a woman, such as like your name and your appearance and that. But I mean, I don't know, it's different for everyone, I guess. They pushed it on Moaning Michael when he phoned the GIC every day. Yeah. Did he say that it was pushed on him? I wonder. I still haven't really watched any of that stuff. I know you watched like loads of it.
They didn't want it. They were young.
When they were young, they got given
puberty blockers, for example.
Puberty blockers.
And
hormones. Hormones when they're young. That.
No, puberty blockers.
Yes, that's one.
And they've turned around to me and said, you know, I felt I was indoctrinated through the education system.
This is 100% like detransitioners. And like, listen, this happens. People should hear these people out. People should know the good results and the bad results, absolutely. It starts becoming a problem when you prioritize one over the other too much. And it is obviously worth mentioning that there's only a certain amount of detransitioners. There's more than people pretend. Like when people say it's like 1%, I don't think that's true. I think it's far more than that. But it's also not like 50%. It's also not like, you know, even like 33% most likely. So when you prioritize, when you believe everything that like detransitioners say and very little that happily transitioned people say is going to cause a bias and it's going to cause an issue.
Someone told me I was trans because I wore a dress when I was like 12 years old, and then a teacher said to me once, you might be trans, and they put it in my head and I was young, and my parents...
And yeah, I mean, the easy answer to this is, well, teachers probably shouldn't be telling like kids that they might be trans. They should be... If a kid wants to gender non-conform, they should be allowing that, you know, that should be absolutely fine. It shouldn't be a problem. Kid wants to wear his hair long when he's a boy and shit like that. That should be fine. But yeah, teachers shouldn't be telling kids that they're trans. And I wonder if he's drawing from like American talking points more than this. Like this probably has happened in the UK, but usually you're hearing about this from America more, I'd say.
Parents pushed it on me and I totally regret it, and now I've had surgery, I've had my penis removed, I regret it, this is terrible. And they were like, when they're 15,
did that
16.
happen though? When did like some...
Sex and gender are two separate things. I disagree. Gender is like derived from sex. If gender isn't derived from sex, then I don't know why masculine and feminine are the terms we use to describe gender a lot of the time. Those very clearly match up with male and female. Pushiness and detransition. I was going to say something, but I won't.
someone's like genitalia get removed or stuff like that?
Do you know what? I can't answer that question. That's a
Because
personal...
the way you're saying it makes it sound like it happens when they're kids. Those kinds of surgeries.
Well,
those
the
kinds
Tavistock Clinic did perform surgery.
There has been like mastectomies and stuff. There's been some like vaginoplasties and stuff. This seems like it's like more and more countries seem to be turning away from offering this to kids, to be honest.
16-year-olds.
Sorry?
Tavistock Clinic. Don't know if you're familiar. That's the clinic in London.
Yeah.
So they did perform surgeries on 16-year-olds.
What kinds?
Breast removal, for example.
Breast removal?
For example, yeah.
Is this for transgender children or cisgender children?
Is that for children? I don't know the difference.
Yeah, but it depends on...
I just believe, again, this is hard for me because I don't know the...
Retard, obviously it was for trans children. What are you talking about? The Tavistock Clinic? Fucking kids? Like... Yes, it was trans kids. Why would it be cisgender kids? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Stop playing dumb. I think he's learned this from Steve. To like play dumb and get people to explain like basic concepts that he's heard a million times. But he's bad at this. It's like obvious that it's even more obvious, that he's playing dumb.
This lingo, so I believe if it's a
You know what a transgender person is, right?
Well, they're not. In my opinion, they're just man or woman. Their biology dictates who they are. It doesn't go more complicated than that.
No, yeah, but we're having a whole conversation.
You know what I need to do? I need to try and convince this fucking retard that I'm actually like cisgender. Actually, no. Actually, it's really easy. It would be really easy to like get these people to think that I'm actually a biological woman. I just pretend I have some kind of DSD, where like I'm high T or something, because these people are incredibly like they virtue signal towards people with DSDs. They virtue signal towards like intersex people, and they learn all about the different ones. So you just pick one that it's plausible you might have had. And then jobs are good, and I reckon I could successfully convince like one of these people that I'm actually biologically female.
Their biology dictates who they are. It doesn't go more complicated than that.
No, yeah, but we're having a whole conversation about transgender people, and it would like,
if biology existed in a vacuum, then yeah, sure, I guess. What confounds it is that we have this thing called society and culture.
Complicated than that.
No, yeah, but we're having a whole conversation about transgender people, and it would like, if you're talking about this and that, and if they identify as transgender, maybe that's a more appeasing word to use.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't even use the word gender. I hate the word gender. It was invented by a man called John Money, who...
John... Sorry, that's just a...
Yeah, John Money, I'm pretty wasn't it someone else that came up with like gender identity or something? I don't think it was John Money. I don't know. Mischief, you know more about this than me. You tell me. You tell me who it was.
It was invented by...
Was it Stoller? Maybe it was Stoller. I don't know. The history stuff isn't really my area. It's not what I focus on. Maybe I should learn more of it.
A man called John Money, who...
Sorry, that's just a... Sorry, I just found that funny. My bad.
Well, who invented gender, and if it's not John Money?
Invented gender? What does that mean? Who invented gender? I don't know. When was the first time we decided that males should do this and females should do that when it isn't really of their sex? It's just something that's being like associated with them. That's probably who invented gender, and it was probably many different people in different parts of the world. Like getting on for 30,000 years ago or so. That's probably what it was.
It's gender.
Yeah, as a concept, as a theory, as something...
Oh, it's a theory.
Oh, coined a theory. Okay, wow. Well done. Invented. Gee.
Yeah. Okay.
But is he a Christian? Yeah, he probably does think God invented gender. Yeah, you're right.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well, John Money, in my opinion, he did experiments on children.
he just wants to bring up John Money. Bro, he just wants to bring up John Money. He just wants to bring up the weirdest freak he can to just see what you think about it. It's just an excuse for him to do that. That's all this is.
My bad.
Well, who invented gender, and if it's not John Money?
Invented gender?
Yeah, as a concept, as a theory, as something...
Oh, as a theory, yeah. Okay. I don't...
Wait, did you answer? Hang on. Okay, thank you.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well, John Money, in my opinion, he did experiments on children and all sorts. That's the origins of the word gender. I find the way that I find the word gender, the connotations of gender, deeply disturbing to me. And introduce, like, depends how far you want to go, but for me, it comes from a real.
Yeah, identified and given a name. He means like coining the theory or the concept or whatever, putting a word to something. He just his word choices, I guess, are just very unfortunate sometimes.
Principal angle where we can have a conversation till the sun comes up and down about what all these things are, but when you start denying biology and when you start telling me that in institutions.
What if you don't deny biology? What if you say, yes, I'm male, I just want to be perceived as female? If they don't want to perceive me as female, it's up to them. My guess is he wouldn't have a problem, but he would hear me say this kind of thing and then just carry on with the exact same shit. And unfortunately, we have given too much credence to this kind of stuff. By there being, you know, people who got fired for not calling someone what they wanted to be called and that kind of shit. But I think that society is, like, correcting on this kind of shit, you know? I think that is happening.
I have to adhere to different pronouns and change my language, and if I don't do that, I'm a hateful person. And then you say, okay, well, there's a woman's bath.
I mean, this person already kind of crossed that off and said that this is kind of more small stuff, you know.
And a man's going to go in there, and my mum will potentially.
His gloves are clashing. Yeah, I agree. The fit is weird in general. Like, he looks like he's wearing like a coat underneath his coat or something, because he's quite skinny from what I remember.
One day my daughter's going to be in that. That really scares me, and I think it's wrong. I think it's disgusting.
I think it's kind of ignoring the facts, basically. I said earlier, there are studies that are showing that men who identify as women, like biological males who identify as women, their brains are much more similar.
Oh my god, no. This didn't need yet another go around. I hate people. Okay, I still respect this person. They're still doing fine. They've just got some dumb ideas in their head. But in general, like, they're not a dumb person. They just are saying the odd dumb thing. Whereas Monty Tom's probably is actually just a dumb person.
Structure to
when we say different structure as well, you know, the structure is the same. The structure is the same. It's not even brain structure. The structure is the same between men and women, unless something has gone wrong and shit is missing. It's just that certain things are different sizes, and there's been something approaching a difference in trans women specifically. And then the question is, well, how does this support the idea of gender identity when it only seems to be in trans women and not trans men? Like, you know?
Biological females' brains.
Even if one First Amendment, dude, this talking point is everywhere. I have this folder called Trans Brains on my computer. I could play, how many clips is there of people just bringing this up? Hang on. I've got like 14 different clips that I found over the course of maybe like a fucking hour. Just like scanning through YouTube, finding stuff that I vaguely remember and stuff that I've never seen before. This fucking talking point is everywhere. Monty is either 20 or 21. Yeah, he does kind of look older. He's either 20 or 21. He's not old at all.
Even if I had like that was just like so integral and true, and I had a piece of paper.
So I'm presenting this as fact to you. I'm presenting this isn't some ideology. This is like a factual.
That's cool.
It's not a fact. I'm sorry, man. Reed, sorry, not man. Actually, look at the studies. It's not as good as you think it is.
But that doesn't change their chromosomes.
And you say about structure. You don't mean structure. You mean certain parts of the brain are different sizes. Can you say that's a different structure? Is it meaningfully much of a different structure? Like, I don't know. Let's say we've got this guitar and someone brings an identical guitar, but the pick guard is slightly bigger. This switch is a different color. These knobs are a slightly different shape. It's got different tuners on it. Is it a different structure, or is it just like got slightly different looking parts, you know?
their biology, does it? That's a mental state.
No, of course it doesn't.
So I can't possibly, that may be, that's all cool, and I'm happy to have that conversation. But when you start telling me, okay, I'm, call me a woman and you're a man, I'm never going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if this trans person, what if they got their brain scanned before puberty and actually their brain doesn't show those differences? They're not trans suddenly. They're still trans. So more than anything, the brain stuff is irrelevant. I might have had the most male-looking brain to ever fucking exist, for all I know. It wouldn't have changed how I felt. You're not going to see what your brain looks like and change your mind on this kind of thing. So the brain thing just isn't important. There's just too many. Oh my god, I could go on all fucking day about the brain stuff at this point. Having, like, read some stuff, and I still have more stuff to read. I have more fucking studies I need to go through. It's painful as fuck. But I already could go on all day about all the problems I find with this kind of stuff.
Because it's the principle of you can't change speech and language. That's scary. The state does not have the ability to do that. And that's why, call me a woman and you're a man, I'm never going to do that. Because it's the principle of you can't change speech and language. That's scary. The state...
Language changes all the time.
Does not have the ability to do that. And that's...
No, it does have the ability to do that. It could coin a new word and people could start using it, and then they have done that. Whether they ought to, I think, is what he's trying to say. But they can.
Why, when I say...
No, totally not.
Obviously we've...
There's better evidence when it comes to network structures. I'd have to have a look. I don't know. I still have a lot of stuff to read. And the thing is, people don't really cite network structures. And if it's all very plastic, then it runs into a lot of the same issues. And it'll be, well, you probably lived your life a different way to the average man as a trans woman leading up to it, because people don't just trans overnight. And that probably has a part to play,
moved on from the original topic, but I can link it back.
Yeah.
Which is, it's like this sort of subjective and very scary way of policing and instilling law. Like,
yeah, the policing stuff is bad, but like, how much is this even happening anymore? How much is this just like Johnny-come-lately shit, where it's like, actually now you're starting to get tribunals that are going in like gender-critical people's favors. Maya Forstater won her case on appeal. I think it's harder now to like fire people for being a bit transphobic or whatever, as long as it's like misgendering and having certain religious beliefs.
Your version of, as I say, of what hate speech is, whatever it is, I know we've had that discussion.
It's not how I perceive you. Well, that would be the answer. If he just perceives men and women and doesn't see trans, that is his right, and some people are like that. I have no desire to convince anyone like that actually trans exists and they should perceive me differently. They can perceive me how they want. But he has to be right. It has to be like, this is actually reality and we should all think this way. And that's why he's like failing so hard. Because it isn't a case of, well, this is something that people just see very differently. This is one of those things that has become very subjective.
Discussion, but whatever it is.
I think he meant the state can't force you to use certain language or be targeted by the state. Yeah, it'd be bad if that happens, but we need an example that isn't fucking Lucy Connolly, to be honest. That's all we've had so far.
Whether you had a different opinion or not.
We talked about, I believe hate speech is impermissible when it's...
But I'm saying, let's say you didn't have that opinion and you thought that by me having this conversation now, that's hate speech, because there are people out there that think that.
Yeah,
that's really dangerous, and it all comes down to, ultimately, the policing of language, the policing of speech, the policing of opinions. And I think what I'm doing now, for example, this conversation has been great, by the way, and and I really appreciate...
That is mentioned like 20 times. Oh, it's so good we can have a conversation, just have the conversation.
You coming to have this conversation.
This was like over 50 minutes. It would have been a bit shorter if you stopped saying that.
And your robustness to be able to have this back and forth. But that's not been the case. And the reason I say...
Mate, get a fucking number already. Jesus Christ.
That biology is so important to focus on is because when you move away from that and you start defining things and saying you've got to do this, that and the other...
Who's more likely to have fucked a tranny in his time? Monty Toms or Will Coleshill? I think Will Coleshill, personally. I reckon he's fucked quite a few exotic creatures in his time. Monty's probably a virgin, actually. He's probably never fucked anyone. Wait until marriage.
You open the door to radical policing, crackdowns on free speech, and claiming that I'm a hate.
This is just slippery slope shit. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of fucking slippery slope. Everything. You can never do you can never do anything. Nothing should ever happen ever. Because it's a slippery slope to the worst possible version of itself. Just all the time. Every single thing that you could possibly do. You can't ban trans women in women's sports because that's a fucking slippery slope to the trans genocide. You can't refer to one singular trans woman as a she, as that's a gateway to the government controlling every single thing you do and say, you know? Yawn.
Hateful person.
I really don't think that's the case. What we've seen here is, like, I've said that 99% of the time it's the case that you're born a guy, you're going to be a guy, you're born a woman, you're going to be a woman.
Yeah.
I'm saying that there's this one slight, small birth defect that happens like 1% of the time.
I like this talking point. I don't think this is true. There's no birth defect, just some people transition. We can't pin it to anything, and most people, I don't think, want to pin it to anything. If you pin it to something, people might find it in the womb and get rid of it. You don't really want that. If you find it to be something, then someone's going to come out as trans that doesn't have that feature, and people are going to say, no, you're not trans, and they're still going to want to trans, because it just doesn't work that way. But again, I don't know, maybe we're putting this in a more metaphorical sense. That's the thing. It's hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. Just DM'd a Monty update. Ooh. I accidentally opened Word. Ooh, what's this? This looks interesting. Alright, I'm pretty low energy at this point. Look at matriarchy type video. Alexis left a comment. Have a look at that as well quickly. I don't need this. Fuck this protest. It's not that interesting. I do want to look at this little clip that Miss Chief sent me as well. Was it this one? Oh my god. It's the Michaela show. This person is a fucking legend. Oh, they've retracted it. This is cap. I'm sorry, man. This is fucking cap. This is like actually fucking cap. So, okay, right. Hello, sharing here with an update for full transparency. On the request of Louise, I presume that is this person, and careful consideration, I've decided in good faith, okay, you're always good faith if you say you're good faith, to retract the copyright video claim / strike. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. At least that is good. Congratulations on undoing your bullshit. This decision should not be taken as agreement with Louise's position. Yeah, sure. But rather that I have already devoted enough time and attention to this, combined with the request to reconsider. What does this mean? Oh, I can't be bothered anymore. Oh, okay, you're actually going to stick up for yourself? Okay, then I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it. What? The copyright claim was put in as over 30 minutes of the original 82-minute video was purely my content. Some sections over a minute long. Alexis, please fucking learn how this copyright shit works. I fucking beg you. That doesn't fucking matter. If she made a 10-hour video about you, and there was 1 hour of content, that's like that's like a drop in the ocean of the overall fucking content. 30 minutes out of 82 minutes, it's a video about you. It's going to feature a certain amount of your content. Otherwise, people aren't going to know what the fuck this person's talking about. Granted, it kind of came across like they didn't understand half the shit you said. So I already had that kind of effect. But like, still, you know? That's not how this shit works. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Who is watching this video with like certain cut out bits of various different things in place of like fucking Alexis Blake videos? It's just not happening. So misunderstanding this completely, can't be bothered to fight it because it turns out this person felt like sticking up for themselves. Wow. I have sent an email over to YouTube copyright team this morning with my request as for some reason the retract option in YouTube Studio is grayed out. Almost like you shouldn't have done it in the first place. This screenshot was emailed to Louise this morning. As some people commented, it seems unfair for a larger channel to do this to a smaller creator. I mean, it's unfair to do it to anyone because you're misusing the copyright system. To clarify, I do not want anyone to feel silenced. What about be silenced? Especially a fellow trans person. This was about copyright, nothing more, nothing less. Well, no, it clearly wasn't. And why do you care? Why does it matter that content was in there? Like, what harm is it doing to you? Other than that you're being criticized. Like, why is this person just blanket bothered that a certain length of time of this person's long as fuck video was like your content? Like, who cares? If someone wants to make an 82-minute video about how I'm the fucking new Blair White or some shit, even though that would be very stupid, and use over 30 minutes of my content, they can do that. That's fine. I've made far more than 30 minutes of fucking content in my life. To my own chagrin, because I probably hate half of my own content by now, let's be fucking real. I feel like anyone really should. I feel like you should be able to look back at your old stuff and be like, my new stuff is way better, but whatever. I sincerely wish Louise all the luck in the world with her channel. Alexis, wow, incredible, incredible. Michaela said Liam and Alexis did a podcast video about me because I called Alexis a Team U Blair White, which she is. Wow. Yeah, crazy. Just don't do this shit, man. It's not difficult. Just don't fucking do that shit. Oh, I don't know. Okay, this other thing that I was sent was mobbed, attacked, and Will Coleshill arrested for counter-protesting lefties. Yeah, this is what I mean. We were arrested for this. It is never for this. It's never for this. You're essentializing it to something that your dipshit audience are going to believe. Because people will believe whatever their fucking favorite content creator says. People will just say things as if they're facts. And plenty of the dipshits watching will just believe it. Regardless. Doesn't matter how obviously bullshit it is, people will do that. Please, people, learn about parasocial.
It breaks.
Okay, hang on. I think this is like loud as fuck for some reason. Today I went to a Together Against the Far Right protest with a placard quoting their slogan with key change. I replaced far right with far left. Together we can unite against the far left. Okay, wow. What's the point? What's the point in uniting against the far left? Who the fuck is the far left in the UK? So it read, yeah. Turning their terminology on them. Very clever. Very clever. Using someone else's shit and just changing it instead of coming up with something. Incredible. I engaged in a few good conversations, but then we were mobbed and attacked. Will Coleshill was then arrested for assault. I assume after pushing... So you don't even know what he did? Oh, well, I don't know what he did, but I'm assuming he was the innocent one. And we were just arrested for fucking... Jesus Christ, man. I assume after pushing back against those attacking us. This is disgusting two-tier justice. How do you know if you don't know what happened? How do you know? Fuck. Oh my fucking god, bro. We were assaulted, yet Will was arrested. The state hates the right wing. Everyone hates the right wing except the right wing, but sure. The police mocked, laughed, and refused to listen to any reason. They just heard loads of people calling us fascist and far right and went in with politically motivated vengeance. Vengeance for what? Last time he came up against the police in London, Willsey got fucking ganked. Apparently got ganked again. By the way, with these protests, if there's some kind of mob fucking happening, they're gonna remove the smaller amount of people, because that's easier. And what matters to the police at that moment is order, you know, protecting the peace as much as possible. This is what we were up against. But as I say, it only strengthens my resolve. I will keep fighting at the grassroots level. I refuse to sit in an online echo chamber. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Let's just see what this is.
Fascist scum off our streets! 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 Fascist scum off our streets!
What are you gonna do?
Fascist scum off our streets! Fascist scum
Protect him.
off our streets! Fascist scum off our streets!
This is what the left do, guys.
He always does this. This is what the left do. Okay, bro. Okay, bro.
What the left do? Back down. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you wanna have a Barney? Go on then. This is what the left
Wait, did they like smash his sign up?
do. Back down. What are you gonna do? Yeah.
Which sign was he wearing? He's got a bunch of these different ones. Attention. I can't see which sign it is.
What are you gonna do?
Unless that's what it says, and it's in the same, like, the same design as the rest.
Protect him.
Oh, hang on.
Protect him.
Yeah, no it is. It's the thing that it said in there. Sorry, did I just cough on mic? I'm so sorry. I didn't.
This is what the left do, guys.
A pretty weak sign as well, if it got like ripped up that quickly. Hitler was a left-wing socialist. Was Hitler a left-wing socialist? It was like a socialist contingent of like the Nazi party. I don't know that Hitler was a left-wing socialist. Also, I thought it was bad when the left called everyone Nazis, but apparently we're all just doing it now, so wow. Good to know you people have no principles. Oh wait, I already knew that, fuck.
This is what the left do. Back down. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you wanna have a Barney? Go on then. This is what the left do, guys. This is what the left do. We'll pipe down.
He knows that his friend is doing something wrong here. He fucking knows that his friend is doing something wrong here. What the fuck? Dude. He knows. He's just fucking lying out his ass. He knows that his friend is taking things too far. People are shoving you. Yeah, that's not good. When you start like fighting back and stuff. Certainly beyond the realm of like self-defense, if that's what's going on. Like, he knows that he's going too far and he's going to get in trouble. So why is he now whining that they're being like fucking subject to two-tier justice? Especially when they're the minority at a fucking protest. He must know this all. Willsey has been going to protest for a long fucking time. They know the score. They know how this shit works. And they're pretending otherwise. Like, please, please do not get taken in by people like this. Like, they prey on stupidity. Because anyone with half a brain cell should be able to see what's going on and that you're being lied to.
Keep the peace. Stay calm. This is what the people do. Can't have conversations, guys, so they resort to violence.
Who the fuck is having a conversation at a protest in the first place?
They resort to violence because that's all they can do.
Yeah, well, joke's on you, lefties. I'm gonna bitch about you behind your back.
They break signs. They break our signs. They resort to violence and they attack us.
Hey, start climbing over! Start climbing over! Come on, let's leave! Let's go! Let's keep moving!
Nazi scum! Nazi scum!
Very, very rational.
Jesus, so loud. Sorry.
Nazi scum! Oh, Nazi scum!
We're the violent ones.
Nazi scum!
Hey, can't have a debate, so they use a loud hailer to basically drown out microphones, but it doesn't work. They are violent, they are aggressive. I am a traditional liberal, and I believe in...
No, you're fucking not.
Freedom. I believe...
Not the freedom of a man to wear a dress and read a book to a kid, though, right?
that we should have a small government, and if you have that conversation and you have that argument, what they will do is they will attack you. Yeah.
I don't know why they're still here. Just get out at that point. Just get out. What have you got to gain from hanging around here? I just move.
Nothing, man. I believe in freedom. I believe in freedom. Scum! Get fucked! Off we go! What are you gonna do? Why are you arresting him?
Bro.
What the fuck is wrong with you, right? Nothing, man. I believe in freedom. I believe in freedom. Scum! Get fucked! Off we go! What are you gonna do? Why are you?
You are the biggest fucking mark in the world if you support this fucking guy, okay? This is blatant. This is everything I talked about in my fucking video about these fucking freaks, okay? Hang on. One of the big points that I made in my video about these people was that he edits the ever-loving fuck out of his content. In this one here, you got Monty here, you recognize him? Right here. One of the biggest points that I wanted to make, which I illustrated as best as I could and pointed out like over and over to really drill it in, was that these people edit the ever-loving fuck out of their content. You're not seeing what happened uninterrupted. You're seeing what they want you to see of what happened. So what happened in between? How the fuck is Wilsey suddenly over here getting fucking ganked? How do we know he didn't just fucking belt some woman in the face? How do we know he didn't take things way too far? How do we know they didn't just remove them in order to keep the peace? And fucking dickhead Wilsey didn't resist arrest or something? How do we know that didn't happen? How do we know that didn't happen?
Arresting him? Why are you arresting him?
Because we know he has a history. It's another thing that I covered. He's been going to protests a long time. Montgomery was like fucking 15 or 16 when this guy was like doing his thing, like in lockdown and stuff. Like younger than that even. Montgomery was still a fucking child. He has this pattern. He'll resist arrest. He'll use it to soapbox. He'll use it to paint himself as a victim because some people are stupid enough to think that any time the police force you because you resisted, that is police brutality. It's like insane. How does anyone fall for this shit?
Why are you arresting him? Why are you arresting him? Why are you arresting him? They just attacked us. It's all on footage. Get your arm out. Why are you
It's all on footage. Why aren't you showing it there? Why is this so cut up then?
arresting him? He did nothing wrong.
This plays so similarly to the arrest at the fucking university. It plays out so fucking similarly.
Why are you arresting him?
You've got all the jump cuts, you've got all the stuff where he quite possibly did actually completely, exacerbate the situation, whatever the word is. And now he's on the ground resisting, because he always resists arrest. Every time he resists arrest. It's crazy. I've got I don't know how many. I've seen quite a few different clips. I have a few saved. He's been doing this since 2020. He's been doing this a long time. This is a routine. Again, it's all in my video. This is a routine. This is what these people do.
This is completely two-tier. No idea what.
See, there's the camera, there's him soapboxing. Every single time, it's the same shit.
And you've come up and you're saying that you're going after me, not them. I've just reported they've attacked me.
Help! This is ridiculous. He's been here 2
Help? What do you mean help?
minutes.
I've just been attacked by a mob. That's just two-tier. No, you're corrupt two-tier shit. And us, corrupt and two-tier.
There we go, monologuing again. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same.
Whacking me in the face. Why? Because we get attacked. We get attacked by a bunch of leftists. We get attacked.
There we go. Wow. That's fucking shocking. That's insane. I mean, I don't know. Are these bots? Are these real people? No one asking, hey, what happened in that massive fucking cut where Wilsey teleported fucking 10 feet from the side of the road to the grass? And suddenly there's people all over him. What happened in all that time? Oh, here we go, a patriot. Listen, this is an honest patriot, okay? This is the most honest patriot I've ever seen in my life. Hate this country. Yeah, that's all you fucking people. That's all you fucking people. Fucking patriots. Fuck yourselves. Anyway. I mean, listen, it's Twitter, I guess. Start throwing punches. Probably what they fucking did, bro. It's probably what they did. Oh, there's another Unite the Kingdom thing in May. Listen, well, if they get Mrs. Kent, then I'll watch it. If they get Mrs. Kent on it, then I'll watch it. Okay. That's what I'll do. You're a patriot if you're like begging for civil war in your own country. You're a patriot if you're gagging to kill your own fucking countrymen over differences of opinion. I wonder. How come you cut the bit out where he hit a woman? The thing is, it's not like I can verify this, but that's exactly the reason why I don't believe this in the first place, because I can't verify their shit anyway. Like, did he hit a woman? Maybe he did. How do we know? How do we know? Just keeps going. There's like one or two people. Jesus fucking Christ, listen. They're like two or three people pushing back. At least one of them's like taking it way too far, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there you go. I hope we understand how these people operate, man. You know? People wonder why I kinda couldn't handle trying to stay apolitical and stuff. When you see stuff like that, it's just so obvious to anyone with fucking eyes and ears that you're being manipulated by these people. And it's not like this didn't happen on the left. But I feel like it's worse on the right. I feel like the right is more of a threat in general. Because one of their people is far more likely to get in. At the moment. They're the ones polling high. And I don't know. It's just gross, man. It's gross. It's just gross. Fuck this shit. Yeah, there we go. Wow. I need to stop in a sec, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'll stop. We watched a decent amount of this. I respect this person, honestly. They're saying some shit that I think is kind of cooked. But hey, listen. Respect to them for holding their own. And kind of, I mean, it's not like Monty needs showing for the utter fucking retard he is. But it doesn't mean I don't appreciate seeing it anyway. I might ask Monty... I might ask Monty that. And yeah, there's a lot of, okay, we got this person. I see this person around a lot. Unfortunately, all they really do is, like, shitpost in people's comments. It's a bit fucking lame. Okay. If someone online found your address, your parents' address, and made it public and said, during a riot related to your locality, your parents' locality, that burn it down for all I care, would you be cool with that? Of course you wouldn't. One of the many reasons why free speech absolutist argument is a silly lie. Yeah, I buy that. I mean, when he mentioned all that, when he told the Lucy Connolly story, he missed out half the narrative. He missed out precisely why she got arrested. It's not because she said that, it's because she said that then someone fucking did it. So yeah. Wow. Incredible. What else they're up to be honest. Okay, so later on he gets protested again? Hang on.
Lovely to meet you.
Let's have a quick look. Is that Queeman? That looks like Queeman. Jessica Watkins, the trans J6. I don't know who that is. Message me, I guess. If there's any interesting info on it, then message me. Is that looks like Queeman? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Oh wait, no, I don't think it is. He doesn't look like Queeman.
Where are we? We can't have debate. Sorry, I want to blame the British.
Oh, that's a woman. Okay. Wow. Okay. Never mind.
People making the fucking. No, I'm blaming the government for allowing immigrants. I don't think it's immigrants' fault. I think it's the government's fault.
What does the thing say?
Britain needs mass deportations.
Yeah, what we need is deport all the foreigners, pour all the money into keeping pensioners alive because that's the voter base. Fuck all for everyone else. Tory austerity on steroids. Even worse NHS. It's going to be amazing, right? Because there'll be no brown people anymore, and that's all that matters.
I don't like foreign rapists in my country. I know it's a controversial take. I don't like foreign rapists.
Yeah, if it's someone worth covering, send me some info. Send me some stuff that's like a good jumping off point.
Well, the officers need to have a conversation, so make sure that for obviously my protection that it's recorded.
Will, don't punch any women, yeah? Don't punch any women, there's police here.
Yes. Where would you like to go?
Take that so we've had some complaints about. You've had a banner that said trans equals mental health.
Oh, mental illness.
So we've had complaints about that. I'm not necessarily here for that.
No worries.
Because that is your free speech. You can
cool. Yeah.
We've got a complaint from the university security.
Okay.
They've told you to leave their property.
Whoa! I've got that on video. That's not true.
Okay. They came a complaint from the university security.
Okay.
Oh, they're at a university.
They've told you to leave their property.
Whoa! I've got that on video. That's not true.
Okay.
They came over. They were totally cool. They were.
How do we know? Yeah, British rapists are fine. Probably because that's most of his viewer base. He can't shit on British rapists. Otherwise, he wouldn't be getting 7,000 views, making a twat out of himself in public over and over. Yeah, what if they were fine with it when it was just sitting there having a debate? But now that people are starting to mob and people are starting to kick off a bit, maybe they've changed their mind. Are they allowed to do that?
Totally cool. So, and we repeated to them if. Oh, sorry. That's still on. So it's whether you want to.
I'm surprised they still have. Isn't ER? I thought that was Elizabeth, like Regina or whatever. I'm surprised they still have ER. I thought it would be like CR or something. Unless that is a C. It looks like an E to me.
Turn that off. No, roll it. I'm getting your audio to make sure that.
What?
Hold it.
Oh,
just chill.
Oh, sorry. Right.
Okay, you won't edit that out, but you'll edit out Will Coleshill punching a woman in the face, quite possibly. Allegedly, I don't actually know.
Basically,
nah, this dude doesn't dress up. This dude, like, fucking white bread is spicy to this guy, you know?
repeated to them clearly that if they wanted us to move, we would move. So, okay. And there's been no request. No so there's zero request. Like, we can literally move.
Where the line is the block paving.
Yeah.
So
I'll do that right now for you.
That's the only reason we're here.
If they'd said that to me, I would have just done it happily.
Yeah. They've said that. They've said that you've said no.
That's very disingenuous. That's the opposite.
It wasn't these two. It was two others that were really lovely. Came over and we said, if you want us to move 5 feet, and they saw that would be slightly inconvenient, and they just went 5 feet.
Yeah, I've spoken to the supervisor who's asked you to leave. He said he's asked you to leave. You've refused. That's why we're here. Just not at all.
Okay, one last thing, because I really need to stop. My throat is fucking killing me. Have they posted this footage anywhere? Is this the same place? Also, one of the hang on, how's he squaring this? I'm sorry, I keep seeing things. This is still in Liverpool, it's not what I'm looking for. This video, part of the thumbnail has the suffragette flag in the thumbnail. And it's like, suffragettes were bad or poisonous, whatever the fuck it said. Feminism destroys Britain. I like the TERFs and shit not watching this and being like, wait a sec. You know? I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah, is the footage of these supposed... This is still Liverpool. That's Liverpool. That's Liverpool. That's Liverpool. So he hasn't posted the footage as far as I can see, unless it's in this video. I did skip over some of it. That's someone debating him. That's definitely not security, and they're not going to come to the fucking mic, are they? Why didn't he post? Why didn't he put the security coming up to him with his version of events? Why didn't he put that in the video? Like, what's happening here? This is this guy just talking to him.
Okay. I mean, is that you being honest?
Well, but if you can engage in debate and actually talk to them, they're...
It's not in here.
I want to. Why would I? Sorry. Yeah. Go on.
You are a fucking racist. You want to kick everyone out. They're British. This is not.
What define British?
This is not.
Yeah, because at that point they want to talk. If he's got it on camera, it would have been the biggest own in the world to start with that footage and then play all this footage where the police are apparently contradicting what the security supposedly actually said. But you can't just put that footage in here? Why not? Why isn't that footage in here?
Above boards. That's fine. And
so I should just trust him that that's actually what went down, but I don't trust him. That's the problem.
No. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
How long are you planning on being here? Just so we'll be passing attention for
it. Do you want to wrap?
You can wrap. I just want to move my stuff over. Would you
wrap here? Because like right now, it's gone 12 now.
Oh, we've got to go to the... We've got to get lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So...
Shit, it's 12 o'clock.
Yep, shall we wrap?
It's 12 past. That's a wrap then anyway.
Okay,
we'll wrap up anyway.
Cool.
Okay, so we've had some really good conversations, but we're going to have to move off campus now. As you can see behind me, I've got quite a few students who are just blocking cameras, refusing to have any conversation, calling me a racist, calling me a Nazi, calling me a fascist, all the classic cliches. Fortunately, had some really good conversations. Hopefully...
Someone should call you a liar.
I will provoke some kind of thoughts and conversations. Genuinely, my intention is to have open, honest, calm, rational discussions and debates. To be called a racist because you don't want illegal rapists in your country is insane, but we need to...
It does sound like you care more about rapists from some backgrounds than others.
to have these conversations. We need to have these ideas thrashed out, as you can see. Yeah, great. They can't debate. They just want to shout things. Of course it is. Of course it is. Good for you, mate.
Take it from someone who also can't debate very well. You cannot fucking debate, bro. just most debate content is fucking lame anyway. I don't know why you're bothering.
So yeah, we're going to move on to the next university now, and hopefully it'll be a bit better. But yeah, this is England 2026. But we're going to keep pushing for open, honest, calm, rational debate, because that is what we have to do to win the argument. Never violence, just calm discussion.
It's not in here. It's not in here. There is no footage. They're saying that security said, we've got it on camera. Security said we were fine to be here or whatever.
It's not true.
No, they came over, they were totally cool. They were totally cool. So, and we repeated to them, sorry, that's still on. So, whether you want to turn that off.
No, roll it. I'm getting your audio to make sure that...
What?
Hold it.
Are there any decent debaters on YouTube? No. Actually, no, there probably are. I just don't care about most of them. I don't know, man. I don't know. I watched The Odd Thing. That's okay. That Raz person that I watched talking to Mike Brigandy was kind of decent, I guess. I used to like Destiny, but I don't know, man. Not really my thing anymore.
Just chill.
Oh, sorry. Right.
So honestly, when I watch debates nowadays, it's like idiots like this and idiots like Steve and idiots like Young Bob, you know? It's more entertaining when it's people that think that they know what they're doing with this shit, but don't, you know? That's usually what I'm interested in now.
So basically, repeated to them clearly that if they wanted us to move, we would move. So, and there's been no request. So there's zero request.
To show the footage. Show the fucking footage. Show for once that you're not fucking full of shit all the fucking time. And show the footage. Is it here? You're mobbed by students. What, this person? Those are the only two from this Manchester thing.
Fucking scum, and you should get off our streets. We are not doing a fake debate about...
It's not here, it's just trans man Queeman having a go at him. It's not here either. This is like bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't believe a single fucking word these people say. These people just fucking lie. These people just lie. They just lie. They just lie and lie and lie. And people just believe it. It's so easy. It's so easy to lie to people. It's so easy to make things up. Knowing that people are just gonna accept every single thing you say without question. It's like fucking depressing. I mean, I don't wonder what is wrong with humanity and my country and shit. It's nuts. People are crazy. I fucking need to stop. This is driving me insane. I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind. I know, man. Thank you for watching. I do need to stop anyway. I need to make food. Charlie's gonna be home soon. I love all of you. This has been fun. It's been a good stream. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day, etc. Is it Sunday tomorrow? If it's Sunday tomorrow, I'm not streaming because I don't stream on Sundays, and I'm busy anyway. I'm seeing my mum and some of the rest of my family. And I am back when I'm back. I don't know when that is. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you so much.